Whoa.
Here we go.
Been a great.
Welcome everybody. Welcome.
We're back.
We are back. New Sowing Discourse with the great and powerful Gio Pennacchietti. And I want to ask everybody to subscribe. As always, go to our Patreon, patreon.com/11joules. And in fact, Gio Pennacchietti, who's joining us here today, he is going to be giving you guys a beautiful print of his own creation for every $20 patron we get. So this has been an amazing thing that Gio is offering. Gio, thank you so much for doing that. And
Yeah, it's from the That Feel When series out of 5 prints. So you might get something that you weren't expecting. It's going to be random, but they're all good. I have yet to release the last 3, but tomorrow I will release the Crying Wojak one, so that's pretty good.
And what are the series right now that you already did? So you have the Wojak, who's muscle bound, surrounded by the other Wojaks. You have the Wojaks that are kind of group hugging each other.
Well, I have 2 of them that are group hugging each other. Then the Crying Wojak, then the two friends hugging each other. So that's all 5.
And what do you see? What do you see personally in Wojak? And I want to get your whole backstory after this, but I'm just curious how you personally resonate with the figure of Wojak as opposed to the figure of Pepe, or do you see a little bit of Pepe inside of you as well, like that yin yang type of thing?
Yeah. I think for those who aren't familiar, I did it as a response to the That Feel When No GF documentary, or rather, as I like to call it, short film. I think that it wasn't so much a documentary, but really my aesthetic take is that being a fan of like really cheap, weirdo indie Canadian films that are usually of like people on the edge in like semi-rural small town areas, I view it more of like that. But basically, my motivation to me, I want to expand upon what Campbot was talking about in the film about how there is a piece of Wojak and there's a piece of Pepe within all of us, as stupid and ridiculous and cliched and let's call it a better term, neurodivergent as that is. I think that Wojak, for a lot of young men in particular, of course, there's femcels as well identified. Even the language incel, femcel is quite limiting. And even on this podcast, we've got into this. I've got into this with Helios about how to identify with such terms. It's putting a very reifying sort of limitation upon your existence. But I think, I talked about this. Speaking of Campbot, I recently went on his pseudotaxonomy podcast, and so you donate, become a pay pigu to listen to me and Logo and Campbot talk about this shit, cancel culture, where I was trying to push back a little bit on some of the tweets that he was putting out. But anyways, we talked about, Logo, he asked me, because I mentioned I did the Shrek Fedora painting. He's like, why do you do this? I go, well, to me, in a way, I realized that the logic of meme culture is that it's evanescent, that it's direct expression that's always evolving and changing. And to me, by sinking a meme into fine art context as, sued and stupid and like outsider as it sounds, I'm almost like taking that meme and submerging into something that has somewhat of a permanence, right? But to me, Wojak is really the defining archetypal depiction of our age. And this isn't my thesis. Of course, I think when you look at my work from like the West Coast reactionary days, the stuff I was writing in 2015, I think I certainly wasn't the first, but I think I was in that group. But there, if you want a good YouTube channel, hopefully you could get him on the show one day. He was on Justin Murphy's podcast, the guy that does meme analysis. I don't know if you've heard about this channel. Yeah, look up meme analysis. He has a whole series where he talks about Doomer, Wojak. He is also a Jungian, so there's that. Yeah, there's my blog. By the way, check out my recent blog post my recent blog post, "To Live Here Is to Be," relates to what we're talking about. because I truly believe that an artist has an obligation to depict the local environment around us. But that's become complicated with the internet age because we're submerged in meme culture and online discourse in culture. And of course, it's always changing because now that the Web 1.1 culture, the pioneering days of forums and things of that nature, that's all dead, that's all gone, that's obliterated. And
Well,
people
you're
are
still
saying
holding it down with your blog, though. Like, not a lot of people
yeah,
have
yeah,
blogs.
yeah. Blogging, yeah, I'm still trying to hold it down. Of course, I publish elsewhere, and I'm trying to get into other places. I'm always looking for other places to get into, even smaller places. But yeah, I think that in some ways it's become complicated. But of course, in that blog post, I'm talking about my experiences growing up in the Niagara region and how urban exploration from a very early age influenced me, and how I get a lot of the similar vibe from a lot of what the general NUI and anime, what Durkheim called in the Malays, that were talked about in films like That Feel One No GF. And I think that Wojak is like this perfect isomorphic, always ever present and changing depiction of the contemporary, especially contemporary male within modern society. I think that is stupid and as cliched again. Like, I'm very self-aware of the fact that we're talking about fucking memes, you know what I mean? But I think that to me, I'm doing in some ways a failed project because I'm taking something by definition shouldn't be permanent and lifting it into permanence and trying to comment upon our contemporary moment in a way that's going to last. Because maybe if the images are obliterated, and maybe if the servers are wiped clean by the globalists, AI, by the TP3s, and all of that stuff, the auto writers will just completely write over the code of Western civilization. Maybe someday someone could look at one of my prints, because Sumi ink lasts for thousands of years because I only use traditional Sumi ink. Wow. Maybe one day someone could look at my prints and they'll be like, wow, what is that? Is that like, oh, and it has a title, Crying Wojak. So maybe someday in the future that hopefully is the goal. But you never know, right? Because even within the medium of printing and printmaking, nowadays people look at it like collector's editions and things of that nature. But from the foundations of ukiyo printmaking in Japan, they're usually meant to be, again, evanescent. They were like almost meme culture in itself because they were meant for mass production. And usually it wasn't the sole idea of the artist doing everything himself. It was rather there was one designer, then there was a printmaker, then there was a colorist, and there was a carver and so forth. It was very assembly line. But nowadays, of course, we know about this because the impressionist painters were deeply influenced by Japanese ukiyo-e woodblock prints. And for example, everyone from expressionists like Edvard Munch to especially famously Monet and his color choice and his color sense, Singer Sargent, and and especially the symbolist painters like Moreau, the later symbolist painters like Odilon Redon. They were all deeply influenced by the aesthetics of the Japanese woodcut print. And of course, the Japanese woodcut print was traditionally based around no theater and mythology and so forth. But then later it became this like socially subversive thing, even though we consider it traditional art, because it spread like the inner Tokyo. The name for Tokyo was Nihon back then. I forget exactly. I think it was Nihon. It was where the theater culture was. It was the prostitutes, the red light district, the kabuki theater was.
Well, it was later. Also the first hentai in a way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And because of course the Japanese and the Chinese, they didn't have a notion of the aesthetic until the European imported concepts. So then later kabuki theater and all of that was for mass entertainment. That was what led the way to a loosening of social mores through the woodcut prints that were advertising as pamphleting. And so the shogunate deeply suppressed a lot of these art forms for a long time. But then, of course, art finds a way. But I of course, I don't exactly subscribe to this thing of, as you know, of like infinite progress. I think that art can be socially subversive for a time, but then art is always the thing that is, to quote Deleuze, the state the state model trying to appropriate the war machine. Art is inherently the war machine, the nomad, the nomadology, creating smooth space within the striated, but yet it's always periodically appropriated. And I think nowadays, especially,
could you explain what you just said again?
Yeah. Okay. So it's hard to explain because you have to use Deleuzian terminology, but essentially, the nomad is what breaks free of conditioning, is the one that creates lines of flight, and so the state model is anything that is arborescent, which is tree-like or orderly, or a set defined model that operates within the plane, which is striated space. So striated space is like striations on a print, for example. When you have certain grooves and certain pathways and certain paths that you can only tread because it's mandated, can't walk on the grass sort of deal. So the artist creates the smooth space, the nomad, because the Bedouin nomad in the desert operates by forces. And Deleuze talks about the Bedouins, and he talks about certain mystics like Don Juan, where the nomad operates on a level that is honed to certain energies and certain intensities of forces. So, for example, using a sextus to navigate from star systems, and things that are not very are very hard to navigate in a totally non-Euclidean smooth space, right? So the Bedouins, they had a very intuitive sense of direction because they had to exist in the desert. Same with seamen that had to exist in the sea. They had to find ways of creating paths that were distinguishable. And to do this, you have to operate within a smooth state. Of course, it's a metaphor.
Would it be close to like a metaphor of the Apollonian versus not Dionysian, but a Mercurian? People who are on the periphery, who haven't really settled into a cyclical way of being, who are able to traverse paths that the other people would find to be a lot harder.
Yeah.
Also, is a cave dweller the opposite of a nomad, or is that another category of
It's another
nomad?
category. But I would caution. See, the problem with the later works of Deleuze in A Thousand Plateaus and the stuff he did with Felix Guattari, especially the stuff Guattari did on his own, like Chaosmosis or The Three Ecologies, very, very difficult to understand. I know a lot of people dismiss it as just like basically verbal like onanism, but the problem with Deleuze is that it's very easy to like create categories that are dichotomous, but he wants to break you from that thinking. So the nomad is easily just as appropriated by the war machine. And a hard lesson when I was going through grad school, because I was educated by a Deleuzian, the hard notion is to get out of this thinking of like nomad good, state model bad. Like it doesn't work that way.
Well, that's the Bronze Age mindset model.
Yeah. But I think the state model has its place, arborescence and ordering and the reification of nature into a specific order that has a place. But it tends to be that art has the capacity to be the certain antigen that provokes a response from the state model, and really can operate like a mind virus that just pollutes the particular order. But of course, art eventually gets subsumed into an order itself. And so this is where you see the oscillation of different art movements. And so in Japan is a good example where we think of wood block printing as a traditional craft because it is one of the only intersections between craft and art. Whether we want to place one above the other is also a question. But in Japan, in the beginning at least, during the reign of I forget which particular shogunate, but basically it was the force of like quote unquote social change. And whereas Japan is a very curious case nowadays because everything tends to be built upon, simulacra, and it's like capitalism on crack cocaine when you go to Tokyo. And the Geo-shogunate, yes, there will be a Geo-shogunate. Don't worry about it.
You got to put a samurai uniform on. That's going to be amazing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And
it's funny.
And
Yeah.
here, by the way, I just wanted to quickly show this to you. You've probably seen this online before, the order versus chaos example. I don't know when it comes to you talking about arborism. I find that the forest is a very mysterious place where there is a certain order to it, but at the same time, it's not a place where humans can settle into without having to kind of like imbue a lot of these daimonic influences.
Wrong.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because basically
Imbue or
Deleuze.
absorb?
Absorb.
Yeah, go ahead, Jules.
Absorb. Yeah, that was
The
absorb,
imbuer is the chaos side over there.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. But I think it's important to remember that, like Heidegger, but Heidegger, of course, was different because he wanted to impose his own order. Deleuze and Guattari, they want to basically resist the temptations that have been built up in Western philosophy for since Plato onward, in that they wanted to resist that sort of Hegelian, any sort of dialectical thinking. They want to just destroy. They want to break you from. They want to throttle you away from this, dialectical thinking, whether it's Socratic dialectics, whether it's Platon, Neoplatonism, or whether the most sophisticated example being Hegelianism. And so Heidegger was similar in that he took influences from Schopenhauer and so forth, that they wanted to resist Hegelian thinking. And the recent you mentioned Bronze Age Pervert, the recent episode of Bronze Age Caribbean Rhythms, he talks about how Schopenhauer critiquing Hegel is very similar to us critiquing the predominant left liberal system, neoliberalism, that we have nowadays. But then I don't know, because it's complicated, because there are certain parts of Hegelianism that are more amenable to quote unquote based red pilled systems of thinking. I talked a little bit about this with Logo de Atlas on the Camp Up podcast. And so, yeah, I think, and then of course you get into accelerationism, and accelerationism and aesthetics is something that I have yet to go deep in. I've read a few things, but a lot of where art is going, I feel is interesting on an intellectual level, but is almost alienating to me, because I appreciate traditional art and traditional craft. And I think that taking something as evanescent and as digitally charged as meme culture and making them into art pieces that are traditional, whether it's painting or woodblock printing, I think that's something else. I think that it's a commentary that is unique to our own postmodern age. And it's something above just collage art that takes Baroque paintings and puts a fucking Pokemon in there or something. I don't know. I don't mean to cast shade, but I think that a lot of the contemporary art world is certainly running out of steam, because they only let in certain people. And if they let people like me, you, and Jules into it, and people that are coming onto the stream, like my good friend Joan Pope,
she's
think
coming today, by the way.
Yeah, I can't believe it. She usually doesn't do a lot of interviews, but we'll talk about it. I think that it's a great shame that people have more access to, and we talked a little bit about this with experimental music. People have more access to this content, but it seems that the more democratized a medium is, the more it will inevitably trend to a sameness, because every digital artist on Instagram is doing the same stuff. They're all doing the pretty pictures. They're all doing the anime. They're all doing the what did I call it months ago? I called it the post Tumblr kitsch aesthetic.
Well, they're doing the pretty girl pictures, but they're also drawing hairy legs on those same pretty girls, and those the Mediterranean legs.
It's political. I have no problem with that. I mean, maybe not the hairy legs. That's kind of
I wouldn't mind it so much, actually.
I think I don't know. I do think that grooming is kind of ridiculous nowadays. I think even men shaving their chest to me is kind of, I don't know.
I don't shave. I don't shave my chest. Disclaimer.
I don't shave my chest either.
What? I'm probably gonna start putting hair on my chest. 34 to 36, something like that.
Well, I hear that there are also Georgian women out there who have so much hair. And I'm not hating on the Georgian people. I think Georgian people are great. I mean, they did give us Stalin, but that's a slightly different issue. But Georgian women, they may be so hairy that they even have, not all of them, like Jesse Lee Peterson says, not all, not all, not all, but most. And I don't even know if most is the case here, but I think that they have hair that grows on their chest, like where their breasts are. And that's...
Now, Lev,
Yes.
as a Russian, do you love Georgian people?
Well,
do you love Croatia?
No, I do.
Do you love
I do.
Ukrainians?
I do, and here's why. Georgian people, they're very fiery, but they also have this great quality of always bringing gifts. So if a Georgian comes to you to a celebration, they're always going to bring some kind of gift for the household. And I just think that, like, those little things, they're great. Like, that's what connects people to their roots, like all these little traditions.
You know what's funny, Lev, now that we're talking about this? I think that I was reading somewhere, but I have to read more about it. It was like during research for my painting about Femen. I don't know if you could throw it in from Instagram, where it's like the I forget her name. Her name's Irina something. She retired recently because Soros cut the funding because they criticized a certain state in the Middle East, but that's neither here nor there. So it was the one where they were chainsawing the cross in Kiev and they had Job in the corner. I was doing research and I was discovering how there's, at least in part, emerging right-wing artistic movements within Poland and Hungary and Russia. And I'm thinking, like, if you want to elect based in red-pilled leaders like Bolsonaro in Brazil, well, I mean, at this point, I have no hope for Trump. Would it behoove people on the right who do elect leaders to fund artistic movements and not just fund, I don't know, the Cato Institute or whatever, like Heritage Foundation that hasn't done anything since the Reagan administration? I mean, it seems that a lot of smaller nations can get away with it. And I think this is why they're desperate to destroy Viktor Orban and the recently elected right-wing party in Poland, because they know that if they have a monopoly on universities and art and culture, I think it'll be very bad for the cultural neoliberal apparatchiks that are being funded in these places. Now, people think that's shocking, and how come you don't, as an artist, how come you don't respect freedom and democracy? It's well, the way I see it is that art is always subservient, but yet has the capacity to break away from certain models of power and inform itself with other forms of power. And so therefore, I think that this democratic pluralism that art has has enmeshed itself in, I think that it's not this inevitable Whig history thing where art propels us towards a greater freedom. I think that art has sort of become by ingratiating itself into this sort of neoliberal pluralism, art itself has become debased because it no longer attaches itself to any particular type of grander, not just narrative. It doesn't even have to be universalist narrative. You could still reconcile postmodernity with art that is subsumed to certain values and to certain structures of thought that isn't entirely limited to the lowest common denominator. Because I think this is what people critique when they're critiquing postmodernism. But yet we have to come to terms with what, for example, Frederick Jameson talked about in his famous book that I think everyone should read, which is Postmodernism, Logic of Late Capitalism, where he says that art itself becomes massified, and capitalism and markets in the culture industry is what the predominant art forms, that's what is producing it. Jules, you all right, buddy?
Yeah.
So,
he's looking at when the war on drugs starts and he gets oh boy, the chat.
No,
Anyway.
I see where you're coming from, definitely. But
Yeah,
were there any
like
examples? Were there any examples of those kind of artists from previous eras when there was, let's say, a lot of this social upheaval going on, and there were people who wanted to return to more traditional means? Was there like?
There is Well, I mean, people on the right, they tend to use kind of bad examples like the Romanticists or the aestheticism and shit like that. I think that a much better example would be and I am not saying this because I'm of this milieu, but I genuinely think it's a good example, would be the German Expressionists during the Weimar Republic, specifically Expressionism contra Dadaism, because German Expressionism, and this is like certain art critics from Greenberg to Robert Hughes talks about how Expressionism had seeds of reactionary thought within it, because it seems that art at every time of a great social upheaval, like you were talking about, tends to produce works that have this longing to go back to a previous order. And so German Expressionism had seeds within it that you would consider deeply reactionary nowadays. Even artworks that depicted the human body in the most like visceral of forms, like Egon Schiele.
Oh, I was just about to say Egon Schiele.
Yeah,
and even his predecessor.
How do you spell that? I'll pull her up.
Oh, Klimt is a good example
yeah.
of this. Like basically Vienna Secession. I'm part of a group online that were deeply influenced by the secessionists with my buddy Matthew the Stout. I think that the secessionists were a good example, and Art Nouveau that came out of it are a good example of art forms that reconcile the art styles and the emphasis placed upon art and modernity, because they're all encompassing, because now they include craft, they include things like wallpaper and design and things that are designed to immerse everyday existence within the work of art. And I think that at the same time, they reconcile this need to go to the past. And there are even painters that directly rejected National Socialism at the time, like Otto Dix, Kirchner, people like that. I think that they even have this sort of emphasis placed upon the horrors that modernity has produced. And even certain aspects of surrealism, such as Max Ernst, has certain pieces even pieces that I've written about in my blog, I think have these seeds of not even reactionary thought, but let's call it maybe perennial thought, or thought that goes beyond the certain time that they exist in, what Nietzsche would call untimeliness. I think that art that is untimely is produced in such a way that it is aiming towards a longevity, even an eternity towards it, than just art that is within the moment. And so this is one thing that I've always warned against, which is explicitly art meant as political propaganda, because that art has a very, very, terrible shelf life. And I think that even the way for example, I produce these woodcut prints, I think that they're just abstract enough to say that they are monotypes, and that they're not really given to any particular memeplex that is popular at the time. Although I have done those, obviously. I've done like the pink Wojak. I think I was doing one of Fresco. Now nobody cares about Fresco because no one's a wagey anymore. But now the world becomes wagey, because now you have to be a wagey.
What's
you have to be a wagey from your own. Oh, a wagey, someone that works a wage slavery job.
Oh no, a wagey.
Yeah, wagies. Yeah, wagey.
What's the opposite of a wagey? Or there has to be. There's a lot of other. A neat. But there's like you have the ectomorph, endomorph, and then the mesomorph. There's like different body types, right? So then I guess there's different life shapes. So you've got the wagey, the neat, and then but there has to be other shapes. It's it's like a big tapestry out there.
Yeah, the phenotypes of the 21st century of postmodernity.
And there's your hat tipping.
What is that?
Shrek Fedora.
Economic phenotypes, or it's more like RP. It's more like role playing classes. Like you've got the necromancer, you've got the werewolf, you've got the sorcerer,
you've got the gooner.
The gooner.
Yeah, I think that well, one of the most interesting and one of the most erudite and one of the most prophetic visionaries of our time, Paul Scholas, talks about the 4-hour life. And how my thesis is that now the 4-hour life is totally obliterated, because all of life becomes just the 4-hour life. And because it became the 2-hour life, and now it's just life itself because of the lockdowns, because
what would a 12-hour life be?
The 12-hour life for very few people that Paul Scholes talks about, people who are entrepreneurs, people who are just like simply neats, kind of like me, people who are like self-employed, people that don't give a fuck, and it's very like only like a small percentage of the population. Of course, the 12-hour life used to be a large percent of the population. Used to be farmers, artisans, agrarian worksmen, people that work for themselves. But the 4-hour life is basically, for people who don't know, the 4-hour life means the 4 hours of free time that you get between working and going to sleep and like, having to deal with your kids or whatever. So Paul Scholes says you basically only have 4 hours every day to really do what you want. And so the 4-hour life restricts people into like certain ways of thinking that I don't even think Paul Scholes has really delved into. He looks at more of the economic and some cultural aspects of it, but really Paul Scholes is very good at like taking like one metric and judging all of life from that metric.
Yeah.
Like and so the 4-hour life would be like sports, like golf is 4-hour life. Like the certain like certain leagues like adult baseball, that's 4-hour life. Swimming is 4-hour life.
Paul Scholes, though, he's kind of a broken mold. I feel he's not someone that broke the mold. I think that's part of how he uses those small metrics to just make those sweeping statements.
Well, yeah, because he's a master marketer. This is what Justin Murphy talked about. He is a master of marketing himself, and how taking like, and this is totally fine. Like, I think, I forget who said it. It may have been, I forget which professor said it. If you can only create one concept in your life, that's like better than like 99.9% of all academics out there. He's just like, and he didn't even create it, but like the Lindy effect, like he merely expounded upon it. But I think if you can create one original thought, that's pretty good, right? That's pretty better than a lot of people. And so, yeah, but this is the thing, like, intellectual work becomes difficult nowadays because there's a lot of different forces at play, and it's always within the sort of transitory liminal spaces of a crumbling of an old order and the propping up of a new order, where things get sticky and things get uncertain, and things that used to be relied upon are slowly start to vanish. And the intellectual life is one of these things. And there are certain people like Justin Murphy who are very happy about this and who are very fortunate about this. But I think that it's really only time will tell what intellectual work is going to do, whether it is work at not as, even just saying it's work is something that is problematized, because would you say that a monk is working as a monk? Right? Or an ascetic?
Well, also with working, though, like take Japan, for instance. From what I hear, people there pretend to sleep in the office so that the boss sees how hard they work, but it just seems very inefficient for me that people are working like that. And I think of the amount of people I've personally met who at their office job spend half, if not more, of the time just browsing Facebook or whatever, looking at funny cat videos. Yeah. So it's like that's the trade-off. That's the trade-off for, because it's not efficient at all.
But it's a control mechanism, as in it's easier to shape a company culture if everyone is forced in confines together. So it's not even necessarily that you want efficiency from the office as much as you want it to be impossible for them not to share a culture.
But then that's like the really insane sort of illusions that we have to place upon ourselves. Like, efficiency in the corporate world is one of these illusions. I would say, from my experience, efficiency in academia is even more of like a bullshit illusion, because you have to appear that you're working, and the appearance itself takes on a life of its own, and it becomes a monster. But really, I think that the one hope that people had for global lockdowns is that we're now experiencing a time where a lot of these illusions were going to be like the veil of Maya was going to slip off, and people realized that only working 4 hours a day from home is probably better than like lugging yourself to the office and like you know uh, gold bricking on the company time while you browse Facebook and you browse gifs and memes. I think that it's, but then at the same time, the lockdown has benefited corporations and multinationals more than anything, because it's basically become one of the biggest like corporate acquisitions of small businesses in the world, because small businesses are just they're obliterated now. But yet at the same time, when it comes to intellectual work or artistic work, I wouldn't even consider these things work, because to me, what I do every day, I don't consider it a job. It certainly doesn't have the formal structures of a job. I just think that people have to go back to these more ancient models of producing art and producing intellectual work and producing philosophy and even producing science for that matter. I think that people really have to treat it like you are an ascetic, you are a monk. Now, there's some people, even people that I've interacted with on Twitter, that do not favor this ascetic model because they want a model of action. But to me, I think that there's a lot of valid criticisms of quietism and DIY stuff, but I think that it's going to be more apparent that if you want to get serious work done on an intellectual or artistic level, you're going to have to dig your heels in and you're going to have to do it on your own. And that these institutions, only very few people are going to have to rely on them. And usually the metric of getting into programs isn't your intellectual capacity, it isn't your creativity, it's usually bullshit politics at the end of the day. Like every institution that becomes rotted and fetid and just basically overstays its welcome, because especially when you factor in, like in the United States, the debt bomb. Now I'm very fortunate that because of my grades and because of things like that, because of my position, that I didn't have to like basically pay for grad school in Canada. I walked away debt free, and that's it. Yeah, and so that's one thing.
Do you have copies of Deleuze? Do you have copies of Deleuze?
Copies?
Yeah. Do you have the physical books?
Oh fuck yeah, yeah. I'm a bibliophile. I believe that you must buy physical books no matter what, even though it's like cost me like an absurd amount of money and I'm running out of space.
Do you take notes? Do you take notes in your books?
Oh yeah. My books are like, they weigh more with ink pretty much. Like my mother, she can't understand it. Like when I was in university, she'd be like, oh, why are you doing that? You're ruining the book. I go, well, no, it's not ruining it, because then it's like 1 year, like my copy of the Oxford Plato's Republic when I was an undergrad, it's like 1 year it was black ink, then the next year it was red ink, the next year was blue ink, and so yeah, it's just the ink just keeps chalking up, because really the Republic is one of those books that you just have to go back to. It's really, like, I know it's cliched and all that, because everyone is caught up in wanting to be at the cutting edge of something. It's like, well, I read object-oriented ontology, and it's like I read post-human critical animal theory, and I read, Donna Haraway or whoever the bigwig is. Like even in our circles, we have this tendency to like, I have to read the latest book on intelligence by Negrestani, and it's like stuff like that. People are always wanting to catch up, but I think that it's become impossible nowadays. And as much as I as much as I consider myself like in the theory cell loop, it does become exceedingly difficult to keep up with everything, because if you're just going by that, then you have the one good thing I would say is that a lot of people that we know on Twitter and a lot of people that we interact with, it seems that we really are in the cutting edge of something that politics or philosophy or whatnot. A lot of these online movements are dramatically influencing the shape and the criteria of philosophy, even in university departments. This is how accelerationism came about. This is how NRX came about, obviously. And not that people are studying at universities. Some people are. I have seen some dissertations
Well, what are they talking about in the universities? Like you are in academia, not any longer, but have you talked with people who are still there, and have you noticed I don't want to go back to the whole Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, the SJWs are going nuts, but still, like from the conversations that you have had with people, how's it looking now, and how did it look then in comparison?
There's certain people that say it's a bit worse now. But then there's others, like it's basically same old, same old. A lot of people I know that went on to grad programs, went on to PhD programs in like political science. It's basically the same, international relations stuff, right? There may be like certain trends here and there, but really a lot of trends, believe it or not, do come from the online world. Like if you go to certain universities in Europe, for example, that talk about like accelerationism and things like that. A lot of professors, for example, if you listen to Meta Nomad's podcast, Hermetics, he interviews a lot of like contemporary professors. But really, yeah, a lot of it's the same. Of course, things are different now because of the pandemic, pandemic, whatever. Things are different now, and things are a bit more precarious. But by and large, I think things are trending downward because the professors that I know, for example, in philosophy, they all say that across the board in North America, departments are getting cut left and right. For example, the department in the university that I went to, where I achieved my first master's in philosophy, they had to move. They don't give enough money for profs that retire. And some of these profs that retired, they were like backbones of the department, right? They did courses that people took every year. I won't dox some of them. I mean, of course, if you put two and two together, you could find the university I went to, you could find the fucking professors I had. But basically, yeah, so things are trending downward across the board in the humanities, even in political science. Like I went to a university that had a very strong political science program, and they just basically destroyed, for example, comparative politics because they will not give enough money for professors that are in that program. And a lot of it is because of diversity quotas, because now that every department is required to have an Indigenous studies department attached to political science, they don't have money for that, but they have money for a prof in Indigenous. Not that I'm against Indigenous studies, but there's a problem because you have to be Indigenous yourself in order to achieve the maximum amount of grant money. So there's like the amount of Indigenous political science professors that that are unique within Indigenous studies and political issues that affect Indigenous people in North America is like, of course, exceedingly small. And the ones that do get in, they go to like the bigger universities. They go to like McGill and U of T. And so it's a problem, right? It is a real problem. But at the same time, it's not because of just the SJWs. There's a lot of seismic, deep, fundamental issues within university. And I as much as I hate to say it, and I used to be very optimistic, I even wrote a survival guide that's still on my blog. If you look at my blog, major PDF sections, maybe Lev, you could pull it up. It's called Along We Go Countermarching. I know, a really stupid LARPy title, but it was a few years ago. So if you still wish to go to university, and if you're an Anon, and I wasn't an Anon, everyone knew about me in university. But the thing is, if you're scared and you choose to remain anonymous and you do want to commit to going into a humanities program, I still think you should do it. But you have to keep in mind that there are severe limitations that are coming down the pipe for a lot of people. And it's not necessarily because you have like based, epic, edgy, red-pilled political ideas. It's just there's structural issues there. And a lot of it, again, I hate to sound like someone from Zero Books, but it is because of modern like late capitalist consumer model of university that has really destroyed a lot of the momentum of people. And I think that it's a shame because when you treat students like consumers rather than people who are learning something fundamental about the nature of existence itself, and equipping them to progress within their own sense of see, I'm kind of tripping myself with magnanimous words here.
Everybody subscribe.
because here's the thing. I don't agree. Like, the liberal education model is that you are equipping quote unquote citizens with ideas and with the capacity to critically think, and you're equipping them to be good citizens. It's like, to me, that's just bullshit. That's power. Foucault was totally right about that. That is like just nonsense. That never was. It was like a little bit of reality back in the day, but it's no longer reality anymore. Nowadays, universities want to prep you for the corporate world. They want to prep you for a crushing, soul-eating existence. And the ones that are in humanities, it's basically like a consumerist treadmill where it's like I have to go to studies departments that cater to my needs, but then of course the job market for them is like atrocious. But to me, like, I remember when I was applying for PhD programs, and make fun of me, I didn't get in. I didn't get in because I wasn't prepared at the time, and I was sorting through my own stuff. And of course, the way to get into PhD programs, it's very different than getting into a master's program. Because a master's program, they'll just look at your grades, they'll look at your recommendation.
I'm sorry, they're posting ridiculous hats on you.
The Nick Land one.
I can't take it. It was the deer. The deer broke me. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, the deer one.
Yes.
But so to get into, there's still a lot of informal bullshit that is in place of getting into a PhD program. There's like people that like basically it comes down to like, okay, if you have money, then that's different. Mm-hmm. But like it comes down to like having a professor that's willing to take on your project. And unfortunately in Canada, I'm very limited. So if I do choose one day to go into a PhD program, who knows, maybe my activity will destroy that. Oh, everyone I know who is either a professor who left academia or who were academic adjacent, they're like, no, don't fucking do it. Don't even do it. Because basically, in Canada, I'm very limited to the projects that I want to do because I'm in this weird place where I'm in continental thought, but I'm also in political science. So it's like really limiting. And I'm not like, I don't want to really like go back and do like, I don't know, literature studies or whatever. Like if I was going to do that, then I might as well just go into art history. I think that would be something I would want to do. But it's just that the problem is that you have to subsume into this treadmill of like publish or perish. And so you end up just publishing crap that's just commentary upon commentary. And it becomes very difficult to maintain a position because you're just going from contract to contract. And there's like totally not economic security whatsoever. The only reason I would say that you want to go into academia is if A, there's a chance that you can, and B, if you don't expect to really get any monetary compensation for what you do. But even still, like from my talks with people, they say that that's not even worth it because you have to do all this other bullshit work that distracts you from your intellectual work. And so what we're doing on here, like on YouTube or Twitter or whatnot, it's like, that's the ideal. You know, again, to quote Justin Murphy, he said something years ago now that really like shook me. And I was still in grad school when I first started listening to Justin Murphy. He said that, you know, when you're young and you're idealist and you want to get into university because you say to yourself, oh man, you know, a job that pays me to write and to research and to teach, that's like the theory cell dream, right? But then when you get into it, you realize that it's basically, that's mwah. But then when you get into it, you realize that, well, no, it's like every other corporate job, and there's politics and there's procedures that you have to fulfill, and there's hoops you have to jump through, and it's not like the intellectual creative work is almost like a very small percentage of that. But the problem is with alternative systems, and this is where my optimism sort of fades, is that there's no patronage system in place to ensure that quote unquote based thinkers and artists and so forth have networks that they can rely on. And of course, the existing ones that are there, like for example, certain podcast networks that I will not name, they've been totally like Skinner boxed, and they've been placed into a state where they're totally irrelevant to the discourse.
What does a Skinner box mean?
Yeah, okay. The Skinner box is the from B.F. Skinner, the sociologist. It's basically it's one of the primary observational tours. One of the primary observational tools used by old school sociology, usually on animal studies, where it's a box that has there's a schematic for it, but basically like it's where the mouse has to choose one or two options to get like the food pellets, and there's like a one-way mirror there. and so the mouse doesn't know that you're observing it. So Skinnerbox became a metaphor for the powers that be, to make it simple, observing activities of certain groups from a detached position by using glow in the darks, by using various means of censorship and observation and shadow banning to basically place certain online movements and groups and people and e-celebs into a state where they're being observed, but yet they're totally ineffectual to the greater discourse. And they're basically placed off and placed aside into the state where they can interact in their own echo chambers, but yet at the same time, where they're being observed, like the Panopticon, they don't know they're being observed. At the same time, they're cut off from the greater discourse, the way that a lab rat is cut off from his fellow mice people. He cannot return to rat. He cannot. The rhesus monkey cannot return to monk in the lab because he is cut off from the world of monk. He is a poor rhesus monkey eating food pellets, pressing buttons, hooked up to wire heads.
Poor little monkey. Yeah.
This is why I don't agree with animal studies to an extent. I think when it comes to certain things like cancer treatments or whatnot, but no, I believe most animal studies are total bullshit.
And makeup, that's the worst. Like, I don't know if people still do that. Yeah. And
you ever heard of the Cold Spring Harbor thing?
No, what's that? Oh, wait.
What do you mean makeup? What do you mean makeup?
Well, like when they test makeup on animals.
Chemicals.
But before you talk about Cold Spring Harbor, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to my dad, Alexander Polyakov, who made this beautiful background behind me here, where all the animals, all the animals during
I like
Corona
the recent
season.
One he did.
Yes, the recent one. With the squirrel, with the
that was great.
Delivery, the little mouse delivering food to the squirrel, and it had a little heart-shaped sign that says "Go away." I like that. I like my dad's sense of humor. But yeah. So this Cold Spring Harbor thing, what is that?
I think it's called Cold Springs Animal. I'm just looking it up.
Everybody, please don't forget to subscribe and go to our Patreon. $20 is going to get you a free print from the great Giovanni Pennacchietti, who's joining us here today. You are such an amazing dude. I just want to say it, even though I said it before. Stop posting hats on him. I'm trying to control myself as much as I can. Mentat, behave. No more hats. No more hats. That's it. No more hats.
People are posting hats?
Yeah, people are posting hats on top of you.
I know more hats. Hats are...
Yes, but I'm trying to control myself. I don't think I can. You know,
just put a piece of tape on the.
I put like
let anarchy reign.
Yes, I put like another tab on top of whenever hats are posted.
Well, you remember the chaos post. Just let chaos reign.
Chaos
it's
reigns.
Just a little stack.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not exactly
like a sandwich.
It wasn't called Cold Springs. It was something else. I'm trying to look up. It was a very big case against animal testing where they had they took footage of like monkeys in the lab all like hooked up and like having their necks strained and everything. There's a number. It was a research unit, and I think they had some relation to the cosmetology industry. I'm trying to look it up, but I remember it was Springs something. It was like really a horrific case of animal abuse. I think, and again, that's another thing that I think political categories have sort of disrupted, because people think that if you believe in animal welfare, if you believe in ecological protection, environmentalism, then like you're automatically on the political left. I think that nowadays, of course, those categories are dissolving, especially with like online ecological thought. There's a lot of like very old school like Earth First people that are almost like come off as reactionary nowadays.
Well, so many of those movements pre-World War II in Germany, a lot of them were the hippies of their day, right?
Oh yeah, even during Weimar Republic, even in America, there was almost like an aristocratic sense to the preservation of nature, because the aristocratic, this is what Teddy Roosevelt believed, and we talked about this on the show, the aristocratic man can submerge himself within the natural world, and he can become informed within his own vital power and his own position in the world as a steward of nature, as someone who is to carry the torch into the modern world. And it's almost like epic, heroic, like Italian futurist type of way, where the machinations of technology will never totally obliterate the beauty of the natural world. And nowadays, you see the sea change where people think that, and there's academics in various critical theory departments who are writing about how, like, well, environmentalism is whiteness, and preserving the earth is whiteness because now we can't like have mass immigration. And as much as I wouldn't consider myself, because again, meme terminology is meme terminology. As much as I don't think I'm fully like a quote unquote third positionist, there's a lot of people I fundamentally disagree with that use that label. I think that there's still something to it in that a lot of this contemporary online right wing thought is sort of challenging and problematizing a lot of these categories. But I just think within the last 5 to 10 years, they're really starting to reverse themselves, the globalists. They're really starting to reverse themselves in environmentalism because they realize that to preserve the natural world would ensconce upon their various projects. And I think that the right, like, doing this like anti-climate change thing was a fundamental mistake because they were trying to push the hysteria, and they still are to an extent.
Well, what's wrong with? Hold on. What about the climate?
Like, you know, the right wing thing where like climate change isn't real and like environmentalism is like bullshit. I think that nowadays we're seeing this shift where ecological thought is almost like traditional.
We don't want to mess up the environment, but the whole we need the government to save us or the world end. Like is that's what the eco-fascism is, right? That's what AOC is. She's an eco-fascist.
No. She's an eco-globalist. Eco-fascism is almost like one of these slippery terms.
Is fascism incompatible with globalism in any form?
It depends who you ask, but usually fascism does. It depends what definition, because I think in some ways, even though it's been used to demonize people on the right, I think that Umberto Eco's fascism is sort of in some ways correct in that fascism is localist, and fascism, or at least tends towards the local and tends towards the traditional or a preservation of a certain order that by definition is not easily translated to other orders. But yet there are fascist millenarian movements that have universalized themselves the way that communism and global liberalism have. So it becomes sticky to even define fascism.
But fascism is much more like communism than localism.
No, really, no, I wouldn't say so. Communism is much more. If we're talking about like the sort of mutations of communism after the Stalin era, where we're talking about, like, for example, communist third worldism or various emancipatory post-colonial movements within the third world or the global fifth world or whatever model you want to call, I think that communism still has a very millenarian push towards a universalization from its foundations. And so I don't think like the whole like...
That's what fascism wanted. Fascism wanted to...
Yeah, but it depends who you ask.
No, that's what the fascists tried to do. They tried to take over the world.
No, but see, but there's even a doubt whether they were trying to quote unquote take over the world, right? Like, my personal opinion is I think fascism is a dead ideology. I think nowadays it would be like optically and even philosophically stupid to identify.
I mean, it seemed like it had a Napoleon drive to it. I mean, wouldn't you say Hitler had a Napoleon drive?
Well,
in some ways, yes, but then again, that's like predicated on National Socialism being like the only form of fascism. There are many forms of fascism, right? But National Socialism tended to have that universalization into it. But yet there are people who are even mainstream scholars that even doubt that narrative, that sort of like post-war era liberal narrative that, well, the Nazis were trying to take over the world. And so the Nazis certainly had connections to different groups throughout that were more traditionalist. But I would say that the Nazis, my critique is that they were ultimately still modernist. And I think that they weren't even in keeping with a lot of other forms of fascism, such as clerical fascism, or even Italian.
Well, the word fascia, from what I understand, it's the image that I posted.
Bundle of sticks coming together.
Yeah, it's the image that I posted above here, and it's found in many different places. So, for example, here it's at the U.S. Senate, I believe, and here's a close-up picture of it as well. And what it is just like a bunch of sticks that are held together by a string with a hammer inside of it. So from what I understand, the idea is like we get all these sticks together, and it just becomes something harder to destroy. And there's like the axe. So I guess somebody could lift this thing and chop somebody with it. I guess, I don't know.
Yeah.
Would you say that's the origin of the actual word? It comes from that.
Well, even the origins of fascism become sticky because the original philosopher was, of course, Giovanni Gentile. But I think, to answer the original question, I personally do not use the term eco-fascism because I think that that's become sort of a term of abuse towards people that I think that there's such a thing as right environmentalism and left environmentalism or globalist environmentalism. I think that big enviro is thoroughly neoliberal, and it's become basically just a PR arm of the corporatocracy. But when it comes to like ecological thought, if you want to talk about Ted Kaczynski or Petri Linkola, I think that the term eco-fascist, I wouldn't even necessarily think that people that follow Linkola would call themselves eco-fascists, unless you like have some, I don't know, some crazy Anon Fed poster with like less than 500 follows. But I think that the term itself is murky because what does eco-fascism mean? I mean, the media thinks that it means, that you want to kill people, right? So, but this is why I think we should avoid these certain terms like Nazi and fascist, and even communist to an extent, that arise from particular discourses in the 20th century. I think, and call me a nuanced bro, call me whatever. I do think that certain third positionists are just trying to justify a certain particular ideology, so they're calling it third positionist. But I think that to place, because I don't want to cast shade towards people, but I think that there is to have certain nuance in your political ideology, I think is key, because there are people that like to LARP as National Socialists and they'll call it something else. They'll call it Nazball or whatever. And so meme ideologies, I think you have to divest yourself of any meme ideology. I think that you have to really look into yourself what you truly believe deep down. I think that I would broadly...
But isn't that a process of discovery? Because you make it, but not a process of discovery that's internal, but that's external. Because otherwise you're just believing what you want to believe.
Right, but the problem is that I have is this process of discovery has become complicated because we live in the age of digital hyperreality. And so you have, in particular, young people, Zoomers, that are just gunning through the edgiest political ideologies possible, and it's more of like an aesthetic thing. Even like in my circles, I would even say that like a lot of trad Catholicism or trad Orthodoxy, I think, is again purely an aesthetic put on, and you have to really, I think, dig down and invest time in studying and determining in yourself what you truly believe in. Because I think that there are certain, I think, bad faith actors that are trying to push certain ideologies, whether or not they glow in the dark. It's like neither here nor there. Because, of course, that is part of that discourse in itself is problematic, because it's like that's the panopticon right there. If you assume that everyone's a Fed, then it's like the Feds don't even have to do anything because you fedded you become Feds unto yourselves, right? This is like the classic Foucauldian panopticon. But I think
So, do you love FDR as a fascist yourself?
No. I think FDR was a proto-globalist, in my opinion.
So
I'm not. Wait, did you call me a fascist, Jewel?
Haven't you called yourself a fascist before?
No,
that could have been ironic. Oh, okay.
I ironically, yes.
Sonny can.
Yeah, I ironically called myself a fascist. But no, I wouldn't. Again, I think that fascism is a dead political term that I wouldn't identify with, not just for optics reasons, but I think that it becomes murky. I would be brave enough to admit I have certain sympathies towards a lot of.
What about Mussolini saying FDR was a fascist?
I think what Mussolini meant is that
didn't know he was a proto-globalist.
He was ruling, certainly, I think, in Mussolini's terms, because it becomes complicated because there was a period of time where Italy was going to side with the West again, right, with America and Britain, but then they went with Hitler because they, you know what I mean. There was a little murkiness there, but I think that if Mussolini were to have made certain strategic decisions, of course he couldn't because Hitler was right at his doorstep. I think nowadays we wouldn't be viewing fascism in some of the same way that we view it as now, as like this like almost demonic word. Like normies nowadays, like a lot of people on the left, they don't believe in God, they don't believe in the devil, but they do believe in Hitler, they do believe in fascism. So you know what I mean? It's become a replacement. But I think that if Mussolini would have played his cards a bit better the way Franco did, then maybe fascism would be, we would at least openly discuss it more than say like communism, because nowadays it's not like edgy whatsoever in certain circles to call yourself a communist, right? But I think that I would say that FDR did a lot of scummy things, a lot of the like proto-globalistic things, and I think that the narrative of the 20th century as like good versus evil, good guy versus bad guy, like that's very like bullshit comic book thinking, and I think that the it's just that one totalitarian ideology won out over the other two competing ones, and so FDR is a representative of the millenarian totalitarian ideology of liberalism. It's just that the problem is liberalism, the miles high piles of bodies isn't as readily apparent, because liberalism is a much more sophisticated form of millenarian. For people to know, millenarian means new millennium. It means this is like the Hannah Arendt definition of like ideologies that stem from a new era that want to propel mankind into a new utopia. And so, and this is another thing too. I mean, she was a generic liberal, but I think Hannah Arendt has a lot of based on red pill conclusions in her book, Origins of Totalitarianism, particularly the last few sections where she said, if the death of God wasn't a reality, then we wouldn't have gotten Hitler, we wouldn't have gotten Stalin. I think, yeah, there's a lot of things within Hannah Arendt, particularly in tyranny studies, that are very interesting. But yeah, so who is coming up now? So
we have Joan Pope here with us, and we have
Joan.
Hey.
And we have Jared Janes here as well. Jared, welcome. Welcome, Joan. Thank you guys so much for coming in. So we're going to be bringing more people in as the conversation goes on. And don't forget to subscribe, like always, and go to our Patreon, patreon.com/11joules. And if you become a $20 patron, you get a free, beautiful, exquisite print from the main man, Gio Pennacchietti himself. So, guys, thank you so much for coming. And, Joan, I know that you have known Gio for a bit of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've been friends online, I guess, for a couple of years now. I'm not really sure how long, but I think we maybe crossed paths through Matt.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Who's
More
Matt?
than a few years now.
Yeah, it's definitely been maybe like 2017, somewhere around then.
And you are could you tell us a little bit about yourself? You are a lover of nature, you are an artist, musician, video editor, and you have a beautiful flower background behind you.
Yeah, I'm an artist and a musician. My current project, I make art and music under the name Temple of Saturn. But people also know me as Sex, Death, Rebirth.
Nice. And Jared, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh man. Well, the context for this, I guess I was like a philosophical dilettante for a little while, and then fell down a spiritual rabbit hole. So now I kind of live in Buddhist territory, but still enjoy dipping into the philosophical waters. And yeah, Deleuze is probably, I've heard him referenced quite a few times. He's definitely one of those people who made no sense pre-spiritual life, and afterwards I was like, oh, okay, this guy's onto something here. Yeah, maybe the proper context for this conversation, I think.
Definitely. So let's bring the floor to you guys and Gio as far as things that you would want to ask Gio, talk with Gio about. The floor is yours. Whoever wants to go first.
It sounds kind of pretentious.
Well, let's see here. Actually, I might have something that I was kind of thinking about, putting a spiritual lens on here. As we're kind of going through all these histories, and one of the main things that you keep pointing out is there's this reification of ideas or people or groups or philosophies or anything like this as being somewhat separate and solid, right? Like from my perspective, like we're just talking about duality, right? Like the moment we live from this dualistic perspective, when it feels real, it became so easy for us to create like a million different dualities. And so yeah, that's probably why one of my main focuses was the spiritual side of things, just because I was like, I'm just going to go to the root and remove any kind of belief in any of these concepts, these confabulations by society. So yeah, and I don't know, I'd love to hear your thoughts, Gio, because it seems to be a common through line.
Yeah, I think that it's certainly it's very hard because all of us are a product of the Western episteme, which is greatly trend towards dualism, whether it's classic Cartesianism, whether it's Plato or so forth. And I think that certainly it's much easier nowadays, and a lot of trends in academia are shifting away from it. But still, at the same time, it's something that we have to reconcile with. There is still a fundamental dualistic way of thinking, and I think that it's become apparent that certain trends within the art world, within academia, that they're moving away from that. But yet at the same time, there is always a danger with adopting a system of thought that is not your own. And so I think the New Age movement is one of these, what would you say, liminal transitional periods where we've sort of learned the lessons of appropriating certain ideas and trends from other cultures and, hammering them together. I think that it's still an ongoing process, and there's a lot of sort of sticky areas of trying to reconcile, for example, things like Zen Buddhism and a largely like objectivist, post-Christian, metaphysically dualistic tradition in the West. It becomes complicated, but of course there's a lot of literature about even from the 70s onwards. See, I have a lot of books from the 70s because I think that's when the New Age movement got a bit more sophisticated, right? It became more scholarly. A lot of people, they sort of got off the drugs and went to India and a lot of artists even. And so that's when I think the 70s are an overlooked time in terms of scholarship, because everyone, like millennials like me, we either fetishize like the 80s or the 90s, right, for obvious reasons. But yeah, I think that you have to look at certainly a lot of these literature that has come about, but at the same time you have to caution yourself, because during that time there was a lot of charlatanism and guruism and things like that, and a lot of people that were trying to sell Westerners something. And so even Daisetsu Suzuki would do this, where he would sort of bastardize certain concepts to make it more palatable to a Western audience, because he knew he was dealing with like a largely like post-Christian dualistic audience for his work. So it becomes very, sticky. And like even the stuff that Suzuki wrote back in the day would be, very very like charged with a lot of like politically incorrect stuff, because especially the stuff he wrote about the Chinese that he would like slip in there, right? Because he was like a Sino supremacist. So he thought that funny. The Chinese were not very philosophic. He thought they were a very plain people. So
yeah, it's funny too, because we have this kind of similar issue even within Buddhism, in the sense that so much of what has been exported to the West was kind of from the public-facing Tibetan view of Buddhism, which always is in this renunciative sutric disposition. So there's a duality from the get-go, and all of the the majority of the practices that made their way through mindfulness and concentration meditation and things like that all have this dualistic frame from the get-go of kind of avoid these things. And not like you have to learn how to avoid them like very cautiously. Just don't look at them. It's like just don't engage with them. So it is very kind of like a tepid dualism, but it's really insidious. And so when I moved to more the tantric route, which is dropping this preference, it's kind of, it took a long time to kind of get reacquainted with my own spiritual experience, because it was so much more alive and not like fearful of engaging with anything in a material space.
Have you noticed, by the way, that the people who were engaging in a lot of this renunciation, were they to have come back into society, let's say, and be surrounded by a lot of, like, imagine if they were surrounded by Joan Popes everywhere You know, like, would they be able to, you know, be as, you know, renunciating, or would they see that life is so beautiful and that, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I don't remember where I heard it, but one of the funny things is that a lot of the people that are really serious meditators these days in Buddhism will try to become lamas. And so to do that, you have to, in most of the schools, I believe, it requires you to do a 3-year retreat, and so at least one. And so you get a ton of this isolation and just kind of complete separation. And apparently there's a lot of kind of what they call like casualties, where people come out of retreat and try to get back into society and just like can't do it. You know, they just fall apart and they become helpless. So yeah, it's the spiritual path has many pitfalls.
I think, well, we were talking, me and Joan, we often talk about this, and maybe Joan, you can comment on this, about your artwork in particular has to do a lot with the a melding of the corporeal, the body, and the spiritual. And for example, you use eroticism in your artwork but it's a different eroticism than what we're seeing nowadays with the contemporary art world. It's very similar to a lot of like you have various references in your work to tantra and things of that nature. So maybe you could yeah.
Well, all right. So yeah, we've talked about this privately. A lot of the erotic art that you see today, it's not actually erotic at all. It's about as sexy as like a pap smear. Like, it's just not sexy. And it's, you know, it's like a lot of like female artists, like, you know, they'll have like this fake period blood and shit like that, and it's just like, what is this? Like, it's not transgressive, it's not interesting, it's not like, what is your statement? It's just like you being like super animalistic, or it's just garbage. But I use eroticism to try to like reinvigorate like what, or like my interpretation of like what is sexy. Because I think sex, which is like such a huge part of my work, you know, it can be really like filthy and, you know, sometimes maybe even gross, or maybe filthy in a good way, but it also can be elevated to like super like intimate and spiritual and wonderful. Like it encapsulates like everything that is great, and that's why I try to weave that in. And then I also juxtapose that a lot with death, and I feel the same way. Like, death can be tragic, but death can be beautiful, and I'm always like trying to work on the juxtaposition and duality and the coming together of those things, because that's what life is.
Death being beautiful sounds like something Hannibal Lecter would say.
Well, I mean, it's part of life. Like, you see like life and death and rebirth in nature, like the death of this, like, you know, in the fall.
A pretty ingenious I'll just sidestep. You can rage against the dying of the light if you don't think death is beautiful. But if you don't like to rage against anything, I saw a really funny comic about these aliens reading stories, and one was getting really agitated reading a fiction, and he's like, "Oh, I do this to relax," right? And it's just like, people do such funny things to relax, you know? Like, some people love watching horror movies. Personally, I hate watching horror movies. I mean, I can watch one if I'm with good company, but it's not my go-to.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Sometimes the whole like sex, death, rebirth thing, I end up getting a lot of really weird people, and they interpret that for some reason as rape and murder. And that's not like that's not what I'm about at all. And I mean,
what about
like, death is like a force of change.
Have you ever heard any arguments, like sensible arguments for rape culture? Like, what is rape culture? Do we have one? Oh
God, Jules, here we go.
I feel like this is the perfect audience to pose the question to.
What is the question?
What does everybody know about rape culture?
I mean, it's just like not something I waste time and energy thinking about. Like I just
Didn't the New York
don't.
Times write an article about like we live in a rape culture?
I don't care. Like I just don't
But that,
care.
yeah,
Like
I think that's like I think that it's taking certain political categories and yeah, it seems that in general the issues around culture and identity have become again what we were talking about earlier, these processes of reification and commodification. I think that a lot of these identity issues boil down to the fragmentation of the subject at the same time as the subject is subsumed into larger categories, but yet you have to buy your way into it. You have to either buying your way into it on a ideological level or even sometimes even a material level. But like, yeah, rape culture is again one of these cultures and isms that have come about. I don't even know what to say. That's kind of bland.
Well, it can inform how you're supposed to educate the most vulnerable, even youth.
No, but I think maybe to tie it in, what I see in Joan's work, and maybe Jarrett, you could comment this as well. It seems that the modern life is predicated upon fundamental separations between fundamental life processes. So you're back in the day when it was the quote unquote traditional family, and there was a one room shack, or rather it was a communal thing. It's like you live, you procreate, you die, and you move on in roughly the same proximity. But nowadays, it seems that death denial is the norm, at least in our societies. And so death is something that we don't want to witness. Even the way that the recent happenings with the pandemic, it seems that we hear statistics and numbers, but yet we want to lock people away either in nursing homes or hospitals and so forth. And so these liminal sites become the site from which we express a very deep neuroses around issues of death and even birth and living. And so it seems that that integral space is no longer there, where a community lives, gets born, and dies within roughly the same proximity. I think that, yeah.
Well,
yeah. I feel like there's a thread here that I wanted to jump on. I think the biggest part here, right, is like, because there is this this cultural conception of death that is deliberately avoided in so many of our customs and perspectives, and it seems to getting enhanced with time. It's very common for people to never see a dead body. I don't think I've actually seen an open casket before. It's always behind the closed doors, and so this kind of creates a neurotic relationship with death, and we're all then acted out in all these fucked up ways, just because something's out of us not being okay with a huge part of our lives creates a lot of residual shit. And then from an artistic perspective, it's like the art that is actually connecting is something that allows people to feel vulnerable enough to be with death. And if the artist themselves isn't being vulnerable, then there's a blockage. Like if there's no vulnerability, there cannot be invulnerability, or there can't be a resistance to death in the art about death if it's for it to be vulnerable.
Death worship? I mean, because to me, it's amazing to me that you had Benjamin Franklin hundreds of years ago thinking about the scientific method and saying with a bizarre confidence that one day mankind would overcome aging as an engineering problem. And I think this isn't as common in the youth. Like, the youth is more willing to try things and fail. And the older people get, they think being disappointed is so unbearable, they'd rather not set their hopes high. And you can see it not when they're talking about, the most expected things like death, but just like their small ambitions. Like, they will pigeonhole themselves as being permanently on the outside because of a narrative they were prescribed they don't even know about. And they may sit there talking about how they might be embodying ideas that aren't their own without even realizing how they're subconsciously like crabs in a bucket, where like you can't be a serious person unless you're a death worshiper.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from the simplest way that I would respond to it is just to say that like death is like part of life, and I
of course it is.
So I prefer to worship all of life,
but the best
and that
arguments
includes death, especially because it's frowned upon.
Well,
yeah,
well, Jules, your perspective is that you want to live for a long time.
People think, this is it's not a frustration, but I almost think that there are a lot of people who are numb blind to developments in the world because they don't know how to address it. And to say that death is part of the world is ignoring the point that, okay, sure, we have not conquered aging through evolution, right? Is not the same as saying we evolved minds that care about death. Our genes don't care about death at all. Nature doesn't care about death at all, right? It's entirely indifferent. But our minds evolved from nature, being aware of our finiteness within infinity. And through that, we've been blessed with desire to overcome these things. This is why people leave legacies. This is why people have children. This is why people become artists, right? Or want to, this is why the Vikings like would preach their religion. This is what a lot of religions accomplish through the third level of happiness, which is a sense of higher purpose, right? An answer to the question of why are you here, right? And most of these religions are addressing an afterlife narrative. So these people, this is why Steven Pinker in the wrong way says people who are death worshippers are misfiring their productive potential, because they're saying, why bother trying to radically extend human life? Like, you're just not accepting the inevitable. And it's like, so why don't you just go kill yourself, right?
That's like a very weird, like, modern transhumanist view of it, right? Like, oh, if we don't conquer death, then it's like, what's the point?
So why not try? Why not try and fail than not try?
I just find like I'm seeing a lot of people out there who are in the transhumanist community.
It's the same reason why people don't want to try to get into a gallery.
Hold on, Jules. There are people.
I'm just having flashbacks to Gennady versus Sonny.
Well, there's people in the transhumanist community who I've noticed who they don't really look like the most in shape people, yet they take tons of supplements. They take tons of supplements every day. You know, tons of pills, and it's like, I wonder why you can't have both. Like, sure, like there are certain supplements that are really good for you, but at the same time, they don't seem to be like the Braveheart inspiration in terms, you know, like everybody. What's that quote? You know, like not everybody truly
fight.
lives.
They want to use a drone swarm, so stock up on your EMP.
I'm not even talking about fighting. I'm just talking about treating the human organism as something a lot more...
They're all about fasting, right? Because fasting produces the survival hormone that can, like, extend your lifespan. It slows down the depletion of your telomeres or something. Like, extreme fasting aids longevity. Like, if you look at the leading, like, anti-aging scientists,
so does caloric restriction.
They'll tell you how they feed their kids almost nothing. He's like, oh yeah, just send them off, like their metabolism's fine, like don't feed them anything.
Here's
like,
the trick.
Like there's people in our chat saying you only need one meal a day.
Jared,
here's the punchline.
Jules, Jared, what's the trick?
The punchline of this is the way to prolong life is to not live it, right?
Like, yeah.
No, it depends on everybody has different risk thresholds.
Yourself.
No, everyone has different risk thresholds, right? So it depends on the game you want to play in life. Like, I mean, some people have seen Rick and Morty, and so you see the life of Roy, and it's like the guy does, you know, what everyone kind of pressures them to do, and then they don't even realize all this custom stuff you can do, all these radical paths you can go on that like are actually mundane. They're just so radical to what NPCs like find themselves on a like conveyor belt for, that it's just like it's just so unsettling.
Well, I would just say, I'll add one thing and then I'll pass it off to everybody. I have a little final thought. I think all of this is still attached to, you know, so duality, as I mentioned it, like it is the standard rule for humanity. There's very few people who live outside of it. And one of the things that we create is this distinct idea of life and death and how they're separate, and one's coming, you know, and the finite is going to go away into the infinite. And what spirituality is doing is developing ability to not only know and be in contact with the fact that you're an individual, but also be in contact with the fact that you're part of what's infinite about the world as well. And if the infinite is a part of your experience, then there's no fear of death, because you know that this is just a living process of energy coming and going.
Life is like a toilet paper roll. It goes faster the further into it you get. So if you're trying to live, like what did Logan Paul say? He wants to live to 150 years. Like doing a Sam Harris 2 years on silent retreat like doesn't seem as overwhelming. Like the reason why they say most of the misery is in the world is due to people not being able to sit in a room and do nothing, is because they're freaking out about mortality. If you're not freaking out about mortality, you can sit in a cave and do absolutely nothing, and you won't go like, I'm wasting my limited time. I'm wasting my life. You just stop caring about limited time completely, right? Like if you're not worried about your mortality, or if you're thinking about your mortality in different ways. People have thought that death is ghastly and inevitable since Gilgamesh. So we created ingenious thought programs to cope with that. But if you just change the inevitable part of death to indefinite, you entirely change the game. And you also change how the game should be played and cooperated in.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many constructions there to believe in. You know, it's like, I guess I just see it very simple. It's like, processes happen, they change, they always will change. You fully engage with what is happening, and it allows for things to move smoothly and in a harmonious way, right? And this is why, like I said, okay, what happens if you are enlightened and you don't care about death? Well, let's look at the Tibetans, for example. A lot of the lamas are just renowned for having these extremely long lifespans because they are living in such great harmony with their situation. And the same would be for any, I'm using Buddhism just because I'm the token Buddhist, but any spiritual community, if you want to find where the most developed people are, they're usually the ones that are the living the longest as well.
That's a good point.
Life has a way of working itself out, I think. And the more we have ideas about how it should work out, the less likely that they'll be in the same ballpark.
I don't know
Speaking
anybody.
of death, we have.
Oh, yes. Well, we have a lot of great people here now. So we have, not that we didn't have before. We had a lot of great people here before. I'm stepping back. But we have even more great people here now. So we have Graventus. We have Hero Alchemy. We have Vincent Void, a great musician, Vincent Void. Check out his stuff.
Thanks.
And so this is an interesting conversation. Just my perspective personally is that I cannot imagine whether reincarnation is real or not, whether there's an afterlife or not, like to just assume that if there is one, I'm just going to sit around and do nothing and just waste life and just become a vegetable. I really think that if people don't work on themselves, then they really start to degenerate over time. And, we have to take care of our faculties, and it's something that could be seen in the span of days even, not just in the span of years or decades or aeons. And that's the big battle that's always going on within you. So I totally disagree with Jules when it comes to that. I think that people recognize...
What did you disagree with me on? I
disagree with you with this idea that if somebody doesn't really care about death, they're not going to take life as seriously. They're not going to give as much to this life as possible. Or I see it that if you are feeling...
No, I think they worship death. I don't think they care about death.
Well, regardless of however they approach death, as you're saying,
of course they care.
Hold on. You were talking about how their approach to death would mean that they would not treat life the same way that, let's say, you would treat it, or transhumanists
They wouldn't rage
treat it.
against. They wouldn't rage against what they perceive as inevitable, and they would call it wise.
Rage how though? Because if you're talking about taking care of yourself, being physically fit, being active,
to fight against entropy.
Doing what other than what I just said, and maybe taking some supplements that come down the road. Like, I don't know.
I don't understand what we disagreed on.
By the way, I'm loving in the chat the Gennady memes.
I don't understand what we disagreed on.
Okay.
Truly.
Okay, just to rewind the clock a little
bit. It's reminding me.
Tell me what I think that you disagree with.
Okay, if I understood you correctly, and if not, please let me know. The people who are not fighting against death, you're saying that they treat life in a in a not so positive way, or how exactly are they treating life?
I'm not a Steven. I mentioned Steven Pinker's argument that I disagreed with, because I think it's absolutely fine to have a bunch of Amish.
I think what
the
Jules
problem are the moralistic busybodies who don't want other people to strive. Like, some people are so disturbed by ambition that they'll form groups to discourage individual ambition.
No, but I think Jules is trying to, or rather, Jules is stating what Steven Pinker trying to ghastly fumble his way through Nietzsche, and saying that people who have a metaphysical objectivist worldview are like life denying because they're looking at beyond. They're not like life affirming. I think that's what Steven Pinker was getting at. But yeah, I'm just reminded.
People don't have to fight death. I think people should be able to have supersized sodas that they banned from McDonald's. Like, Bloomberg made it illegal to get huge sodas. I think people should be able to drink as much soda as they want. Like, I don't even think you should have people saying you shouldn't be drinking so much soda. Like, it's better off just not drinking the soda and showing off. Why not have people say that, though? Because that's how you make them drink more soda. If you talk about things people shouldn't do, it's because you're annoying, not because you're helping people. Like,
yeah, but what if you want to help people?
You just talk about things you think people should be doing. Be like, this is what I do. This is what you should be doing. If you're doing things you shouldn't be doing, like, I will not say, I don't think you should be doing that in an empathetic way. I might say it in a harsh, compassionate way. I might say it in a way that's like really fucking cold and prickly, and then I'll drop it.
I'm reminded
and then I'll
of
be warm.
Jules. I'm reminded of this one clip. I think it was a documentary of an Orthodox monk, and he's looking at the catacombs attached to the church, and he's saying, these are all of the remains of all of our old brothers. This fate awaits us all one day. So, but think of it, that fate awaits us all one day. So, yeah.
Well, let's get to Graventus and Hero and Vincent. So, Graventus, I don't know how long you've been hearing the conversation so far regarding death. I mean, you were here for a pretty long time now, but what is your perspective when it comes to a lot of these things that we just talked about, when it comes to the fulfillment that a person would get, let's say, from the transhumanist side versus from the side of faith?
It's not, forget the transhumanist side. It's
Jules, let him talk.
I have faith. I have more faith than, it's like, faith is a peerless bridge, right? Emily Dickinson. It's not one versus the other. And this is the problem with these language games. People don't know how to just completely override. So, like, people can just like spin their wheels forever, and it's its own kind of swing. But at a certain point, it's like you're watching lemmings walk off a cliff, and it's just like you stop caring.
Okay,
it's kind of true, actually. A lot of online discourses like that. Oh boy.
Okay, Graventus, nice haircut, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed that. Wow.
Yeah, and I'll just jump off. Thing,
See, for you it's Gennady, for me it's the hat. Like especially the strategically placed ones. You know, like the ones where they probably went into Photoshop and made sure it falls exactly where you know what I mean? Like that's okay. Gravitas.
Yeah, kind of like just jumping off of the story Gio told. I mean, there's I think it's a monastery in Romania where there's, you know, these old skulls of the monks, and they kind of carve into them, you know, what you are, I once was, what I am, you will be. It's that question of, you know, how do we define life and death in that sense? You know, at least from the Orthodox perspective, the idea of, you know, death isn't just, you know, when your heart stops. The idea of the Orthodox life is this constantly putting the old man to death in scriptural terms, this idea that you're killing these passions, these sort of sinful impulses to kind of achieve this true life in the sense. I mean, because we can see, you know, throughout society, these people who, you know, we're all alive, but, you know, are they truly living? Whatever sort of addiction they have, if they're addicted to food or, you know, X, Y, or Z, and you kind of look at it and ask yourself, is this really a life worth living? Yet they have freedom in a sense, but they're enslaved in another way, in these passions, these you know, this physical thing. And it's that freeing of that kind of like these physical impulses, in which, you know, at least in the Orthodox perspective, that's how you like truly live in that sense.
And can I ask you, Gravantis, do you think that Orthodoxy was influenced by the character of the people and the time periods that Orthodoxy has lived throughout within Eastern Europe? Because during the 20th century, the Orthodox churches, as you know, faced immense persecution, hardship, almost mass extermination by the Soviets, by Ceausescu in Romania. I remember back in the day, there was this new atheist person. I forget what her name was. She was Romanian. She said, "Oh, well, you know, when the atheists were ruling Romania, the communists, it was just good and nothing bad happened." It's like, well, I don't know if you ask the Orthodox. So do you think that the Orthodox veneration of death comes from the immense tragedy that has befallen a lot of Orthodox people?
I also think it makes it a lot easier for your divine right of kings, right? For people like the Borgias, people who are like dominating the rhetoric of God, you're able to send in basically like just like human mass to exert will, right? The will of God, you might say. And I think there's a big difference between, you know, people who preach, you know, jihad, you know, and actually like the people that are telling suicide bombers to be suicide bombers are not the ones doing it themselves. Like you tend to see a big difference, and I'm not saying people should be like fucking Stannis Baratheon and some crazy shit, but it's just sort of like there's a big difference between, you know, someone like Jon Snow, who like would lead first, and then you have the difference between people that are Varys, who depend on lots of crows and would never be caught dead or alive fighting for anything. They just like to lurk in the shadows.
Annies, they're capos, they're carrier pigeons. Yeah. So
yeah. I mean, just to what Gio was talking about, I think the Orthodox Church has experienced it recently, but you know, that's nothing new from Christian history. You look at the original Roman persecutions, then you go to the Ottomans, you know, then you go to the Soviets. I mean, even when nominal Christian emperors, you know, in name, they would still persecute populations. You know, you had these Arian emperors, you had these iconoclastic emperors and stuff. So it's more that constant reminder of, you know, what exactly is man's purpose? What are we striving for? Because time and time again, it's shown that, you know, if you put your worth in, say, material possessions or something, It doesn't really matter what time frame or country you live in. Even if it's a religious society, it could be taken away in an instant. You know, in California, Governor Newsom, he has ordered all churches to close, and the Russian church in particular is indignant about it. And these are people descended from the Soviet Union, people who have fled from the Soviet Union, and they have this strong distrust of government already, and they essentially said, okay, you've made your order, now you have to enforce it. And sort of that, I think, it's not necessarily that it formed it, but it allowed that constant reminder of what's important. Because, when persecution can come right, anytime, you kind of always have that in your mind, and that shifts your focus into what's really important. When things are kind of comfortable and comfy, it's very easy to get distracted, and that's kind of in the patristic literature, the monastic literature, it's always that, you can't get lazy, you can't get distracted, kind of get caught up in these earthly comforts. The idea of coming like a thief in the night. You never know what's going to happen tomorrow. You're not promised tomorrow. So, that constant examination of, am I in a proper spiritual state right now in this moment? If God came face to face with me, would I be justified? So I think that sort of the persecutions in that sense has that positive benefit to it, even if it, is kind of paradoxical, but it really kind of sheds back and peels back the layers of sort of this illusion of what we may think is life, but in the end, it's all transient. It's all illusion in the end.
Well, there is a good middle ground, I think, here, where, for example, on one hand, imagine living some kind of a factory farm existence where you're constantly being milked. I'm actually drinking some milk over here. This is really good quality milk. I'm going to put some honey in it afterwards, and that's going to taste amazing, the land of milk and honey. So I think the good middle ground would possibly be where you are
Is that the Rupi Kaur book, Milk and Honey?
I've never read that, but please send it my way. I'll definitely enjoy reading it.
I love.
Yeah. So anyway, like I imagine a good middle ground would be not the state where you're constantly being tortured, and not the state where you're constantly only drinking milk and honey and that's it, because eventually it's like, if there's no challenge whatsoever, if you could do like whatever you want. That's my whole thing, going back to how come we don't right now have the ability to fly, teleport, create whatever we want, because there's no challenge in it. There is a challenge in this human frailty. So I think a good middle ground is one where you can stand up for certain things you believe in and protect your family and do something that makes you a valued member of your community. Like when that is something that is a way that you prove yourself, then I think it does make life that much more satisfying than either of those two options.
Yeah, I mean, to just kind of address that, I think this is where sort of like the Christian mindset, it addresses kind of like the two different areas. Sort of when you're in this position where you really don't have a way to like the top echelons of society or anything. You're not going to make it. You're going to be a farmer the rest of your life,
don't you?
You can either sort of get trapped in this mindset of, my life is worthless, I'm just going to like go in this rabble, or you can apply that meaning to it. When St. Paul mentions everything you do for the glory of God, that real focus. And meanwhile, on the converse, say if you're the nobility, the aristocracy, kind of with that comes also that responsibility that, I have all this privilege, I have all these blessings that came into my life. And it's my responsibility to sort of help those that are below me. And so there's like kind of that give and take on both sides of it.
Definitely.
And things like God only giving you what you can handle. Like this is a type of thing that shows that from the less privileged perspective that experiences a lot of oppression, there's always an opportunity for transcendence from that frame for sure.
We also have Yams joining us, so I just wanted to give a shout out to Yams. Yams, how are you? Can you hear us?
What's up, Yams?
I'm doing great. How about everybody else?
I'm doing good, but your sound is a little bit quiet.
Oh, yeah, because I'm a bit quiet.
There we go. Now that's better.
Preventus, you were mentioning how and I hear this all the time when people are like preaching or just soapboxing, giving advice. They'll say certain things they take for granted, similar to, like, we're all going to die. You might not have access to the elite, like there might be certain organizations you never have access to. And it's like those sorts of inceptions that I think stop people from going on Craigslist and trying to make a contact, or just DMing people with their messages open on Instagram or Twitter. There's a lot of these stories, if you read the Warhol Economy, of how certain artists became who they are, or if you watch Exit to the Gift Shop, the Banksy documentary about Mr. Brainwash, like a lot of people, they deny the common wisdom of there are certain things like you won't be able to attain because you're not special. And that's the brainwash that shuts down outside the box thinking. And if you realize the beauty of America, and America as an eternal idea, because that's really what America is. It's an eternal idea that the individual is precious, right? And that's not some kind of Ayn Randian dystopian pathology, right? It's a cultivation of spirit that you can accomplish wilder dreams than you might dare to imagine.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
and so why not stop telling yourself things that are dismissive and go, wait a second, let's slow down here. Why do I think I can't acquire these things or do these things? Why do I take certain things for granted when maybe I shouldn't?
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that it's not possible for someone to change, I guess, positions. But for the vast majority of people, people are born in whatever lot of life that they're given. And most people stay in that lot of life. This is about...
Because they lack information.
Because
they lack information.
They can't reach out, that they can't, make connections, that they can't, there's always these success stories. And those success stories are a minority. There's very select group of people. And, that's something good. This is where I've come into this great blessing. And now, I started at the bottom, and, I know what it's like. And so I have a greater appreciation to sort of help people who are in that position currently that I was once in. This isn't to say that everyone has to, not do anything. This is about being happy where you are, regardless of where you are. You right. can be happy. There's people who are homeless on the streets who are vast majority happier than
Jules,
multimillionaire. This idea that sort of wherever you are, you can find happiness. You can find that transcendence. It's not that you can't change your conditions. It's just that you have to be happy wherever you are, or else you won't be happy anywhere you are.
The big thing here is like this very simple distinction is that you cannot construct transcendence. You have to discover it. And it is always discoverable, no matter your circumstances. And yet things are relative. So what you're given, it's all an opportunity to learn. There's an opportunity to learn from anything you're given, if it's crazy suffering or crazy wealth. And there's pitfalls on both sides of those as well, which is why the most famous people with the most resources are usually fucking miserable, because they've been telling themselves this whole lives that if I construct it, if I create transcendence, then I will be immortal. And that is just, and then when they do it and then they realize, this is it.
Yeah.
Well, Jules knows some people who are pretty up there in terms of like wealth and all that stuff. Like
Joe, you too. I'm not in this box alone.
No, sure. I know people, but you grew up with a lot of these people. I went to a Catholic school, which was like, I
love how you're outing Jules as a bourgeois snob.
No. Jules went to a really good school.
Jules went to the real deal.
Jules went to a really good prestigious school where he got to meet a lot of people who are really, really high up. So this is an interesting question that I have as far as what is the level of misery
I never even thought like this. I never even thought like this before. This is why I love this show too.
Jules,
I remember I told Lev about a party I went to once. And then like Lev breaks out his Google Android, and it's like he's Googling the people at the party, and I'm like, oh, this is new.
Okay. First off,
one thing that's how he introduced himself.
Okay, first off, I was Googling somebody's name at the party because I was interested in
their
family history.
Are they Illuminati?
No.
Might be Illuminati,
I didn't say that.
I'm like, dude, what?
No,
like, what?
No, Jules, don't put words in my mouth. That is not what I said.
Anyways, let me bring it back. Let me bring it back really quick. I think, by the way, Lev, for people who don't know, but he does mention this, is one of the directors at the National Arts Club. And so maybe if they lift this psyop one day, maybe me and Joan could do like a talk there. That'd be.
You could already do a talk there. Joan, you could already do a talk there because I get to decide who comes in, and I would love for you guys to come in and talk there.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Once the lockdown is out. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the National Arts Club is that there are a lot of people there who, there are people there in Gramercy Park who do come from money. But the one thing that I found, and I'm not making a blank statement on everybody at all, but I have found just hobnobbing with some people who are, who don't need to worry about money, it's very easy to go down the path of drug abuse. And that is something that's true. Like it's just, it's not a criticism of any particular person here at all. It's just saying that it's that much more easier if they were in a situation where they didn't have access to as much as much drugs and as much money for the drugs, it would be that much harder for them to, to have that lifestyle.
Yeah, for me, I think it's like very simple, right? Like this construction thing, where these are the things I need, are a lot harder to hold on to when you're fucked up. And so it's an easy way to like a momentary glimpse. But then it becomes abusive because it's not, it's a trick.
It's a rich dad, poor dad type of thing, where you would have people who are in the bottom of the economic ladder who are hooked on drugs. And now obviously we have the middle class also with the oxys, but still, if you're in a position where you're you're busy. I mean, some businessmen, they do like taking, and businesswomen, don't mean to misgender here, that they are too busy and they may take some stimulants too. Like they may take Adderall. Like, that is also a thing that I personally think that over time, something like Adderall, which is like legalized meth, that's something that's going to bring down the human system, even for those
meth you're high on for like 36 hours. Like Adderall is like 4 hours.
Yeah, but as far as the health effects,
it's affecting your dopamine. I mean,
look at someone. But if anyone saw Tiger King, and you look at the teeth of that guy who they compared to who's that fella from Guardians of the Galaxy, the WWE wrestler, like
Batista.
I think it's really, like Lev once said to me, it's like, oh, it's really easy for you to say that. I think it's really easy for people to say things when you haven't tried the difference, right? It's like,
Jules, I think
one thing I've never done meth, right? I've done Adderall. Like I've done coke. I've done Adderall. They're completely different.
Use me, Jules.
Right? and I also
here we go.
I also know people that have tried meth, who then have
Jules,
also tried cocaine and Adderall.
Jules, you'll become immortal if you do meth. I swear, you'll become immortal.
What are we talking about here? This is not new conversation.
When to go meth?
Like,
Google it.
I mean,
I have
where are we right now? What is this?
Was it
space?
just crack though?
It's just like
no. What I was gonna say really quickly is that Jules, I think.
Wait, how many of us are in? No one here is from New York, right? New York is just like the big corruptor.
I'm from New York.
Is that it? Just New York? We're just basically corrupting the rest of America here from New York.
I mean, I'm from California. I got no room to criticize on that, man.
Yeah,
never hit the meth pipe.
What I was gonna say,
like Joe Biden's son, right? Or like. Or how did Martin Scorsese open
oh my God.
Wolf of Wall
There's
Street?
so
Those
much-
guys
so
were
much
just
I can't
things
follow.
going on.
Together.
I can't follow, Jules. Pause.
What I was gonna say, Jules, really quickly.
I'm not even. I'm
Is
on
that
no amphetamines.
you mentioned
this is just
something-
literally my normal.
you mentioned that a lot of people. Oh my God, where am I? You mentioned a lot of people. They stick to a particular lot in life because they lack information. I think that it's wrong in the sense to think that way because we've been wrestling with these issues literally for thousands of years because this is the main issue of the middle Platonic dialogue, the Protagoras. And I think Plato was wrong in that regards to saying that if people had information or people had knowledge, that I would immediately translate into praxis and action. I think that because we live in the information age, yet we're seeing deaths by despair rise like nothing else. I think that if anything, overload is producing a particular type of subject that isn't well equipped to certain, let's call it, going back to the Greeks, life flourishing, eudaimonia. I think that even if you have information, a lot of people can just like rationalize away. It's like what Nietzsche said, ironically enough, where he said, rationalization to a lot of things is a process after the fact. So he said that when there's a dogma or there's a certain way of looking at yourself, he said that reason eventually permeates into it to the point where you can't tell the difference whether it was pure reason or whether it's just rationalization. I think that's what's happening nowadays. A lot of people, they're injecting their own systems of excess and hedonism, and they're trying to domesticate it. They're trying,
a good way to put it.
Yeah, they're trying to
reify. Guys are trying to domesticate.
Yeah, exactly, reify. Like for example, I saw this one post.
I saw domesticate me.
No, but what I mean is like, for example, I saw this one post that was like really, and of course it was a Reddit post. I mean, my God, right? It was this like this couple where they were like swingers and like they had a table with like chips and IPAs on it, and it said like something about it's like wholesome domesticity. So in other words, you're taking an act that used to have this aesthetic transgression to it, that used to be a bohemian activity. Now it's like become this like bourgeois, justified Stepford wife sort of deal. But now it's like this quirky Reddit, like, oh, of course me and my husband are polyamorous sort of thing. It's like, to me, that just saps even from a purely artistic point of view, it just saps the life out of everything. Because people, it's not that people don't know better, it's that people know entirely too much. And in fact, I think that's the problem.
That's why they got kicked out of Eden, right? That's why they got kicked out of Eden, because the devil gave the apple of knowledge, right?
Yeah,
So that's my role here.
Be the devil.
I'm gonna have to take off, but I did have one last little thought to leave with you guys, and yeah, I've probably shared more of my thoughts than enough. But yeah, I think from the get-go, we've been talking about the problems of reification, right? And the fact that it kind of becomes these prisons, and then we connected it to this construction thing of us creating the illusion that we can construct the life to cheat death, and what we're pointing at here is like once we construct it, it starts falling apart. We see it's false. Then we go out of our way to protect it. And then every once in a while it breaks down and it kind of opens things up a little bit. Maybe if we take some drugs, and then we come back and then the reification, we reify again, we're back in duality. And so then we create a rule. We construct this reified idea of our drug use or our escape or addiction. That was the thing that gave us freedom. We just popped into a new prison. So it's like, it's just duality, eating duality, eating duality. And it's not until you discover, not construct the part of your experience, that then from a dualistic spiritual perspective, you're done. And then you check out, you go in your cave, and you enjoy your bliss.
Your goon cave.
Yeah. Or you're invited to take the tantric perspective and say, all right, now I'm going to go find out how to engage with life, knowing that it is all sacred and it's connected to this thing that I've discovered. And then all of a sudden you can use drugs with a good intention for whatever that reason. Right. I popped a couple edibles. I'm a Colorado guy an hour or so ago, and I've been drinking a white person seltzer here. So, the tantric is guilty, but yeah, I think there's ways to use it in a less degenerate way, and to do the other is just a fool's game.
By the way, Jared, before you go, I am posting your website on the chat window. You can see it right over there. Everybody, go to jaredjanes.com. And yeah, you have a podcast that you're doing. You talk about Tantra. You have so number 44, Q&A hiatus in the future. That's your latest one. Wait, so are you taking a hiatus? What's going on?
Well, I had an old podcast. It's wrapping up, so that's the end of that one. But
Gotcha.
There's a new one coming up that I just started. That I'm trying to do something a little more artistic because my tantric, the expression part of my life is just rebooting. So yeah, I tried to live in the podcast world, something that I know.
Nice. And what's the new one called?
It's just called With Jared Janes because I couldn't think of a name.
Nice. Everybody
so
follow.
With.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, everybody follow Jared Janes on Twitter. And Jared, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it, man.
Jared, thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for swinging by.
And everybody, please subscribe if you have not done so yet. So
subscribe.
Exactly. So we're going to have a few more people, not a few more. We actually have a lot of people coming in later on, but I wanted to get to some of the people who haven't had a chance to speak that much. Hero and Saturn Yams. So Hero, let us know what's on your mind, and also Yams, and also Joan. I would love for you to give your takes as well on what we've been talking about and things beyond that as well.
Sorry, I haven't been talking so much. I've been this is the first night I've gotten like a decent amount of sleep in a while, so I'm a bit giddy with extra energy.
That's great.
No, this has been really fun. I like this discussion. I thought it was funny. So Gio, you got your big spotlight, my dude. How's it feel?
Oh yeah, on the the Campbot podcast with it was good. It was with Logo as well. Talked about cancel culture. I tried to I think it was pretty good. I think me and Logo we had a pretty good exchange. I tried to push back a little bit on Campbot's recent tweeting. Logo's recent tweeting about it.
I'm happy to hear that. Some of those tweets, my dude, like I like the guy a lot. I really like the guy. I think he's really smart, but a lot of the things he does just seems really like counterproductive and just really not practical. Like he just dives in places that just are not like helpful at all, and it's just to like show off and be like, I'm smarter than you, you're doing this.
Well, it's like a certain someone in this chat right now tweeted when you're so contrarian you go right back to liberalism. No, but I get what Logo is saying, though. I think that if you so choose to donate to Campbot, I think it was a good podcast, and it really shed light. I think Logo, this is why I want him on the podcast more. He's a much better conversationalist than he is a bait tweeter. So I think Campbot is certainly warranted in questioning the parameters of what exactly is cancel culture.
No doubt.
But I do think that there's a certain level where what I was trying to say, that it does affect people on a material level. There is a reality to it. As much as we can debate about it, to me, I think cancel culture, as me and Logo were pointing this out, is older than time. Well, not older, but is as old as time itself, because cancel culture is just like a modern sort of predication upon very old realities of the scapegoat, of things of that nature. But I do think that cancel culture is a modern monster, in that we now have a new secular public religion that we have to festoon ourselves over. And I think that, that's the thing. But at the same time, the critics of cancel culture are entirely vague in their criticisms, because a lot of this is just discourses and counter discourses and the quest for Hegelian recognition. And so Logo was very apt at pointing that out. But I do think that the thing is, here's the thing with Campbot and Logo, okay? Now, I've always said this, just to make this clear to everyone. I'm a Janny for no one, okay? Hero is my Janny right now, but that's besides the point. I'm a Janny to no man.
You flaunt that too much. There's too much pressure, man.
Yeah, I know.
What's a Janny?
I don't clean it up for anyone. I'm not a janitor to anyone. Here's the thing.
Why?
I'm supposed to clean
Why
up for
not?
Geo, but I'm bad at it.
If you don't do that, that's what's gonna lead to everyone being black-pilled and the fall of America.
Well, yeah, I think being a Janny inherently blackpills people for.
How do you
we could discuss it?
But
Jules, really quickly. What I was gonna say,
you need at least one for every 10 or 20.
Oh
yeah, you need a whole
Oh my
army.
God! What? Who said? Oh my God!
Anyways, what I was
Jules,
going to say,
Jules?
I love and appreciate Campbot and Logo, but at the same time, I think that we have to foster an environment where we can be critical of each other and we can point out each other's foibles without getting too emotionally invested. I think that I even said this on the podcast. I think that Campbot and Logo, they do love bait posting. They love the irony stuff. They love the thrill of being contrarian. And I think I'm not talking behind their backs. I will readily say this. But I do think that people, in some ways, they can misunderstand them because they're always kind of like this, right? Like they readily
some people
admit
just like misunderstanding things because that's how they fucking.
Well, yeah,
socialize.
that's true. That's
I
true.
think they bring it on themselves a little bit too.
No,
though.
yeah, I will. Okay, yeah. Like I hate to admit it. I don't want to talk behind anyone's back, but I do think in a lot of ways they do bring it upon themselves. Now, here's the thing.
Impossible to talk behind someone's back on the stream.
Wait,
It's impossible to talk behind someone's back on this stream.
Jules,
it's true.
Jules, why are you so evil today? What the hell?
This is actually just me being gregarious.
Well, Kaliak has what's it called, radicalized you now.
No.
Kaliak Discord has groomed you into being radicalized.
I think the problem is that Jules Googled Jordan Peterson Wendigo.
Just like maybe some people have tried to domesticate me. Now I'm complicit in the unwieldy task of trying to domesticate Callie-chan.
But Callie-chan cannot be domesticated.
Callie-chan will not be domesticated.
It's already, circus ready.
Explain yourself, Jules. Explain yourself.
Please. It's gonna derail me.
It's a freaking hive thing. I don't know what it is. It's just doing its own thing. It's just,
But Jules, I think again, this is what I'm trying to get at: is that we all have our particular hives, we all have our particular tribes, we all have our particular groups that we're trying to fit into. And I think, again, I'm currently writing a piece, and hopefully it'll be an American Sun, about sort of like an internet survival guide in some ways, in that I think that we have to emphasize that you can't be a Janny, you can't be a carrier pigeon, you can't be a capo, because that will ultimately lead to frustration and disappointment and people treating you like a reply guy. And when you attach yourself to a certain online movement or group of people, I think that the temptation of gaining clout is so great that people will forget themselves.
Exactly.
Sounds familiar.
It's the thing that you have to do with these movements is you have to find what fits it out of you, because there's a reason why you're attracted to the aesthetics of the movement. There's a reason why you wanted to be inside it. So like it's not a bad thing to like join the movement in the first place. But like my girlfriend Eve says, she's like, be an ideological pirate, take what you want from it and then like kind of sail on your own, because if you stay for too long, you're gonna of course become you're going to become a flag bearer, and then you're going to see like it derail. Then you're going to see all the cycles, and then you're going to get black pilled or whatever. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, you can still be there, but you can watch it from afar, which is my take on it.
And that's the thing. I think people too will go to great lengths, even if they'll overlook things that are kind of sus. You never want to get yourself into a position where you're either Skinner boxing yourself or exposing yourself to certain, let's say, luminescent activity.
Skinner boxing.
Wait, Jules, we already went through this. We went through this.
What is it? What the hell is Skinner boxing?
It's broadly the sociological term for the experimentation of observing experimental animals or groups of subjects while they are not aware of the fact that they're being observed. So like a mice is observed through a one-way mirror.
What do you
pressing
think
a button?
About Skinner boxing people and then gaslighting them?
Skinner
gaslighting is
like,
base.
Is that like God's work? Is that God's work, or what is that?
No, I think
gaslighting is God's work.
It is.
Gaslighting is truly God's work, and if you understand,
I guess Lady Gaga is part of God's plan.
Yes.
Lady Gaga is part of God's plan because, as a high priestess of the globalists, they are provoking a response and they are projecting certain psychic images among people, and so therefore, as Hollywood and the culture industry gets more overtly satanic and ghastly, I think that it's a real test for people of faith to sort of strengthen themselves. And
gaslighters need to just start getting kneecapped. I'm just
why?
I agree.
But we all gaslight each other. That's the thing, Joel.
Exactly.
We live in the age of
Because they're
gaslighting.
spreading a stunting contagion that is debilitating and degenerating people. When you
I actually agree for once.
Completely avoid it.
Oh, go ahead, Hero.
I'm just saying, like, surprisingly, I actually agree for once. I'm with Jules on this.
Interesting, because if you know about the cycles and everything that goes on in online communities, you'll know that gaslighting literally accelerates the bad parts of any movement. You'll know that gaslighting accelerates any of the good parts.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just the way it is.
Gaslighting is about just you're trying to kill someone's credibility. Like Britney Spears is the logical conclusion of gaslighting. Trying to 5150 Kanye West is the conclusion of gaslighting. Basically, using someone's mental state in a legal argument is the conclusion of gaslighting. And anyone that freely wields that to exert control in small social situations, individual social situations, family social situations, like, is doing like Michelle Carter stuff with impunity.
But then there are also
they're the reason why so many people are on pills or just in these negative feedback loops. And then they take this grandma compassion position, thinking, "Oh, I'm just worried about you. I'm just, I care about you. And
well, it's true.
It's
the
like,
whole populations are being gaslit now, Jules. That's the thing. Society itself is predicated upon certain pathologies that are designed to gaslight the subject.
Yeah.
And so it becomes exceedingly difficult.
And
this is replicated in micro movements online as well. Yeah, sorry, Yams. Yeah.
Yams?
Yes. Am I still there?
You are.
Yeah, you're here.
Okay. Yeah, this is replicated in like small internet movements, and I know this from being in Kaliak or Kaliak adjacent and other movements before it, which I will not name.
Oh boy! I bet I could guess that one. I'm just kidding.
You'll never guess it.
Yeah, no, by design, I'm sure.
Oh, okay, Jules.
I'm telling you, this is why Gamergate was the 9/11 of the internet.
Oh my God. Please.
It wouldn't have happened. They would have had their glorious neoliberal dream if it wasn't for Gamergate. So
that's probably true.
Because because if you notice like any movement, of course, like there's a law of entropy. There's a law that it goes down. But unless you're hyper aware of this and you like want to cull the herd, you have to like take measures into your own hands so like it doesn't happen like unconsciously to yourself, or like it'll happen naturally, but if you want to like speed up the like movement of it, you gotta massive gaslighting. Well, so yeah.
I would say that it's extremely useful, and in terms of getting to perhaps a better, if we were to go off the idea that whatever ideology we're perpetuating would lead us to something better, to accelerate that, it's probably particularly useful. But I just think that it's a kind of cruel method to put on people. That's my only point. I'm not saying it's not useful. I'm just saying that I find it particularly cruel, especially just because I'm somebody that takes things very literally. I like to take people at face value. I like to speak, what I say are things that I believe. I I'm not good at
irony and stuff.
Yeah, I can. I prefer not to. I find that I do better when I just speak honestly. I find that when people approach me with that, when people try to what do you call it? When people try to approach me and try to gaslight me, or just just when I'm involved in that kind of a situation, I just find it particularly cruel, and I think it's really unfair to put onto people.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you're talking about. And
It's
that's a valid point to kind of cross check. But I mean, the world is pretty cutthroat out there, so.
Well, I mean, I'm a cynic for a reason. That's
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I don't want any cynics on this show, I swear.
Well, it's too late, my dude.
Too late.
The only problem is like
it's an ongoing process, right?
we,
maybe I'll just get the GOT.
If we have people who actually do have some problems and they think that everybody's just gaslighting them if they're just trying to give advice to them, that's another situation. I don't think it's as likely today as the reverse on the internet, but at the same time, it's like, it sort of reminds me in a way of when people say like somebody's sea-lining them. You know, like somebody's trying to come from a place of good faith and talking with them about things, but they
concern trolling.
Yeah, exactly. They just see it as all concern trolling.
Like from my own experiences, I won't get into details. When you get to a certain point, people are always like, there are certain people that certain people you just can't really talk to because they're driven by other motivations, or they're have a very, let's call it, neurodivergent character. So it becomes difficult to sort of have any real someone who predicates a lot of value on trying to be quote unquote real on the internet. I think it's incredibly difficult, if not near impossible, because ultimately at the end of the day, you can't control for the grand other thinks of you, and so it becomes difficult to really project an image of openness when certain people will inevitably grade against you. I'm actually shocked that I haven't experienced any like significant pushback until like maybe recently here and there.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean, because it seems that if you the price you pay for clout is oftentimes the negatives of drama and gaslighting and things of that nature. But I think, see, this conversation is difficult because most people can't relate to it, because like you want to have, you know what I mean? It's like, because most people are like, oh, that's fucking internet bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, sorry not to swear, but like most, yeah, it just becomes, it degrades into something that is, you know what I mean? But I do think you have to be careful. You have to really pick who you associate with.
It can say it's internet bullshit all the time,
hate
but
hearing
it's not
that.
what I had.
I hate hearing how you have to pick who you associate with, because like I feel like this is part of our show is a free association movement.
No, but I think like Jules, I think what I mean is that
who I associate with, I wouldn't associate with.
No, I want to mean a deeper level. Sorry, not mere associating.
You know what I mean? Like if I had thought about,
you could go
this has been like, this is potentially like social and career suicide.
I want to hear what Yams has to say.
I wouldn't have embarked on this.
No,
at all.
but Jules, what I mean is you can have. I believe that you can
associate
associate with someone, like you could associate in terms of like just like having a discourse with them. But what I mean is when you're getting to the point of identifying with a movement or becoming a Janny for someone, I think that's a deeper level of identification that you have to be cautious of. Because I can go on stream with anyone, right? You can go on stream with anyone, or you could have a discourse with someone or an engagement. I don't believe with this bullshit that like, apart from certain people that are just terrible people, but that's different. What I mean is like when you identify with a movement or a group of people or someone in particular, I think unfortunately you do have to not worry about like I'm going to get canceled or I'm going to get fired. I mean like, are people around you that you choose to strongly identify with, are they going to help you grow your soul and grow your human flourishing? Or are they going to just treat you like a reply guy or treat you like a Janny or blackpill you beyond oblivion to the point where it's only one narrative that you're focused on? I think that's what I mean. when it comes to like bringing people on the show, I think that's fine. You know, the more controversial, the better. It's just that's what I mean when you really have to
nothing
express
controversial anymore. There's nothing controversial.
What do you mean? I mean, if you're gonna come from the
controversial.
place that there are absolutely no hot takes anymore, then
They're
I mean,
so
of course,
the hot take
removed.
market
They're
has
so
been kinda,
rare and far removed. They're so rare and far removed that
I mean, if anything, being yourself is the most controversial thing ever.
Hell yeah.
that's true.
I mean, that's literally the baseline most.
you're always
controversial
yourself,
thing you
though.
can
Everyone
ever
is
be.
always
It's
themselves.
to be your
It's not
essence.
true.
But
Are you
everyone's
sure? Are you
always
sure?
themselves.
Because like
I am
I
sure.
say,
Everyone's always
Oh, no.
themselves.
But I killed
I
you.
say all the time. A lot of people get the advice to be yourself, but like yourself is like so horrible. Like your personality is like
No.
void, nothing, zilch, nada, like worse than my mirror that's fogged up right now. And I mean, come on. I mean, are you sure everybody's themselves? Because I don't see
You're
a lot of
always
essence in a lot of people.
I subscribe to David Hume's bundle theory. I think it is the best comparison to what we've learned studying the self in the brain in the last 10 years. I think that you're different people in different situations, that you are a fundamentally different person waiting online for pack Twizzlers than you are like fighting for your daughter's life in front of a tiger. Like your personality is not the same person if you're defending your daughter's life in front of a tiger versus you're twiddling your thumbs online for pack Twizzlers.
Why can't those be like different facets of the like essence?
Well, that's
instead?
it. Everybody has multiple personalities.
That's
right?
not multiple. You're still the
It's-
same person.
You're well, that's
Theoretically,
exactly right, and that's what
theoretically.
Well, you
and
have
so that's
different
why I said
masks that
that
you-
to start.
No, yeah, different
By
masks.
the way, I
yeah,
love that Jenny picture from the chat. That's the most insufferable Jenny picture.
That's awful.
Kill all. Sorry, no, I didn't say that. I didn't say kill all Jenny.
Gio, please.
In Minecraft.
Wait, by the way, Yams, the anime
Yeah.
picture on your avatar, is that girl from the song?
Yes, it is. Oh,
Yeah,
man,
nice
that girl,
circulation.
best girl.
Yeah, I gotta see that anime. I haven't seen it yet. You'd recommend it, right?
What's
Yes,
this
very
anime girl that's really controversial now? She's got the big the
Oh,
belly.
I got you.
And
The
yeah.
Uzaki-chan.
Uzaki-chan. There you go.
Yeah,
How old is Uzaki-chan? Just for
19.
reference? Oh, okay,
Uzaki-chan.
yeah, then that's super legal.
Let
Yeah.
me see.
There we go. That the picture for it? I saw that and got
I
a
just
kick
She
out.
kinda looks like a
noticed
tomboy.
that. I don't
That's
want to.
what pisses them off so much.
Yeah.
Because they want
I
to
don't
turn
know
the
about,
tomboys
I don't know
into
about the tomboy thing, because the tomboy thing, it's like
it's the
way
whole
that people are
rescuing.
the way they're hyper specific about it. I don't know. There's kind of like some Freudian stuff going there. I don't know.
Hmm.
There's kind of some confusion.
But the legend is that the tomboys, they could just remain tomboys, and society is forcing them to go into this gender neutral kind of thing. And the meme is that I'm gonna save them. I'm gonna save the tomboys.
Oh, from transition.
Kind
Yeah,
of.
that's the meme.
Save is a bit of a strong word, but yeah, that is generally it.
Hmm.
I can't save them. I can save everybody.
Give me some
I'm
time.
of the opinion that I can save anybody, and Jules cannot tell me anything. I can save everybody.
But I
That's
think
the
it's
spirit.
no. But it's
That's the
interesting
spirit,
how
bro.
it's interesting how a lot of not just meme culture but online discourse in general. It's very interesting how even to the point of human sexuality and identity expression, do we like think of things through these archetypal manifestations that have been created by like weird eccentric people on the internet. I think it's really crazy how like even the tomboy GF thing is like it's almost like it's expressing a deeper need for a sort of wholesomeness that is lost within the modern like relations between men and women. And like but then again, it's like I think it's still a manifestation of this infantilization of culture, in that you basically want a best friend as a lover, pretty much like a best guy friend as a lover, and that's
which is like so stupid.
yeah, like
Why
people
does
are
that sound
so
stupid.
Why would you want to? So
Why
you're
would
telling me
want
that you
to
want
spend the rest of your life with your best friend?
You want to? No, I'm
Why
talking
would
about
you
like
want
a
to
male
think that
best friend.
there's-
I'm not talking about a best friend. I'm talking about, do you want a GF that like is feminine but plays soccer on the weekends and like is masculine enough to go to the gym with you, come back home, give you head, and then
like
a conglomeration of masculine and feminine.
But again, I think this is
everyone here is an incel, right? Including me, right?
No, I actually like women, and I am texting your girlfriend.
Or voluntary cells.
Wait,
I'm not a voluntary incel.
I'm just a prude.
Dude, it's you. You're the one she's talking to right now.
Yes. I'm sorry, Jules.
No, but my point being is
now I just need to know your face and your name.
What the hell?
What?
Sir,
the point being is that a lot of people, I think, on these extremely online spheres, it seems that there is a impossibility to confront the other as they are, warts and all. We don't want a confrontation with personalities that are holistic and nuanced. We want an ideal type of person to interact with. And the problem is we're setting ourselves up for failure the way pornography sets men up for failure in terms of wanting someone who is actually real, whether it's a woman or a friend or a camaraderie among a political group or a church or whatnot. The problem is it seems that because the internet has allowed us to curate our interactions with people, and the brandification of identity has led to these outcomes where we can't really control. And really, you see people like denouncing each other to the point of hysterics. It's just like, well, if people can't integrate the dissonance of having a friendship or a partnership with people that do not 100% replicate a certain ideal. And I think that's a problem. And we have to sort of divest ourselves of the illusion that like the people we're interacting with online or even people that we're romantically involved with are going to be these like perfect avatars and archetypes. And I think that it's something that's definitely worth sociological exploration, right?
I think the best I would have said like at least 8 years ago or like 10 years ago before this, I would have said log out the internet forever. But the thing about it is that's not possible anymore. There is no log out button anymore. The internet has become, the wired has become us, in my opinion, and especially like the new generation coming in. There's absolutely no way you cannot divorce yourself from the wired. And the only way that you can defeat these archetypes, the only way that you can defeat this is to only co-parter. It's to go deeper. It's to really like mess with the wired so much that it messes with you. And this is the only way that you can come out. That's in my opinion. And that may be a bit dark. That might be a bit hard for like some people. But I mean, the deeper you go, the less it'll affect you.
That sounds close. I think you might be on something.
By the wire, do you mean like the wire heads?
No, I mean like the internet itself, like in understanding it, like swallowing mass media until like your eyes start bleeding, like interacting with people, interacting with like just like texting random people on Twitter or like going on some different forums or going on Discord, like letting yourself live and breathe the wired. And then after that, you'll come out with at least a better appreciation. After that, you'll come out with maybe a GF if you groom her enough.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Wait, was that you trying to groom a GF lately on the?
Me groom.
Oh god.
I'm not gonna speak. I'm not gonna speak on that.
Okay.
I'm getting groomed. I've been getting groomed in Discord ever since I jumped in. I've been getting groomed.
Gosh. I mean, that's how I got
Discord
radicalized.
is the place.
Discord is literally, I think I put a meme on it like on my profile today. Like Discord is pretty much grooming central.
I think you know what I think about. I was going to tweet about this, but I don't know. It seems that me and some friends, we talk about this, and it's kind of like, I don't want to sound like a simp or whatever, but it's like it is true that it tends to be that political movements that manage to at least attract some percentage of women tend to be lindy and tend to have some form of longevity, whether it's like an ideology or whatnot. Because at the end of the day, I think the problem with like very extremely online right-wing movements is that you're going to have to confront the reality that if you're not appealing to the main sort of drivers of contemporary social discourse and policy and whatnot, which is women, it seems that like a lot of the OG red pilling manosphere stuff has sort of led us astray in the sense that if we can't find a way to appeal to what a large part of social existence is predicated on, which is the needs and wants of women, then it's almost like we're doomed to fail. Because you can have an ideology full of strong, capable men, right? But at the end of the day, if it's not at least somewhat appealing to a form of womanhood itself, then I think this is a problem. This is like a moot point that ultimately you're going to have to reconcile the fact that a lot of these ideas, they have to be amicable in some ways to a form of femininity that must be cultivated in order to have a better, more virtuous, godly society. That's the thing right there. I think that's one thing that's overlooked.
But you're speaking about women that have been conditioned by modernity. Is that something that you would really want to pursue?
No, but then that's the thing. That this leads back to the question: do you want to sort of loosen your principles to just attract the form of femininity that the modern world has produced?
Exactly.
Right. So.
Go ahead, Hero. Go ahead, Hero.
No, that's all I want to say. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that for that's a very good metric. That's a very good, interesting question to think about when you think about women being attracted to these movements. But the main thing about it is that women are pretty much have the sniffing detector for bullshit. They know. I mean, it's innate. It's something that they can tell, at least for the most part, what movements are viable in real life, or what movements are viable for their children, which is the better explanation, because they listen to their wombs, in my opinion. And as for the modernity question, I actually like to hear maybe Jazul or somebody else's opinion on that, because I think I have an answer, but I'm not sure. I want to listen down to somebody else first. Thank you.
Well, what do you opinion on what exactly? Sorry, I'm a bit slow. I want to clarify
the fact that if attracting women is a good metric for whether a movement is BS or not, then knowing that modernity has fucked up women to a large extent, how much of a metric do you think that's useful anymore?
That's a tough question.
Well, go on, Hero.
No, I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to say two things. First off, I like that Sam Hyde video, the recent one that he did when he was running through the forest, where he was talking about how if you want to have the ideal girlfriend, it would have to be a guy with Asperger's. That would be.
He's not wrong.
And,
he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. And but the second thing is something that I remember Moldbug was talking about, where this whole idea of we're gonna make this movement and we're gonna fight against the powers that be and all this stuff, that is something that actually ends up creating, according to him, this cartoon-like villain that keeps getting perpetuated in people's heads when it comes to anybody who's going against the system, where the ideal way...
difference between heretics and what did he say? Heretics and there's two levels. Some people are heretics to the system, and some people are anyways, go ahead.
Well, the ideal way, I guess, would be, hey, Serpent Mound, the ideal way would be to be, like I said before, the adult in the room when it comes to a lot of these things, not provoke things that have absolutely no necessary reason to be provoked, while at the same time, living life according to your ways of seeing things, but not really throw yourself in I think the grossest example would be in that case those cartoony battles that people have had where they put on this armor, you had the Antifa people on one side and the MAGA people on the other side with all these cartoony medieval time swords. Who would want to date somebody who would, you know what I mean? It's that kind of energy. It's what's going to come of that? This is not security. This is not somewhere where you're going to be able to be at a top position and be able to provide a good life for your kids, while at the same time, I think it is possible to have a balance of being in that kind of system while at the same time rebelling against it in your own ways. and I guess waiting for the opportunity to strike where, let's say, certain ideas that you have about how to make the world a better place would be able to come into fruition, as far as not having all this bureaucracy stand in the way of certain very common sense things. Like, I think there's too much bureaucracy as it is. That's a whole other, but just like for me personally, I know that if I fight the bureaucracy right now, it's not going to result in anything positive. But if I set a good example for this is the kind of action that I want others to emulate, and this is how I'm living, eventually the time may come where, let's say, everybody just becomes a bunch of toddlers, it becomes idiocracy mode, and then there's going to be a new generation of people who are going to have to pick up the pieces and start anew. And those people, I really hope, would have talked with each other enough that they would recognize each other's blind spots, because I think that everybody has, regardless of whatever circle you're in, there are a ton of blind spots, because there's only so much things you can consume, and different circles end up forming over time, right? So like those circles, all I can ask for is that they keep an open mind to things that they would maybe find negative right now, and see if there's a way that they could just create a much more nuanced way of looking at things, and then they're going to be the ones, not the, it's not going to be the extremists. It's going to be people who are going to have a much more nuanced take, who are the adults in the room again, who are going to be able to pick up the pieces. But yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
I'm so done with the adults in the room. I'm ready to defenestrate all of them.
But that's the whole point.
You don't like adult youth?
No, actually, that's not the whole point. The adults are looking pretty soft when you look at the youth. If I would line up with the youth any day over. I mean, I don't want to go against like a 50-year-old Tyson, right? But as far as like,
I'm not talking about those
adults in the room.
I'm not talking about the adults now.
No, it's
those are the adults in the room who keep things in order. Those are the ones.
Jules,
because otherwise, because it's who holds order in a classroom? The substitute teacher,
the person that holds
tears easily, or the one who you're afraid of?
That's not what I'm talking about.
The person who holds power in the classroom is literally the
if you look at
bully.
it, an all-boys school is a perfect dichotomy for like how you maintain order, like in any system, right? If you have a substitute teacher that comes in and is just a total gullible pushover pansy, right? Like that person's never gonna have maintain order at all. They might like call some parents, or they might call the headmaster, and like.
But you're talking about a different thing. I agree with you.
No respect.
I agree with you.
Like no order, and just the poor substitute teacher will be miserable, and everyone's gonna get a total kick out of making that person.
Yeah, because the most powerful person.
Then there's the teacher who the students fear. Right?
Yes, Jules.
And that's the one who maintains order.
I understand that, but I'm going to maintain order right now and say that was not the point I was making. I'm not talking about the adults in the room as being people who try to control like an unruly mob of people. I'm talking about people who have their shit together when it comes to ideas that can actually come into fruition. I'm talking about people who also have their shit together when it comes to the way they live. People who, let's say, like Serpentman, for instance, like somebody who works out on a regular basis, who keeps his, head sober, and I don't know, like that's just one example.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My point here is that I'm not talking about some Janny who's going to try to come in there and to take control and be booed out of the class. Yes, exactly. Yes, I'm not talking about Jannies here. I'm talking about, like, for example, Graventus. I'm talking about someone like the saints who came around after the Roman Empire was falling down and picked up the pieces. Those are the people I'm talking about, because they weren't substitute teachers. They were people who were aware that things had to go into a certain direction in order to maintain order, and they were able to facilitate that really well. So, I'm blanking out on a name right now. Like Saint Ambrose, for instance, he was active in Rome during that whole time. Like if you have people like that who end up seeing a lot of the bad things that are going on right now, they're going to be able to later on pick up the pieces for the sake of their children and the next generations.
And then again, that kind of actually ties back to the modernity point, because naturally women will see like the adults in the room. So, I mean, they will pick out the ideology.
The strong horse.
Pretty much. Yeah, well, I mean.
You talk about FBI crime statistics on Twitter? Oh my God, that's amazing! You gotta get your number.
seems to work for Bears, don't it?
More likely than you
Adult in the
think.
room is adult in the room propaganda.
Yeah, but okay, but Varys is a very rare specimen. He's
No,
got
I'm
swagger.
joking. Dude.
Is...
he just reeks cool. The guy's cool.
Yeah.
Theirs is cool. No, I have a bone to pick with theirs.
Well, he'll be on soon, so don't worry about.
Okay,
Look at the chat. The Peppy just totally obliterating the Janny. That's.
Can I let me return to the topic of grooming, Gio. What is this? What are your thoughts on grooming, Gio?
Oh my god!
On the internet.
I'd love
theoretically, if you have a really cute ego, she's like around 20 or something, and she's and you see her following you, and she shoots you a DM, and then you guys start talking, right? And then where would you theoretically go with this conversation?
I don't know. It depends. I think that you have to be really cautious with online relationships. For example, I don't know why, but my mother, she sucks me into watching these shows with her. And recently we've been watching that fucking 90 Day Fiancé show.
Oh my god.
This is how I know your mom's Italian.
Everyone's watching it.
yeah. And it's just like, to me, I think I don't even know why they let this show on air, because really it's kind of like based in Red Pill implicitly, because it shows the foibles with globalization, the fact that like any sort of refuse from the West can just go to the third world and pick up a rent boy or a rent girl. It's really crazy. But the reason I bring it up is because I think like I would advise against it, as much as I do have a dream of like that famous tweet that was like a year ago, where it's like the goal of Twitter is to be someone who lives in their room like a NEET, and to find a girl who also lives in her room to come to your room and live together. So as much as that's the goal,
bro, I got a boner right now.
I do think that there's you always have to be cautious, and you have to like really know the person to the point where, like, beyond just doxing yourself to each other, but I mean like someone that you have an actual relationship with and you do have plans to meet up IRL. And I think like grooming is such a word with negative connotations.
Yes, that's why it's healing instead. That's why we call it healing instead.
Yeah, that's even more kind of insidious, because you're trying to make a good word out of it. But it's like but what I mean,
how did grooming become a bad word though? I can't think of a negative scenario of grooming.
Because the way that like a pedophile...
I can't think of a negative scenario of grooming.
Oh, Jules, not again. Your takes not again.
I think what he's saying.
I know what he's saying.
I know what he's saying.
I think with that, if I had to just like wager a guess on like where the etymology of grooming comes from, and I have no idea, so I might be right on this, I might be wrong. But I think it would come down to like back in the day when you just had like numerous just urchins on the street, like dirty ass kids running around, and you would like take them in and like groom them, like, no, here, I'll give you a life, like I'll give you
like Oliver Twist Fagin.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
I also just love saying urchins. Referring to children as urchins. I think that's funny as fuck.
Wait, let me ask you something about...
It also comes from animal husbandry. I also believe the root word of it. Yeah.
Here's what I don't get about Latchkey Kid, though, because when's the last time you saw a latch and a key when it came to opening a door?
No, but it also just means a turnkey as well. That's a latch, too.
Probably more.
Because the internal mechanism is like a latch, yeah.
Got it.
So I also wanted to say just about the situation that was posed to Gio. I'm of the opinion, I don't think that there's any like reason ever to have like an relationship. Like if there's no chance of like if you're not like within a reasonable distance to me, I don't see that there's any point in like entertaining any thoughts of a relationship. That's just my opinion. I just don't think there's a point.
I agree to an extent, Serpent. There are a lot of unviable internet relationships, but I do feel like it's a better metric now than it was around 10 years ago.
No, absolutely. Like it's possible. Like obviously, like I met my girlfriend on Twitter, but that's because she was close to me. Like it's because she was, however far away. It wasn't because she was like that awesome that I decided to date someone 10 hours away.
You could be reply guy, and then you
Yeah,
can slide in the DMs. That's the dream.
I can't even picture that. This guy's like too Chad.
Yes. No, I don't know. It was funny because we met, and I talked about this before, but like we were mutuals, and then we met on Tinder, and she met, like, the first message that we had was like, she was like, "Are you Serpent Mound?" And I was like, "Oh shit." It was pretty funny.
Oh yeah.
This you?
That's really
This
cute.
you?
I'm waiting for your story. Yeah, I'm waiting for your story soon. I'm waiting for your story. You will find her.
About how it happened?
No, I'm talking about Gio's story about.
Oh, hopefully one day. Who knows?
It's not a hopefully matter. I'm telling you,
it'll happen.
I'm telling you, Yam's blessing.
Well, there's a few e-girls in mine, but
Oh my god.
Oh gosh. Tell me, Gio. DM me, Gio. I'm a professional at this. Trust me.
Some of
Shane.
them I don't
Trust
even
me.
know are women, though. That's the problem. It's like there's always
And
that
the
doubt.
ones that's the eternal issue is like some of the ones that you know are women, you can't be involved with because that means that they posted their face, which means they're irrevocably damaged. And then
oh no!
Oh no!
He's right.
The only
I can think of
ones...
a few actually. I can think of a few.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Irrevocably damaged. I mean, that's hilarious.
It just reminds
because he
it
found out
just gives me flashbacks to those like Return of Kings articles back in the day. A lot of them written by a certain gentleman that we all know that maybe he'll appear on the show one day. If they have like colored hair, they're damaged.
They're damaged.
Short hair is a sign of BPD damage.
That's actually very funny.
Jesus.
Yeah, coloring your hair gives you cancer. That's the word.
Yeah, okay, Jules, but smoking meth makes you immortal. So look.
No, don't.
No.
You can't let them know. Wait, no, we don't talk about that.
No.
That's the best. That's my favorite Thad like edit is the guy in the car where they're driving and he's like, "It's 6 a.m., bro. We're smoking meth." That's the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. I love it every time he posts that. I fucking blow up. It's so funny.
Gosh. Yeah, damaged e-girls, huh?
So, Lev, what was another topic of conversation wanted to...
So first off, Gio, I wanted to say, as I said before, that you are a beautiful, amazing person, and I'm so grateful that you if you believe in reincarnation, I'm so grateful that you got to reincarnate in this world with us here. And yeah, so as far as what happens next, as far as what happens instead of this college system that we have right now, I mean, we're all fairly online. I don't think kids, especially after this coronavirus thing, are going to be looking at school the same way. I don't think that there is that much of a need that they have to sit around the stupid Zoom meeting with their teachers who, they're not in competition with any other teacher. They have the teachers union. I don't know how it works up there in Canada. I assume that there is a similar governmental structure.
It's even
right?
worse.
Yeah, even worse.
Yeah,
well, as far as education, though, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the level of competency of Canadian teachers are. I'm not even talking about college. I'm talking about, like, I don't know. You tell me. Like, there was...
The problem... Okay, the problem...
Just look at the before and afters of the people they teach.
Yeah, in general...
You never look at what they're doing as much as just look at the result of the product. Because you can, like, get obsessed with the process, not be able to understand it, and then you're not even paying attention to the results. Like, you could have someone that has such an immaculate process, and then they're just producing just, like, every single person they mentor, like, nothing happens to them. Or they're worse off, right? And then you look at people who mentor people, and it's like, what the heck did they even do? Right? Was it just like a grandma going like, good job, and patting you on the head? Or like, what was it? But then you look at these people turn out and it's like, wow, they completely transformed remarkably.
Yeah, that's always the goal. I think the problem is in some ways it's hard to tell because I think a lot of education statistics are frankly bullshit. I think that like putting a metric on it is sort of like you can't really judge the impact of education until these students get out in the world. But I do say that the Canadian education system in Ontario, we're sort of like bad in the opposite way. Our teachers are entirely too like pampered, and the Ontario Teachers Union is like one of the most powerful unions all of the world. Like they literally like own sports teams and everything, and they have like literal billions of dollars, and they you know they excuse a lot of excess that certain teachers that aren't doing their jobs. Like I've even experienced this, and so this whole like in Canada, the whole issue that like, oh, the teachers aren't paid enough. That's not an issue. I know in America, in certain places, they have a lot of problems, but basically, there's a lot of structural issues with our education system, and it's not like the problem is that basically the teachers unions have a gun to the head of the Ontario government, and so any sort of pushback that any administration that comes in there that's more conservative, it's like it doesn't happen. Like right now, like our current regime with the Ford regime, Doug Ford, he's like becoming a total like wishy-washy, like typical conservative. This is why I don't place any sort of stock in electoral politics in Canada, at least. I don't know, in America you might still have a hope of like someone coming after Trump, but who knows, right? But in Canada, no, it's done for. It's not looking. I don't mean to be blackpilled. It's just that to place your faith in the Conservative Party in Canada, I do not agree with it whatsoever. I think it's stupid. Like they're just neoliberals.
I think education is actually going back to like the tutor student method.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually like experienced this, I think personally and right now too, because I mean I'm kind of learning from like some of the best posters online, I think. And I mean it's a funny metric because it goes right back. It's kind of like the cycle. It just really just goes right back to how it originally was supposed to be.
You get the digital Aristotle.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I don't want to be a digital Aristotle.
Yeah, mentorship. It's almost like a postmodern form of like the master, the mentor,
the master.
Gentleman luxury on Twitter.
Simple, really.
The master. No, but yeah, it's true. I think that there are certain people that are trying to have systems in place that could be expounded upon. But again, the biggest issue is of course patronage networks. There are certain people, of course, like we all know Justin Murphy, he's trying, and there's certain people that are offering courses right now for a price. I think that's interesting.
But it's not for little kids though, and that I think is the problem, because I think it really should start the youngest as far as teaching them in this much more organic group setting. Like, I personally think the ideal would be to have apprentices of these masters who would go out and teach, like, the really young kids, both virtually, or they could, like, meet up somewhere, but just have it be competition-based, have it be, like, some kind of, like I'm against the Chinese point system when it comes to other things, but when it comes to, like, something like education, that may be somewhere where teachers could have, like, certain scores that they get, and that would determine,
in some way,
like a rank.
Yeah, tutors might become like pro athletes. If they're not opening the schools and they start talking about changing the education system, moving a lot of it to the cloud, and people that can afford it pull it together. Maybe you have like a group of 5 to 10 parents. They hire some a la carte tutors. Like you might see like these superstar tutors who are then new celebrities almost. Maybe not even celebrities,
education used
like
to be that.
celebrity chefs, but still you could put your money where your mouth is and then just see what the results are.
By the way, is McMaster University a good university in Canada?
Depends what you're going for.
Okay, because there's this chick from your neck of the woods, from Toronto, who was in Naked News, and I don't remember what exactly she went there, maybe for psychology or something. I just wanted to post
they have a good medical school.
Yeah.
My cousin's a surgeon.
Here's a picture of her.
Who is this?
Yeah, this is, her nickname on Naked News is Alex Pantos. She's this Greek girl, and she went to McMaster University. And I don't know, there's just something about her that I like. You know what I mean? Like, she's not the kind of she's not the kind of girl that I would like, want to probably be in a relationship with. She's
Why?
a little bit I don't
Why
know,
not?
she's a little bit too much of a party girl for me.
Lev likes to pretend he's a timid guy, but he's actually got an animal side that I want the ladies to know about. So there's layers to the onion.
For real, Lev?
There's layers to the onion over
hot,
there.
Lev.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's not bad. So and she's Greek. That's a plus. So yeah, no, I think Greek women are really beautiful, as all women are. Okay, though back to the education thing.
No, that's what education.
The Lev shuffle, dude. We need some gifts of the Lev shuffle. It's adorable.
What's the Lev shuffle?
Dude,
is that when I move around? What's the Lev shuffle?
There's every now and then you make a point,
okay,
and then you do like a slide shuffle after the point you make with this smile, and it's like you can get a bunch of them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
It's really cute, Lev.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No, I mean, look, I think Alex Pantos, that girl that I posted there, I think she is really hot. And what I really like about her as well is this very nice sculpted area that she has, like, right, I don't even know what that part is called, but you see it right here, right? Like this, I don't even know what that is.
The Golden Valley.
Abdomen.
No, it's like right below the abdomen. You see like this one shadow area?
The mound.
The V line.
Yeah. There's like a V line going on there. It's I don't know. It's very interesting. But again, this is a kind of girl who just likes to go to the clubs too much. I'm not a big fan of going to the clubs, so I don't know. Like.
She goes to the clubs. Yeah. I hate going to clubs.
Yeah, I hate going to clubs too. That's my whole point. That's why
once every couple of years, maybe a couple times in a year.
Years, Jules? You're better than this. Come on, man. Come on.
But it's fun to go to a club. I'm not a Debbie Downer. If people want to go to the club, if a bunch of people are rolling, I just want to see what
a Jules night out looks like in New York.
Jules night out. Oh, pause.
I went to New Year's with Jules.
I'm just Butters when I go out. No,
I went to.
Jules, are you the one that brings the mirror and the roll? Never mind.
Oh my god.
But no, that's my high school. The high school days.
No, I went to New Year's.
Forever.
I went to New Year's with Jules. That was a really fun time. So this is Rob.
Now the chat, they're gonna post. They're gonna Google this girl.
Oh man. No, I actually know what her real name is. I'm not going to say it over here. I mean, it's probably open up already. If you want to, you'll find who she is. But she has like a hair salon or something in Toronto right now, which may be in her home. I don't know. I don't know what exactly is going on with her.
You invested a lot of time in looking up this. Oh my god.
Look. I discovered her like back when the Nintendo Wii came out.
Oh my god.
So you can understand that somebody like that, like when you have a crush on somebody all the way from back then,
I know what you mean.
And it kind of stays in your mind. Like
there was this one model, her from Eastern Europe. Her name is Marticia, and it's like I desperately for years tried to Google her.
Yeah, oh, I mean, she's probably older already. Like, I don't really know what she looks like. I mean, I'm sure she looks great. I mean, I'm sure she, I'm sure she takes care of herself and everything. But yeah, it's been a long time. It's so hard to imagine how long it's actually been because there was a picture of her.
Same with me, man. Yeah, same. It's like
here's a picture of her playing the Nintendo Wii when it just for Nintendo. There was like this
He's
expo.
Got it ready. He's got it ready. The picture.
Naked,
He's got the material ready.
No. This was for Naked News. So this was a segment they were doing for Naked News.
He's got clothes on.
Yeah, well, it was a public event where clothes had to be on, so she had to wear the clothes. Yeah, but I don't know. There's just something about her face. I don't know if it's like her nose or some features of hers. It's just really appealing to me. I can't put a finger on it. And the other hosts of the Naked News, not really. You know what I mean? Like nothing against them. They're all beautiful women, but for some reason, you know what I mean? Like there are just certain faces that there's something in them. Like this, she's got like this.
That's true.
Yeah, she's got like this Greek face, just like
soul. It's soul. You're talking about soul.
Sure, yeah, I could definitely see like physiognomy and soul, being close. Yes, because look, I think like we were talking about before, I think Gio, you have a beautiful physiognomy, and I think your soul radiates. Yes.
Gio,
yes.
If you one more time, and I'm gonna come to the screen, and I'm going to.
You remind me of my friend's dad, my dad's friend George. He's a huge ladies' man. He's literally looks like you. Only you have a slightly different beard, but he's so suave. You just watch him like shuffle on over, and it's just he always has things to talk about. He's really charismatic. He's always smiling. He's always laughing. Who doesn't want to be around that? Who doesn't want to be around that? Everybody wants to be around that.
I wasn't lying with that post I made to you that one time. I'm being serious.
Hey Gio, I was serious about the one post I made about me shooting you if you accidentally.
Yeah, I know.
The tip one more time.
Oh, that was against the Chapo Janny. Yeah, that was something else. Yeah, I don't know. That maybe that was just a bad picture from Instagram. But yeah,
I like that picture. It looked tough.
Yeah, but I find it hilarious how that's like that picture is an own. Have you ever looked at the guy he's defending? Have you ever looked at Mac? Here, let me just pull it up in the chat.
Gio, be careful. We don't need more of what happened earlier this week.
Yeah, that's yeah, you're right. Anyways, yeah, just go look up Matt Kreisman, so don't worry about it. But yeah, I don't know. Let's move on.
Yes. Well, okay. Well, we talked about education. I want to talk a little bit about mythology. So you consider yourself to be a Jungian, and I know that Jules is not a big fan of the theory of forms. Where do you stand personally on the theory of forms?
What does that to do with Jung? What does that to do with Jung?
Well, as far as archetypes, I see those archetypes as also being, in a way, like the theory of forms of ideas. Yeah. Like, would you agree with that, Gio, or like, what's your take?
No.
Well, hold on. First, I want to get
vibe with a different interpretation.
There certainly
there's an interpretation that you talk about that I have no problem with.
Okay.
But then it's given the weight of Plato. Like it's like you provide a different theory, and then it's like comes from the authority of Plato, and I'm like, that's not what his theory of forms was.
Well, wait. Did we have a chance to talk about this with Gio? Did we have a chance to talk about this with Gio?
It's not that we disagree on the theory of forms. Like we literally both would describe the theory of forms differently.
Well, Gio, what's your take on the theory of forms? Let's start there.
There's certainly an amount of scholarship that sort of tries to reconcile the works of Carl Jung with Plato. In sort of the eidos, the idea is certainly a transcendental that has carried on into the psychological framework of Jungian depth psychology. Oh God. Well, at least it's a censored photo. Anyways, but the problem would be that Plato is, of course, specifically talking about a metaphysics, whereas Jung, I would like to believe that there is a metaphysical aspect to it. But of course, Jung, a lot of people call him like the psychologist, the Platonic psychologist, because he is basically psychologizing universal archetypal forms that are found throughout the world and bringing them to a purely psychological framework rather than a metaphysical framework. But there definitely is sort of a symbiosis there. There's certainly a dialectic. There's similarities between Jungian archetypes and the Platonic theory of forms. But yet, I would say that they're for different reasons and therefore entirely different structures. And so it's very easy to get lost in comparisons, in other words.
Well, with the Jungian archetypes, how would you define those in like as simply as you could? Like, what exactly are these archetypes?
Well, that's the thing. If you look at archetypes in the collective unconscious, they're basically the Greek word eidos, the ideal. They're basically the molds that have transcended throughout human history, but they're ever changing and ever present, and they have a unique relationship to their manifestations throughout history. So, for example, but yet there are sort of the positives and the negatives, because every archetype has a shadow side that inevitably leads to ruin, and so, but yet it could be immensely positive if you stay along a certain course. So there's the archetypes are meant to place a lot of this content throughout the world found in world mythology and psychology and religion. It is meant to highlight not just the similarities, but there's something the deeper pull within the well of the collective throughout human history. And so here's a quote from Jung to address Plato. This is from Memories, Dreams, Reflections. Now, I highly recommend getting that because that's sort of the later Jung's work, where it's like a very neat package for normies to get involved with Jung's thought. So he said here, above all, I was attracted to the thought of Pythagoras, Heraclitus, Empedocles, and Plato, despite the long-wittedness of Socratic argumentation. Their ideas were beautiful and academic, like pictures in a gallery, but somewhat remote. Only in Meister Eckhart did I feel the breath of life, not that I understood him. And so this is Jung in dialogue with other depth psychologists. Then he goes on to say, the origins of consciousness means the origins of value and signification. And you find these concepts as well as coined in the early philosophy, because Plato was close to the origin of philosophic consciousness. So Jung had an affinity for Plato, and he had affinity for Immanuel Kant. He became a voracious studier of Kant in his earlier years. And if you look at his letters in the Zoffingia Society, which is the psychology society in his University of Zurich, I believe. And so Plato became a foundational thinker for Jung's depth psychology. And this is where he sort of broke from the Freudian tradition in a lot of ways, because he thought that the unconscious possessed what Plato was basically describing, but he psychologized it, because philosophic consciousness is very close to the project of what depth psychology is involved in. Hence why you will get more Freud, and even to an extent Jung, in the philosophy departments or in the literature departments than you would in psychology, because psychology nowadays is mostly like cognitive behavioral and like science and neuroscience.
Would you say it's a soft science? I remember Jules referred to it as a soft science before. Like, I don't know if it's
what's a soft science?
Psychology.
Anything you can't measure is soft science.
No, I think that it's hard to say because I would say that the word science itself has sort of become bankrupt. In terms of like soft and hard science, it basically is like the softest of science, because the whole point of the modern science is replicatability. And so psychology is notorious for having like, basically you could have a study about whatever you want to say because psychology has been brought out of the realm of philosophy, has been brought out of the realm of theology. And now it's become a quote unquote soft science. And so now they have to play catch up with the nerds in lab coats hooking wire heads to people. And so that's the problem. I think that psychology itself has become sort of an abused science, and the sort of psychoanalysis, I don't know how it's like in Europe. I think in Europe there's still a bit more of it, but outside of like DIY circles, like Young Institutes in North America, psychoanalysis isn't even like paid mind to anymore. Like it really is just cognitive behavioral stuff and neuroscience and things of that nature, and psychopharmacology. It seems that psychoanalysis is largely the realm of like studies departments nowadays. And so yeah, it becomes complicated. But definitely, yeah, I would say go and read Archetypes in the Collective Unconscious. If anything, if you had to just read one book of Jung, it would probably be that one, right?
Well, we had Drew Arnold on a couple of months ago where he was talking about how somebody like, let's say Plato, for instance, he says that he studied in these various Egyptian mystery schools, and that was the origin of a lot of the ways that he saw life. And I understand that there is a difference between the way that Jules sees the theory of forms, and I understand, Jules, where you say, like, the way that I see the theory of forms is one that you would be a lot more agreeable with than the way that...
As a theory, I think you're proposing a different theory that doesn't fit into the theory of forms that I find very coherent. and then I try to differentiate that from the theory of forms the way it's, I mean, like, we should just read it Andy Kaufman style on our stream, and we should just like have a theory of forms episode, okay? Because you gotta start with the source text here.
Well, here's another quote. Here's an actual quote from Archetypes in the Collective Unconscious. This is later on in the book. He said, "But the very fact that this process is unconscious gives us the reason why man has thought of everything except for the psyche in his attempt to explain myths. He simply didn't know that the psyche contains all the images that have ever given rise to myths, and that our unconscious is an acting and suffering subject with an inner drama which primitive man rediscovers over and over by means of an analogy in the process of nature, both great and small." So what Jung is saying is that, and I know, like, post-colonial studies, blah, 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 Edward Said, Orientalism, let's just bracket that for a moment. What Jung is saying is that quote-unquote primitive man in tribal societies, they live entirely unconsciously. And he actually went to Africa and he studied a lot of these pygmy tribes. And so unconscious man lives entirely externally and within the unconscious. There is no sense of individualism in a lot of tribal structures. He said only modernity produced a seismic shift in terms of our development and thinking in bringing people towards a consciousness that is individuated, towards a particular contextual existence. There no longer is the meta-narratives that are keeping us towards a certain interpretation that integrates these forms and these archetypes. And this is why I think, above all, it would be controversial to say, but because people think of Jung as an essentialist. In a way, Jung is the ultimate essentialist. But I think that Jung can be integrated within a postmodern context.
Can you define essentialist, though? What is essentialist?
Well, because he believes that there is an essence within the heart of being itself that is in the collective unconscious, that these archetypes are real and they are trans-historical, meaning that they exist beyond time and place and context.
Kind of like
really
the forms.
Are the most exactly like the forms, yes. So, but yet at the same time, I think that there is at least a partial hint of postmodernism, certainly an anti-modernism within Jung, in terms of the way these forms manifest within society. This is why he was so preoccupied with the UFO phenomenon before he died in 1962 at the tender age of, like, I think he was 86 or something like that. Yeah. And he also had a dialogue with Alan Watts before he died, which is really pretty interesting. So,
but when it comes to these forms, since we were talking about the mystery schools that Plato attended and meditation practices that I have also gone through, as I've talked many times during these streams, what interests me is where we're headed right now, and I don't think everybody's headed that direction, but if we started out in this much more dream state, like a collective dream state where we were in a tribe, or even when, like, we were in the Bronze Age and people were hearing the voices of various gods, at least according to somebody like, what's his name, Julian Jaynes, who has that theory about the bicameral mind, where the mind was split, so they'd receive information from their right hemisphere into their left as if the gods were talking and commanding them. So it's always interesting for me to think about this, and I've talked about this more than once, about how some people now are getting to the state of they're aware of themselves as outside this dream state, almost like you were consciously dreaming, like you're having a lucid dream, where we were once dreaming the dream, now we're lucidating the dream. And the question is, what comes after that period of lucidity, of seeing you as the separate being apart from whatever dream state you happen to be in? What exact, like, I know John Gebser has a theory on what comes afterwards when it comes to like existing four-dimensionally, and I haven't read the full book yet. The what was that book called? The I have it right here on
bicameral mind. Yeah.
No. John. Oh, the ever-present
origin.
Yes. So in that one, he talks about how humans are going to get to this next level where they'll be able to live four-dimensionally. Whatever that means, I'm still not sure yet. I don't think it's going to be, if some change occurs, I really don't think, like I said before, it's going to be everybody. I think different people are in different places, in their life. So, but I assume that there may be some change that we're going to go through at a certain point, because we're in a different place now than we were back then in terms of the various things that people can experience in an embodied existence. It would be interesting for us to experience something beyond what we're used to, especially at this time that the internet is slowly, I think, turning a lot of minds into jelly, just because people are just constantly... Like, I know, Yams, you were talking before about how there is something to the state of being within the wired, but the only counterpoint I would add to that is it's possible, I think, to be both within the wired and at the same time be outside of the wired in your regular life. Because if I just turn my head for a second, I see that we're actually in a three-dimensional world, which is completely lost on me when I'm just seeing this. It's not good for your eyes, and it's also, I think, not that good for your brain, too, just to always be hooked in. But if you're partly hooked in, and then the other part you're, like, meditating and stuff, that could be the new world. The new world could be one where some people meditate for a hell of a long time and then spend the rest of the time online. So I don't know.
Oh God, we become human batteries.
Well, I wouldn't think any differently from those people than the people that go to live in a mountain to like just be in a temple with monks, you know, and they just put on that gown and then they're drawing circles in sand all day.
Well, that's a good question.
The point is to be so apathetic about mortality and your own death that it becomes impossible for you to think about like wasting your time. Like that's the test of your inner peace, is that you don't mind sitting and doing nothing.
I wouldn't say it's doing nothing, though. Like, certainly some parts of it are, but I really think that some of those monks have been able to get to places where, to them, something like the internet is already possible without having somebody come in and install a wireless router.
Where did you get this idea of the inner internet? This is like your new kick.
It's not a new kick. It's been going on for a pretty long time. I think it's the logical conclusion of just all the practices that I've been going through right now. I really do think that something like that is possible to one day be able to tap into the dream state and be able to integrate that with a lot of people.
I don't think without a Neuralink that is possible at all. In fact, I think that when you describe your internal mind's eye that you've been like building like a memory palace, I think every person's would be unique to them.
Completely.
And I think it also
never interacting. Like prisons.
I don't think it's so dark. I think that it's also shaped by the way you will it. As in, if you keep walking on the same path over and over and over again, you dig deeper grooves. You accentuate the details more and more and more, right? You saturate it more. You realize it more. So if you get an impression in your mind's eye and then you keep focusing on it, meditating on it, and you keep embellishing it, you keep adding depth to it, you'll get a very, very vivid picture in your mind. And it's the same as reports from people who do the same thing, imagining a chessboard in their mind. Like there are people who can close their eyes and have a chessboard in their mind's eye and then play a game of chess against themselves in their own mind. This is in the Brain That Changes Itself. There was a guy who was in solitary confinement for 10 years. And when he came out, he was able to speak lucidly like I am now. And the reason he wasn't like Julian Assange coming out of there, like babbling incoherently, he said was because he every day would imagine a chessboard in his mind. And every day he would just practice trying to imagine a chessboard. He wouldn't even put the pieces on the board yet until like a year had gone by. And now he's imagining the pieces on the board. And then after like 2 years go by, he's imagining like moving pieces. And then it came to the point when he was playing chess games. And then when he got out, he was like a chess phenom. He had never played chess in 10 years other than in his own head. And I think if you just focus on meditating what you can see in your head, like you might create a tunnel. You might create some helix pictures. And there might be something that was externally inspired, but that's not some kind of internal internet. That's your brain. That's an ocean in a drop. That's what you are.
But your take is that ocean in the drop wouldn't have connection with any other ocean as far as interactivity goes. That's where you draw the line.
I think there can be spooky action at a distance. I think that because it's been demonstrated to me. It's been demonstrated to me that you can entangle atoms and you can separate them any distance, and if you affect one, you affect the other the same exact way. That's what Einstein called spooky action at a distance. That is quantum entanglement, and they've demonstrated that you can quantumly entangle biological cells. So if you're telling me that you have an identical twin and that identical twin like has his arm chopped off, and then suddenly like you feel a sickness and you can't explain it, and then it's like, oh, you find out later at the time you were feeling this sickness thousands of miles away, something horrific was happening to your twin, like that could be explained through a quantum entanglement, right? It's you can explain these things materially.
But where do you disagree with me then? Where do you disagree with me?
Wait, what Superman had something to say?
I'm saying that that's not if that is an internal internet, I would prefer to use something that I would prefer to use language that is less appealing to esoterics and woo and more appealing to simple explanations that demonstrate how well you understand something.
Well, the only problem is that explanation takes way longer than just saying internal internet. And by internal internet...
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. It actually ends up taking much less time.
Yeah,
Superman taking much less time. Otherwise, you're saying the same thing over and over and over and over again, and no one has a clue what you're talking about.
Okay, Superman, go for it.
Internal internet.
I was just gonna say that's like a common thing that a lot of guys talked about is even like not in solitary, but in certain prisons.
In the SHU.
Yeah, in the SHU when they didn't have any they didn't have any chessboard or pieces to play with, guys would be like A2 and they would like say the piece and the movement and to the other person, and they would play whole games of chess with nothing on the board. And it was that's a pretty common thing that a lot of guys, it's not like common, but I've heard of it a few times from guys coming out of prison.
Definitely. Speaking of guys coming out of prison,
in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Definitely not something I can do.
In Vietnam, they had prisoners that were pilots that were captured, and they knew they have like the Morse code with tapping, and so they couldn't talk, right? So they'd be tapping on the walls to each other, and they'd like have whole elaborate like conversations with each other just by the taps code system, which is really crazy. I guess when you're in totally deprived, torturous conditions, your mind will sort of come up with anything. Like the power of the human mind under stress is amazing. Like there was this one documentary I watched with the Special Air Service in England where he said they had this Vietnam veteran come in and give a lecture to the class, and he said like he had almost every bone in his body broken by the Viet Cong, and he was tortured, and they asked him like, how did you survive? He goes, well, basically I just put it out of my mind and I decided this is just my body, and that's pretty much it. And it's like incredible, right?
Very spiritual. If you read those tales of like just completely impossible survival, it always comes down to a spiritual aspect.
Oh yeah, like the guy that had to cut his own arm off in the rocks.
Yeah, with a pocket knife. Oh
yeah, and they had to fucking get James Franco to do the movie.
So we have Info Warlock here. Info Warlock, thank you for joining us. I'd be interested in, and I love your picture, by the way. I'd be interested in your take when it comes to like what
is that Kenny Powers in that one?
I think it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Kenny Powers, all right.
I'd be very interested in your take on this whole inner internet debacle that's going on right now with me and Jules. Like, where do you stand on something like the Akashic Records or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, when somebody says Akashic Records, not everybody knows, unless they are in the know, what exactly that means. So when I think of something like an inner internet, that's, at least for me, an easier way of explaining what I imagine could potentially happen.
Well, yeah, and I heard
I guess that's better than
Jules.
saying The Shining.
Well, Jules, you referred to the like quantum field and these kind of quantum mechanic theories, and I mean, I'm sure that those are well understood by a few people, but they're not well understood by a lot of people. And the same with these ideas of the Akashic field, which is more, it's not as accredited, so it might not seem as worthy of consideration. But I mean, I think nevertheless, I mean, these are just different words trying to reach at some kind of concept. And I think it's a shame that people kind of get lost in words and argue over words, and kind of sometimes they seem to be arguing like for and against the same thing at the same time, and it just gets so confusing. So yeah, I think that for your guys to have a proper debate, you really need to define all of your terms and what you're really trying to do, what concept you're trying to get at.
Past debates. We're past debate.
The time for
arguments is over.
No, but that's what words are. Words can be more destructive than a nuclear bomb. It's actually not.
In favor of
it's
what
actually
Lev,
not.
Right. Well, in favor of what Lev was saying, when you talk about like an inner internet, or maybe I would say inherent internet, some kind of kind of analogy for the internet that is natural and existing. Maybe it has to do with the science that we don't yet understand or have access to, but maybe we do have some sort of fundamental access to it, as in like clairvoyance or different kind of psychic, abilities. There's a lot of theories about that, and I think all those are interesting theories. But personally, I just kind of try to keep my mind open and say that, and somebody's talking about quantum theory on one end, and they have a scientific background, and somebody is talking about Akashic field on the other hand, and they have kind of a new age spiritual worldview. I like to kind of listen to what they both say and think maybe they're just talking about the same thing in different languages and not realizing that they're just kind of talking past each other. So I don't know. I've got like an open mind for all possibilities, I think.
Well, the spooky action at a distance that Jules mentioned, what I'm interested in to find out from Jules is where would you draw the line when it comes to what is possible with the spooky action at a distance, where my point of view is, and again, it's subject to change, but for now, my point of view is that I think it would be possible and has been possible in the past for people to, just like you have a dream and you see certain people in that dream that you know from real life, for that to actually be able to occur in an otherwise like waking state where you can voluntarily go into that place, see those people, and they wouldn't just be fragments in your head. They would be the actual people that would visit you in that state. That's what I mean more by this inner internet, and right. I'm curious where you would put the limitation of what's possible.
So I think that is a internal desire people have. Like, I think that's I think what you're describing is a primordial desire that people have, similar to a Gilgameshian one. But I don't think people have done it. Just like people dreamed of flight thousands of years before we ever invented flight. And then every single person that basically said, only fools dream of flight. Just remember Icarus, guys. And we take for granted that we've had flight for less than 100 years, right? So for thousands of years, people dreamed of flight. And anyone that said, hey, maybe we could actually figure out how to fly, these people were considered not realistic. They were out of touch. They maybe were godless, right? Like if God wanted us to fly, he'd have given us
maybe if they
wings.
would have demonstrated it like the Wright brothers did, then they would have been taken seriously.
Exactly. That's exactly right. So people can just talk themselves so they're blue in the face talking about internal internet. And it's, to me, like, well, are you trying to bring people there? Or
then there's a lot
like
there's a huge field and debate where some people say there's a lot of evidence for psychic type clairvoyance and sixth sense stuff. I mean, it just depends on who you're willing to listen and who you think is an authority figure. I mean, it really is fairly subjective when we talk about this kind of thing.
Well, we also
I think that it's I don't think we'd be able to share a dream without a augmentation, without a technological augmentation. I think that the extent of our ability to tether with each other is not, it's just not through tubes, right? That's what the internet is. It's tubes connecting computers on a
series
network.
of tubes.
Oh,
it is.
boy.
It's a series of tubes connecting computers on a network.
That's the process, but the end result is us being able to talk with each other. The end result is something I care about more. But
no, the internet has a lot of depth to it. It's not just a chat enabler, right? There's streaming, there's videos, people are going to be streaming holographics and all sorts of things that we haven't fathomed yet. People are going to be hooking up their nervous system to the internet.
It's going to consume the entire world. You'll be able to,
right. It's going to be a very symbiotic thing, just like your body is full of organisms that don't share your DNA, that you would stop functioning without them. In fact, you would be extremely vulnerable and probably would die if some of them didn't exist in you.
We already know you're a transhumanist, bro.
No, but that's not.
You already know that.
No. That has nothing to do with transhumanism, bro.
But you bring up the same point every stream.
No, this is about the fact that you're full of organisms that don't share your DNA. Without them, you would die.
Yeah, I know you've mentioned that a few times already.
Well, thank goodness, because a lot of people don't realize that. They think that
the idea of symbiosis it's interesting. I think we all know about that. And your point is saying that like technology is kind of going to reach a symbiosis with humans, or it already has really. That's pretty valid. But what else?
It hasn't really happened, but I think it's going to happen more and more, right? And
I would say that technology, it's really essential. Like it starts with language and how we think and how we can make concepts and how we can have a worldview and, different interpretation of events. So it's inherent actually, technology. Like you're talking about the external kind of appearance of technology, the instrumentalization of technology, but it's more profound than that.
This might be going over my head, but I'm not sure.
It seems like it has, yeah.
Well, technology comes from the Greek word
that was at odds with what you said.
Well, it comes from
Lev.
I'm not really talking about technology as an aesthetic or.
Lev, here, I think you've probably read the book Prometheus and Atlas, right?
Yes.
And and Jason Reza Jorshani, he does talk about the nature of technology, and I think it's a really interesting meditation. Like, what is the nature of technology? Yeah,
techne and logos.
Right.
So
and also there's the Atlas thing, right? The map creating.
Well, the mental map
remember
creating,
that part?
Absolutely, and which is why, again, when it comes to technology that we have today, my concern is that we're outsourcing a lot of these abilities to external things, which is going to, over time, weaken us as a species. That's my biggest concern when it comes to any of these augmentations. But I'm going to bring somebody right now to the chat, Morse Code, who has no augmentations. No augmentations whatsoever, not even skin.
All bones.
Skeleton. Oh no.
Will.
Oh, now I get it.
Boy. Yeah, man. I
get it.
Just happy to be here.
5 spooky for me.
Just having a good time. I'm kicking back, playing Minecraft with my friends on the BTR, not a care in the world.
Sounds great. Yeah, and were you the one who locked me into the thing, or who was that?
I was meaning to bring that up, Lev.
Yes.
I mean, I think that turned into more of a serious issue than I thought it would be. I mean, it was 3, maybe 4 days you spent in there. I feel quite bad, honestly. And was it JSOMs that eventually freed you?
Yes,
right?
yes, JSOMs freed me. But here's the thing. I only do it when I'm listening to the clips in order to find certain clips to extract, like I was doing today. Otherwise, there is literally no time for me to do this to play Minecraft. But it is a very beautiful game, and I also built a sky castle, like somewhere in the sky.
You know what? I think I might have seen that somewhere. I didn't investigate.
Yes.
You have to dynamite it now.
Uh-oh. Yeah, but I
gotta
really
go
like
check that
I really
out.
like the idea. By the way, speaking of Minecraft, I did not know this. I only discovered it thanks to you guys that there is an ability to create blocks that would require you to sledge through them. And if you don't have a sledge, forget it. You're fucked. But if you do have a sledge, you have to sledge through them. Like I don't know how long it takes, like 10
Over
minutes
and
or...
over. I mean, okay, so this is the core mechanic of Civcraft. I mean, it's essentially what prevents raiding. So if you want to have like a secure base, you would secure a block, and you have to break it tens of hundreds of times for it to really be broken. That's what I did to you, Lev.
Yes.
That's the secret. That's the icing on the cake. Is I reinforced all the blocks around you, which made them almost impenetrable and made your prison eternal.
Yeah, well,
or so I thought.
Luckily, little did you know, but I was carrying the lots of those iron. What do you call it? Ding, 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 like those.
Yeah, pickaxe.
Yeah, pickaxe. I had a lot of iron pickaxes, so that way, once I figured out, thanks to Jay Sums, that I could actually use these things to escape, I was like, oh, okay, so I'm not stuck here forever. I could actually get out. So that was great. We escaped, and
glad you're out, Lev.
Yes, a good time was had by all. So yeah, I really enjoy these things.
I remember one time in first year philosophy, there would be this kid that sat next to me. This is years ago. God, this is like 10 years ago almost. He would like have his laptop and he would play Minecraft throughout the whole, like he'd plug it to the wall. It was a big theater too, so he'd like specifically have the plug one. And he'd like play Minecraft throughout the whole lecture. It was insane. Like and it would be.
I said I didn't do that.
Oh boy.
But Moore, what is your yes?
I used to watch anime during all my lectures.
I feel that.
I still do. I don't really lie.
What's your favorite?
What's my favorite?
What's your favorite? Yeah.
Oh, for currently I would say like for all time it'd be Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Yes.
But the one that I'm like really fixated on, the one that I've been thinking about like a lot is Gankutsuo. And it's like a Count of Monte Cristo retelling that it has like this really wacky like anime style, like really wacky. Like if you think you've seen like some stuff, you need to watch that. Also watch Tatami Galaxy. But if you can't follow subs that well, you're gonna have some trouble because the narrator talks like really, really fast. It's kind of unconscious like speaking. So like that's those are my three like go-tos when I tell people to watch them.
I'm just taking a look at this one right now, the Count of Monte Cristo one. It's a very it is a very interesting style. I'm gonna put on the chat. But another thing that I really like about anime is that they are in a way paying homage. You know, like when's the last time you heard about the homage. When's the last time you heard someone mention the Count of Monte Cristo on Cartoon Network? You know, like this is it's kind of like a guardianship of all the greatest things from Western civilization. You know, and Japanese civilization too, but basically being able to preserve all these things and bring them over in a very classy way to a new audience. Like, I'm not seeing that much American content doing the same thing.
You know, on that point, Lev, I'd also suggest an anime called Reign the Conqueror about Alexander the Great. It's fantastic, but it's made by this dude. I think he's American.
No, he's Korean American. He's the guy who did what's your name? Aeon
Flux. Yeah, which is awesome as well. Very great Gnostic themes. But yeah, Reign the Conqueror is one of my favorites. It's really, really great.
Yeah, that is old school MTV.
Ooh, what's that?
Well, Aeon Flux, that used to be on MTV, I think, at the same time as Beavis and Butthead, or maybe a little bit later. But yeah,
Cartoon Sushi as well.
I've never seen Cartoon Sushi. Wait, is that an anime or what is that?
No, it's in that same kind of experimental animation that MTV was doing at that time. I think it was like the early 90s. Interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of, it was edgy, very edgy for the time. So,
what did you think of the old school Cartoon Network stuff like Cartoon the Cartoons where they had Dexter's Lab, Powerpuff Girls, all that stuff?
Toonami was where it's at, man.
That's true. Well, Toonami did expose all of us to Dragon Ball Z back during that time, and I remember watching the Boo Saga when I was doing ballet. I used to go to ballet school for like 1 year, and they got me to do a split. It was like this old-fashioned, like ex-USSR teacher who was like, if you can imagine how tough they are with something like tennis, Same thing with ballet. They don't fuck around. And even though I did not do ballet for longer than a couple of months because I didn't really see myself in there, I'm still fascinated just by the work ethic that they put into that shit. Like it's something that, like, I wish I could take that part of it, going back to education. I wish I could take that part of it from the Soviet system, because they really did have a good, regardless of all the communist, all the communist rhetoric, they did have a good educational system. Like when it came to math, when it came to the sciences, the teachers.
For weightlifting as well. The Soviet weightlifting program is one of the benchmarks for modern powerlifting.
Definitely, and
they did that by just taking people's choice away.
We should replace public school.
That's why they were able to.
Oh well, yeah, they
do such.
We should replace public school with public CrossFit.
No, CrossFit's stupid, man.
It's like concern.
Well,
wait,
like
hold on. Why is CrossFit?
Oh, Superman with the CrossFit.
I want to hear
make
his
CrossFit better, though. We can make CrossFit better. I realize it's got problems, but
CrossFit's like the epitome of like meme workouts. Like my mom is super into CrossFit. She's like, I don't know, competes in contests for her age, and it's like she shows me, like, she always sends me pictures of the workouts that she's doing. They're WOD, and it's like it's a workout of the day, and she throws out all these terms, and it's like yada yada yada. It's just the dumbest bullshit ever.
I think that CrossFit is an interesting model, but all the criticism is also right. There's a lot of things that should be changed and improved about it, but it's like, as a model that gets people like going and changes lives, like it's not bad. But
and the other thing that I just don't like about it is I don't think it like builds like internal fortitude, because when you're in a class and you can sort of like work out with everyone else and you sort of have a coach who's like telling you what to do, it's a totally different experience than like showing up to a gym by yourself at like 5 a.m. and like just getting in your own head and
right. But what if like the CrossFit stuff was kind of basic and universal, and then from that foundation, people could then go on to do better stuff like you do?
No, like I'm not like, obviously if someone's exercising, that's good for them. Like it's better to be exercising than to not be exercising. But like in my opinion, that's definitely like one of the lowest levels on the rungs.
We have
also.
Oh, sorry. I just want to say quickly, we had a comment from Acid Police. Soviet weightlifting was powerful, but it injured a lot of athletes. That's what I heard about CrossFit, though. That since the people aren't ready, they just keep doing all these.
Well, it's a completely different system. So the Soviet programs hurt people because they were like so effective that the human body couldn't take it. It's not like humans aren't powerful enough to contain all of what the Soviet weightlifting training was trying to do. And with CrossFit, it's sort of the opposite, where the programs are so shitty that most people, when they do it, unless they are ready, like the programs are bad, and the people who do it can sometimes be good enough at it that they can make it work for them. But the programs themselves, like if you just give some normie like a random CrossFit program, they're probably going to hurt themselves. At some point, maybe not the first time, but at some point, absolutely.
You don't want to push yourself. I think that that's the line when you're at a practice or you're totally green and you're trying to work out at a CrossFit. You have to trust your body, what your body's telling you, while also letting the instructor put spurs in you, right? Because it's like, just like the music they put on the speakers can give you an extra umph. Having some caffeine can give you an extra umph. When you start going to the gym, you'll see when are you performing at different levels. And with CrossFit, it's a marathon program where if you keep showing up, you're gonna see results. But you also have to not let the social pressure, because that's also how those programs work. You're in a social environment which tends to make people push more. If you see a bunch of people pushing themselves, like that contagion compels you to push a little more, and you have to be careful that you don't push yourself past your limits. And so that's when, once you're comfortable taking your own pace, nothing can really, you won't let anything break you.
Well,
I make a comment?
In my opinion, it's more important to be able to like achieve that headspace by yourself than it is to be able to sort of tune into that group work, because you'll always have yourself. You're not always going to have your CrossFit class.
Well, that's the thing is.
Oh wait, and for Warlock,
if you think of your body like a stick shift, sometimes getting into those upper gears, like it's easier to maintain a state of flow when you're in those upper gears. Like Superman, you're in a higher gear right now, right? Yes. But if you were starting from zero, you can like don't underestimate how having a group online just saying, hey, good job, like 10 days in a row, like stick with it, can help you get into a higher gear where you don't need any feedback at all. Like you feel emotional withdrawal when you don't work out. I used to work out so much that if I didn't work out, it felt like a drug withdrawal because my body was on a drug withdrawal.
Yeah, well, it's not so much the not having anybody, it's not having anyone behind you. It's more just when you're there, like actually doing the workout. Because I mean, obviously, like no man's an ocean, no man's an island. Like obviously, people have people behind them. I didn't just magically manifest everything I know by my own just things that I realized. I've been a part of communities and researching it for a long time, but when you're there, when you're in the gym working out, I think that it's far better to be able to do things for yourself and to do them effectively for yourself rather than to say, oh, here's this program written for 20, 30 people and we have to do it in this amount of time, or I'm not going to feel like I'm keeping up or whatever. It's just when you're writing your own programs. Yeah. When you're doing your own,
but maybe you have to lump people in at first, and they'll kind of separate out.
But you don't have to. You don't have to. That's the thing. Like you can, and it does help some people, but like by no means do you have to do that.
One thing I saw that looked really disturbing was that show with Jillian Michaels. You remember when she got all these obese people? It was just
is that the biggest loser?
Yeah, the Biggest Loser. Yeah, and it looked really scary to me.
That was a total fraud, that show, because then they all regained it.
Yeah, well, they reverted back. But
you know what's funny? We're talking about this because in the mail today, I actually got these. I ordered these. What do they call it? Resistance bands. So I'm going to start with.
I have some of that. Yeah,
those
that's nice.
So
right on, Gio. That's awesome. That's a great place to start. Good job.
I love those.
Because like my aunt, she's really big into fitness, and she's been in gyms her whole life pretty much. She's like, yeah. I'm like, should I start weight training? Like now that I'm doing a bit better in cardio. She's like, no, you're gonna fucking hurt yourself. So he's like, yeah. Do low impact and like ramp it up because they have the different chords. So I want to really get good with that.
But when it comes to the
absolutely.
When it comes to the actual body fat, would you recommend, let's say, something that I think worked out for me personally? But again, it's like everybody's at a different level here. But one thing that worked out for me in terms of just being satiated was that I started eating a lot more butter and a lot less carbohydrates.
Like keto
yeah, kind of like that. So, I don't know, Serpent Mound, what do you think about something like that as far as, like, what could work out in the long term?
Do you mean like the sustainability of preparing and consuming the food, or do you mean
I just mean more that it seems like being satiated with something as satiating as butter means that you would eat far less carbohydrates throughout the day, which would mean that you would just eat less, and over time.
Well, it also comes down to just like biochemistry, because when you eat carbohydrates, it transforms into glucose in your body. So like that's not a bad thing to have sugar in your blood. Obviously, it's not a bad thing. You need it for certain. That's why the whole like keto and carnivore stuff. Like, I mean, it works for some people, but I don't recommend it.
Seems a bit extreme. Yeah,
it is a bit extreme. Like it's fine if you're someone who really wants to lose weight and you say, okay, I'm willing to take an extreme measure to lose an immense amount of weight in a short amount of time, and that's all you're looking for, then yes, like paleo, no carbohydrate diets, they are effective for that. You will lose body fat. But for just general lifestyle and exercise, like carbs are important. But yeah, if you lift, like I eat carbs, mostly like not like I don't even know, like because I mix complex and simple. But like right now, I just eat mostly rice and potatoes when it comes to my carbs. But yeah.
But you're also somebody for who something like that would burn really quickly. Like an engine. I'd imagine that a situation, let's say for example, with Geo, I'm not sure exactly how it works, but does the body? No. Well, this is important. Like
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like, would the body go into, let's say, starvation mode and just like keep a lot?
No, it takes quite a long time. That's why intermittent fasting works, because it takes like literally like you'd have to be on the verge of starvation for it to actually...
your breath would smell like nail polish remover. You actually, once you go into starvation mode, your body starts producing acetone. So your sweat and breath would smell like nail polish remover. It's actually very frightening.
Wait, like now, not like nail polish remover, but yeah, you definitely get bad breath if you're not eating a lot.
No,
that's just general when the stomach is empty.
Your body literally produces acetone.
Although when I was talking about
carbs have always been my biggest fucking
Well, when I was talking about starvation mode.
I mean, Gio, what's our diet? I mean, think about it.
Yeah, Italian Mediterranean diet,
no
exactly.
kidding.
Yeah, well, like bread is like literally the foundation of every meal.
Bread, dude.
Well, the question that I have about starvation mode isn't so much that as it is what is the thing that makes the body store a lot of this fat in the first place, as opposed to burning it, like the actual biological process?
Sugar.
Yeah, for the most part. Like, I mean, you can eat. You'd honestly be surprised what a person can eat as long as you cut out like sugars and a lot of like the processed chemicals that a modern person consumes. You can pretty much eat whatever you want, and as long as you're reasonably active, you'd be okay. But when you consume like I always equate it to like a race car. Like when you consume like very high octane food, like fuels, like sugars and sugar substitutes, it really can fuck up the way that your body interprets and uses and stores energy, which is why a lot of people have trouble putting weight on and keeping weight off.
I'd like to make a comment about the ideology of fitness. So
please.
Back to my point of CrossFit and why CrossFit might actually be an adequate substitution for the kind of public school indoctrination that we receive. A lot of people criticize CrossFit. They say, oh, it's cult-like because the followers kind of adopt like a fanaticism about it. And but I think there's a lot of reasons why kind of a fitness group could be an ideal venue for like not really I say ideological kind of for ideology, I guess. First of all, there's kind of dopamine and serotonin activation, A, through a workout, B, through steadily progressing, and 3, through camaraderie, and you have all the people there sharing the experience with you. So all of those things kind of produce these what do you call it, these the reward centers in your brain, right? So that right there is probably going to make you really susceptible to any kind of, I don't know, new information, or I don't know, hypothetically ideological indoctrination, say. So I think actually it's possible to maybe harness the power of like a CrossFit type group for I don't know, just theoretically, I'm not saying that we should brainwash people, but I'm saying if you wanted that might be
brainwash people.
Yeah, and it might be like a good venue to do that. Is what I'm trying to. It's the point that I was trying to make. So anyways, that's all I wanted to say.
There was an article very similar to that. I forget who wrote it. It was in the American Sun recently about using existing infrastructure such as like fitness groups to like sort of create like a Mannerbund ideal.
Yeah, the Mannerbund is exactly what I was.
That's an inherent to it, I'd say. Like, I mean, like maybe not a CrossFit where it's mixed, but if you want to get just like groups of men, which is a little bit more kind of common, I'd say, to the fitness phenomenon.
My dream is now that the Boy Scouts is sort of dead and gone for the most part. I want to have something reinstituted like that.
Von der Vogel.
Yeah, I never. What is that?
It was like one of the neo-pagan groups in
nice.
Germany in the early 20th century that inspired like scouting and different kind of groups, like back to nature type of groups. Right? There was a whole ideology to it, really supporting it.
Is it the 20s? I thought it was earlier. Or not earlier.
This was actually a phenomenon throughout the West. It happened in the early 20th century in Europe, and then it kind of made its way to America in the latter part.
So
yeah, it's been around.
It means.
I just was curious.
Wandervogel. It means wandering bird. So it was a popular movement, German youth groups, 1896 to 1933, who protested against industrialization by going to hike in the country and commune with nature in the woods, drawing influence.
There's also some very neo-pagan groups too.
It was what?
There was also a lot of some of the groups were very explicitly neo-pagan and kind of did like neo-pagan rituals and brought back the aesthetics and all of this. Oh yeah,
interesting. Well, as far as I just wanted to quickly add on the diet thing, one last question that I have for Serpent Mound. When it comes to something like fasting, for instance, I am a big fan of working out in a fasted state where I just feel better not having to have had all this food inside and then later on eat and enjoy it very much, including carbs as well. Some rice, some yams. Speaking of yams. So yeah, like I imagine something like that. If you save the carb loading for that like intense workout day and the rest just satiate yourself with butter, I don't think you'd be in that kind of a position where you're constantly thinking like, oh shit, I gotta eat, because you'd be too satiated for that to be a problem.
Well, it's also a matter like a lot of people they don't realize that cravings more often than not, they're not macronutrients, they're micronutrients that you're craving. So like when you have a craving for salty food, a lot of the times the thought is that that craving is sort of how your body interprets a craving for iodine, where you don't get enough iodine in your daily diet, and all salt is iodized, most of it nowadays. So when you eat salt, your body receives iodine, and that's sort of why you crave it. And a lot of other things like foods that are high in zinc or selenium or something like that, your body knows that you need it. So yeah, that's why you crave it. But yeah, there's certain things like that. For the most part, if you hit all of your macro and micronutrient, yeah. Is that the InfoWars shit?
Yeah, Survival Shield X.
Hell yeah.
Base and iodine.
It's back for a limited time only.
I used the BioTrue Selenium for a while. That was nice.
Yeah, no, they have a lot of good products. They also have a good B12 product, like a liquid B12.
Do they still have Pollen Burst, Tangy Tangerine?
No, I haven't seen that. Like, look, I know that people give InfoWars a lot of shit, but when it comes to like the supplements, I found that a lot of these supplements, like I think my favorite thing was this colloidal silver gel for wounds.
Yeah.
Did you like that?
Yeah. No, definitely.
Really?
Don't eat that. Do not lick that. That's like too much.
You'll turn blue.
Yeah, I saw that guy.
Yeah, like Papa Smurf. Yeah. Or
Serpent Mound.
Is that Morse code?
Oh, where is he?
Did you know that Papa Smurf was a 33rd degree Freemason?
Well, he did have that hat. I mean, they all had that
Phrygian cap.
The Phrygian cap about with Mithraism and all that. By the way, I think now is a good time to do some shout outs, which is something that I want to do from now on, because I want to really thank not just this great panel, but also the amazing people who have been in the chat, who have been with us watching right now. We've got 34 people watching right now. Thank you guys so much. So we have Crank God. Thank you so much for coming in. We have Acid Police, Mumbaji, Lance Audet, who is one of our great patrons. Oh, nice. Look at that. The gold. I got to find out more about this gold after the shout out. Such a one, the great meme master. We got Eternal Saturnalia. We got AIC. We got Blue Shoe. Seven Sin. Let's see. Drelgon. Ryan Moyle. Mr. Hands. Buff.
He's always there.
Always.
Shade Slimmy. Diogenes Tefelsdorch. Very interesting name. Escaliant Orev. Christopher. Nice simple name, Christopher. So these are the people who I've been Trash Bin Lichman. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, Trash Lich. Shout out.
Let's see if there's any. Jay Wiley. Ramona's.
My favorite Chinese supremacist, Trash Lich.
That guy's great, man.
Wait, is he one of those Broken Branch Twitter accounts?
Yes.
Oh, no.
okay. Yeah,
He will restore the Han Order in the West.
Oh my god.
Yeah, make grandfather cry. Vale. Let's see. Who else we got here? I think this is everybody that I'm seeing in the Super Iron Bob, of course. Super Iron Bob MVP right there.
Iron Bob.
Yeah. Aryan Cowboy. We got let's see who else.
Yeah.
Sheena Bruh. It says, "Get out of your jail, Jules." I don't know what she's.
Yo, I'm working on it right now with yours truly over here.
Yes.
He's in the lead. He's in the lead.
What?
What would you guys recommend supplement wise for like certain portly people?
For supplements, like that's not like obviously there's certain supplements everyone should be taking. Everyone should, I think, be taking zinc. I think everyone should be taking vitamin D. If you don't, especially if you don't get a lot of sunlight, you should.
Yeah, I take vitamin D every day. Yeah.
Vitamin D, zinc. For me, I take a lot of selenium. Vitamin C is just a nice thing to supplement as well. I got kind of paranoid with the fucking COVID stuff. I started like hyperdosing vitamin C.
Vitamin K? Yeah.
My parents were doing the same.
Well, vitamin C is the digestible form of it is the one that you can get. I could even show it to you right here. So
well, I was making pine tea. I was making needle tea.
Oh man.
Needle tea is good. Yeah. So this is liposomal vitamin C. In fact, I will take some of it on screen for you, just so you understand how it works. But it is packed in these little bits of fat. So usually when you take vitamin C, your liver ends up absorbing a lot of it. So like it's good for the skin, but from what I understand, you're not really going to get that much of it. But here you have like a little packet, so you just open the sucker up and just. That's it.
There you go.
There we go. That's all there is to it.
Go.
So this is really good. Like when you're feeling like you have a fever, what I do is I just take, like every 3 hours, I take one of these. Just like every 3 hours. And then eventually a lot of it goes away. And another interesting thing that I found, which I'd be interested for more evidence as far as how exactly it works, but if you get black seed oil, and if you just cover yourself with the black seed oil, that seemed to, like when you have a fever. Like, I've tried that, and my family has tried that, like, when they got a fever, and it seemed to get the symptoms to subside pretty quickly, so...
But what does zinc do exactly?
It helps your immune function.
Yeah, there you go. Is it also supposed to calm you down or something like that, or...?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
I don't think so.
Lev, what you should try to have on at some point, you should do like a whole like holistic episode.
Oh, yeah.
Try to get like Grim, Soul Bra, try to get all those on.
Oh.
Yes,
Spinach
Soul
bra.
Definitely.
And spinach bra, yes.
Yeah, someone recommended spinach bra in the chat. I'm gonna have to check him out. I don't really know.
Yeah, he's probably my favorite account on Twitter.
Nice. And another thing, Gio.
He's right about spinach,
Well,
and gorillas.
I definitely have to take a look at him now. But Gio, you have a garden, so
yes.
You have the best opportunity at actually growing a lot of these supplements instead of buying them, in a little pack, right? Like you can buy some herbs and just That,
we always have herbs adjacent to the main plots. Yeah.
Lavender oil.
Wild oregano is very, very.
Oregano, usually oregano and basil. Rosemary always tends to grow on the edges, anyways. Like we have like an older part of our garden is like just natural, has rosemary plants.
But to just answer your question like in a roundabout way, I wouldn't worry so much about the supplementation. Worry more just about general diet, and obviously I'll DM you with more specific information if you. But yeah, I was a licensed personal trainer. My certification just ran out this year, so.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have to wrap it up for tonight.
So yeah.
Hero, you like me so much? You can DM me.
Yeah, of course, man.
Oh yeah, thank you so much for coming in, and
Gio,
it was a great pleasure.
I will help you out, Gio. Please, begging you. Next, anyway.
Thanks, man.
What's in the DMs, Yams? What's in the DMs?
Did you? Yeah, Lev. So I'm guessing you didn't see the video from Big Lenny that I commissioned for spinach broth.
No.
Wait, that was
this is
a
all
fake,
new.
that one?
Love it.
That was a cameo request.
Where could I see this video?
boy.
Is it on your YouTube?
No, it's on my Twitter.
Okay, I'm gonna have to find it.
Yeah,
But
you
the
can...
lies of spinach. Lies of leafy greens.
It was funny because we have a Delray Misfits like Jason Genova chat on Twitter, and we just sort of found out, like, we just realized that Big Lenny was on Cameo, and I'm Big Lenny's biggest fan, so I was like, we were all just sort of like, what? Because it's $20 for just any cameo from Lenny, and we were like, what a great way to like slip, because Lenny is in dire straits right now, and it's a good way to sort of have a laugh and just put a few bucks in Big Lenny's pocket. But it was probably one of the best purchases I've made in my life. That was the funniest shit I've ever seen. I love that.
I'm looking at Big Lenny right now. I've seen him on your Twitter, but I'm just trying to figure out, how does the reverse Ninja Turtle shell happen? What's the
honestly, well, he's, first of all, it's pure muscle. That's what he says, is that he's the Tom Platz of abs, which, you know, Tom Platz was like famous for his legs, and Lenny's famous for his abs. He has the biggest, hardest abs in the game.
My God.
But it's all from we believe it's probably from growth hormone abuse, insulin abuse, because we see that a lot of days with modern bodybuilders like Phil Heath, Kai Green, a lot of these guys who were well, until recently, the guys that were holding the top spots who got really big and were winning the Olympia and the Arnold in the past 5 years or so, they sort of get that bubble gut. And we think that the biggest change recently was guys didn't really used to fuck with insulin a lot. That's, people don't think of insulin as like a bodybuilding steroid, but when you can really manipulate your blood sugar by injecting insulin, it can offer some pretty interesting effects with the way that your musculature can hold and develop and the way that you retain water. But guys in the 80s and 90s, 70s, they didn't really fuck with insulin too much, and you didn't notice those bubble guts. And obviously Lenny uses everything under the sun, insulin included. And so we think that probably plus prolonged GH abuse causes the gut.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Even insulin, I wouldn't want to mess with that, man. That's
no.
Well,
like,
that's
for
like
pancreatic health. That's man.
No. But those guys, like, I mean, they literally do so much. Like, it's like a fucking, like, you need like like they give themselves like a master's degree in steroid chemistry. Guys that know,
I knew a guy like this once. Yeah.
Guys that know what they're talking about when it comes to steroids. Like, I know a decent amount, but when I talk to people who are like really into it, like, I can't even follow a conversation. It's so far over my head, because it all gets into just like the highest level of biochemistry, and they're teaching themselves and like buying shit off the dark web and like learning
Serpent Mount.
Oh God.
Some people just talk to show off, not because they want you to learn.
Well, did you ever see that Greg Valentino guy that had his bicep detached?
Yes. I have to say, Greg is a good guy. I've seen his other stuff. He has a YouTube channel, and he puts out some decent content on RX Muscle TV, or it might be Muscle Sports TV, but he's actually a really funny and really personable guy. And I don't think, if you are interested in him, don't let the documentary be the only.
Oh, that's just synthol.
Yes, it was all synthol. There's a guy called Lev, if you want to put a picture of him up, this guy Kirill Tenshin.
Oh, the Russian guy
from Russia. Yes,
that guy's a joker though.
He is a joker, but I love that.
That was like that's almost reminds me of Scott Steiner, how he like blew out his chest. Yeah.
Him. Well, I know you're probably familiar with this, being a mark as well, but I think that some of that, because Kofi Kingston is the same shit.
Yeah.
And they think it might be from guys taking slaps. I think it might be from guys that took big.
Yeah,
big
because you have a pretty, like, when you're a professional wrestler, you have like a pretty phenomenal amount of scar tissue on your chest, because a lot of it's not just the slaps, but also the amount of the training required to actually pick up guys and do moves requires that your biceps have to be a certain way. Like, for example, your quads over here and your knees are always the first to go in wrestling, because you have to like.
Well, your back too, guys fuck.
Yeah,
the back
your back all the time. But like your knees, especially because you have to bear the weight of the guy that you're planting enough to that you're not killing them. Like for example, Tanahashi, like his knees are so fucked up because of doing like 20 years of doing high fly flows. Because the way you do a frog splash is that your knees are like the shock absorbers. You don't want to kill someone, right?
And people don't think about it when you hit that mat, man. That's fucking.
It's hard.
That's
man.
a hard bump.
Oh, dude, yeah. Like it almost reminds me of like, when you get to a certain level, especially with strong style. Like for example, Dynamite Kid, he inevitably, that's what killed him, was all of his injuries. Like
that's what killed Owen Hart too.
Yeah, like all like going so hardcore. Yeah, that I'm just looking at the chat. Well, Owen Hart. No, but yeah, Dynamite Kid.
Malfunction.
Yeah, there you go. That's when he ended up in a wheelchair because like all of his cartilage in his knees and all of his triceps and all that were totally depleted. And, because he basically brought Japanese, like helped bring Japanese strong style to the West, and he crafted what we know nowadays as like lucha riso, which is like lucha libre plus strong style, and the moves that he did with the original Tiger Mask was just phenomenal. But unfortunately, it ended up killing him after, because he was a smaller guy too, and he was like tough as nails. Like he would knock people out and everything. He'd shoot on him, and yeah, he just had a really nasty personality.
Did you ever? I think I might have asked you about this, but there's a really good podcast. Do you know who Vinny Paz is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So do you listen to the Broad Street Breakdown?
Oh no, I don't listen. Yeah, but I've heard
you need to, because that's all like old metalhead, like punk shit, and then wrestling and movies.
That's right up your alley.
And movies. That's all they talk about. And it's old school, alley, like Philly shit. No, that's what I'm saying. You would love that podcast. If you're familiar with him and his shit, you need to check that podcast out.
I was never big into Jedi Mind Tricks, but I have listened to a lot of his solo stuff and like a lot of his collabs with other artists like Ill Bill, Gore-Tex.
Yes, the Ill Bill stuff was good. I'm not a fan of Ill Bill though. I don't think he's that.
No,
good.
You're not a fan? No.
No.
You're not a
because he didn't.
Person?
No, I don't like Ill Bill. I don't like Necro. I don't like honestly, I'm not the biggest Sean Price fan either. I hate to say that, but yeah, Ill Bill just like he was like Vinny, but not as like outrageous, which is sort of the draw for a lot of Vinny stuff. By the way, I sent Lev that album. Did you get the chance to check that out?
On a chat or?
No, I sent it to you in DM like a few days ago.
Let me see.
The link to the psychosocial, biological, chemical
I see it right over here. I did not have a chance to take a look at it yet, but I have the whole playlist over here. So
what do you guys think of Insane Clown Posse? They're a dominant force in both hip hop and wrestling, so they have to be respected, right?
When I was a kid, I unironically listened to Insane Clown.
I could see that. All right, I could see that.
Yeah. My girlfriend and I were very sad because we were gonna try to go to Gathering of the Juggalos. Obviously, it got canceled.
Oh man, yeah.
Hey, that people like to hate on them, but they've stood the test of time. So there's kind of Lindy in some respect.
What?
They actually were trained. Like people don't know this. They were like legit trained, and they toured when they were starting out. They actually toured with Sabu and the original Sheik and Rob Van Dam.
Oh, love Sabu.
Really?
Yeah.
And the Sheik.
Yeah.
Everybody follow Iron Sheik or what is it, Sheiky Baby on Twitter.com.
But this was the original Sheik, and he was like 70 years old, and he was still going. It was amazing. And like Shaggy and Violent J, they tell stories like they would go into a Denny's. And the original Sheik would have his like shirt open with all the scars and everything, and he would like start fucking with the waitress, and they were just these two little kids, right? Barely like teenagers, and he'd be like, "This is 2 for 1. Just give me the free one." He start fucking with the weight, and he start throwing chairs and everything. Oh man!
Wow, it's pretty funny how he's the Iron Sheik, but I see he has the Saudi head garb. That's an interesting combination.
What is he actually? What was
his? He's legit. They were both legit Iranian.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The Iron Sheik, he was actually he started off as part of the special secret service in Iran and he was a personal guard for the Shah. And after the yeah,
have you heard his promos? He gives the
Yeah,
best
oh, man.
promos. He's like
Best
literally
promos
like
ever.
he's like, I will fuck you in your ass. Like, that's what his promos
Make you
are like.
humble.
He's like, you are worse than a
Well, that
Jew.
was when he was older. And he was on
that's him,
he was
not
smoking
me.
crack and everything. So
I like the Sheik. Like that's one of the. And correct me if I'm wrong, but he. Oh God, what was the guy's name? Was it Billy Buckland that he dropped the belt to, and he wouldn't drop it to Bob Backlund, and he wouldn't drop it to someone who didn't have wrestling experience.
Yeah, pretty much.
He didn't want to drop it. Was it he didn't want to drop it to Hart, or
he didn't want to drop it to Hogan or
that's what
like
it was.
He had a deal because he was coming in from the AWA, so he was pretty big with Vern Gagne, and so Vern Gagne wanted to screw over Vince McMahon. So he's like, how about you like legit break Hulk Hogan's legs? And he could do it because he was an Olympic trained wrestler. Yeah. He trained the Iranian Olympic team. And so they were going to pay him $200,000 to do it. But then he's like, oh, I didn't do it. I don't do it. I told I didn't do it for the God, the Jesus, and the Mr. McMahon. And so he went and he told Vince, and then he had to like, unfortunately, the problem was like Sheik was like the first one to be like the victim of the Hulk Hogan machine, because that was like the model.
Ran wild over him.
Yeah, exactly. Like, because the model that Vince McMahon always set up since Hulk Hogan was like, okay, here's the number one top guy, and everyone else gets fed to him.
Well, it's the same Cena show.
Yeah, Cena's like, exactly, yeah. And now it's like, I don't know, Roman Reigns. Like I don't watch WWE. I watch like New Japan. That's like my nerd.
I have a big question for everyone on the panel, and that is, what is your favorite wrestler and favorite rapper? I'll start. Rob Van Dam and early Aesop Rock. Okay, go.
Yes, Aesop Rock, bro.
Right, early Aesop Rock. None of this.
Like
stuff.
Appleseed.
Oh yeah, Appleseed, Float, Bazooka Tooth, stuff like
Float,
that. Oh, yeah. With mainly with what was the
Blockhead?
Yeah, Blockhead. Yeah, his Blockhead stuff. That's the golden years. And Rob Van Dam, of course. Okay. Anyways,
nice. He was one of my favorites as a kid. Yeah.
I
don't know. There's so many to choose, man. Like my favorites are all like deathmatch wrestling.
Let your heart be your guide.
I would say Nick Mondo when he was in his original like CZW run. He was like growing up. That was like my thing, right? And favorite rapper, I don't know. I'd probably pick like Big L would be my favorite.
Dude, Big L is sick. Like I really love that. Like, cause Big L really, people don't realize like the time period that Big L like when he died, the time like if he had survived, I truly believe he would have been people would know who he was. Like he would have been on a Biggie Smalls level, I think, to an extent.
Because he kept sometimes the lyricism, they drop off, though. That was. Yeah.
Big pun too, by the way. Big pun as well.
I personally can't decide between Biggie and Tupac. I know that those are very standard choices. They're both great in their own way.
I like Biggie a little better.
Tupac's I'm gonna have to go with you there.
Tupac is psyops.
All right, I can't make up my mind, but I would say for wrestling, I like Captain Lou Albano. And I especially like his history of rock and roll. You know, George, it all started way back before the beginning of time, when the windy wind blew through the trees and banged against the rocks, creating a beat. And then he talked about how his ancestor created rock and roll, and there was this whole thing on this album that Mona Flambe produced, but Mona Flambe was just a nickname of, who's that really famous 80s singer? She was in We Are the World.
Cyndi Lauper?
Cyndi Lauper.
Cyndi Lauper?
Exactly.
Yes.
Was that did they break the thing over Cyndi Lauper's head? I think I remember watching that live.
Yeah, that was WrestleMania 1. That was gimmicked, yeah.
Wow, yeah. So I don't know. I like that whole dorkier time of WrestleMania when it was a little bit more cartoonish. You know, like afterwards when it got
characters. Yeah.
I mean, I guess The Rock was also kind of cartoonish in his own way with the raised eyebrow and all that stuff.
The Rock was a worker though. Like that's
the Attitude Era was also cartoonish, but in more of like the Punisher type of way. You know, like a
it was
Frank
more
Miller
like
type of way, but it was still cartoony, right? Yeah.
DX, looking back on it, is pretty cartoony. It's like
death, but it's funny,
dude. Like
people...
Sting. You know, come on,
the Crow.
That's my favorite GIF in the world, where he takes the mask off and he's got another mask.
Oh, beautiful, yeah.
But people don't know about like the Renaissance that was happening in Japan during the 90s, like during the Attitude Era. You had like You had like back when like All Japan was still strong. You had like Misawa, Kobashi, all those like guys that really were like superstars. But in the West, yeah, I mean, Attitude like I grew up like around like the Ruthless Aggression stuff. So like you had your Rob Van Dam, Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero, stuff like that. So
shout out to Chris Benoit's Ghost.
Triple H burying everybody.
I was about to say, which one was it where we had that guy in chat?
Yeah, that was Chris Benoit's Ghost. That was
Fashi Gopnik. Yeah.
That's what it was. That's who it was.
Oh yeah, this is the clip from CZW. That was like
So what is CCW? Because I stumbled on this clip a long time
Combat
ago.
Zone Wrestling. Yeah. Okay, so they used to be, but now they've sort of calmed down because they were acquired by a bigger corporation. But Combat Zone Wrestling is like one of the most infamous wrestling promotions in all of the world because they were basically they took the mantle from ECW and they like created what the founder John Zandig calls ultra violence. So they were like the top deathmatch promotion in all of America, next to like IWA Mid South. But IWA Mid South was like redneck stuff. So Combat Zone, they came out with the Tournament of Death, which is like the most well-recognized deathmatch tournament where like every match is a death match and you have to like survive 3 of them.
Wow.
So and they really pushed the boundaries back in the day when they had the original wrestlers that started like Nick Mondo, where like famous clips like when Mondo got the weed whacker to the chest and he like fell from the building onto like, and he cleared the tables and he like just basically dropped on the concrete from 15 foot. And it was, yeah. So, but nowadays Combat Zone is a shell of its former self. It's not like, yeah.
Well, now with COVID-19 and wrestling, what is the situation? I guess everybody's just, I mean, they're still
empty
performing.
Arenas. Well,
it's so sad.
Yeah, it's sad, man. Like they have basically empty arenas, but what New Japan has done, because they lifted the lockdown in Tokyo, so they have they're starting to have shows where they have basically like people social distance and nobody cheers because they all have masks on.
Well, people didn't cheer. People don't cheer in Japanese wrestling crowds to really be.
Yeah, true.
Right?
They do and they don't. Like when they get really heated, they do. But
they cheer for chain wrestling.
Yeah,
stuff,
it takes a while.
like spots.
But yeah, Japan,
which are really cool.
Yeah, they it takes a long time for them. Like you have to have the match cook and
look, I think this guy's gonna do. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, Greg Excellence is doing the flip. Yeah, the worm, the Scotty Too Hottie.
Oh wow!
But yeah, no. Recently, they had Dominion in Japan. They had New Japan. They had Dominion, where Evil won the 2 belts. Where they had a crowd, but the crowd is like they were just clapping and like doing the leg shuffle.
Mm-hmm. My favorite was when, speaking of like a culture clash when it comes to Asian society, when you had a South Korean group perform in North Korea, and everybody was just sitting down there, ultra polite, stoic.
Well, that was they did the I think the biggest wrestling event in the world happened in North Korea. There was this deal between WCW and Antonio Inoki where he was that where he fought Muhammad Ali? Yeah. It's where Antonio Inoki fought Muhammad Ali.
No, he fought Ric Flair in that one.
Yeah, he fought Ric Flair. Sorry, Muhammad Ali, I think, was on the tour. Yeah, it was called a Clash in Korea. It was like this big thing, like 100,000 people attended in their giant stadium because, of course, they're forced to, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is when he was, I believe that's, that was. Is that Inoki or Giant Baba? Yeah, it's Inoki.
I love the fact now that we have this window that I just figured out how to reverse engineer Discord, turning it into a green screen, and just have a screen capture for a Zoom account that's logging into this conversation. It becomes my virtual Jamie.
You're very clever.
You're virtual Jamie.
Virtual Jamie.
Well, people don't know this, but New Japan basically invented mixed martial arts, right? Back in the 70s. Yeah, because Antonio Inoki was the first to combine different styles. And then a lot of wrestlers that he trained are people that were very proficient in grappling, like Billy Robinson and others that came from the UK. They basically created that New Japan style. And then a lot of students, such as Minoru Suzuki, they went to form Pancrase. And Pancrase was the first shoot wrestling company. And then from there, MMA was basically created. Yeah, so pro wrestling basically created mixed martial arts.
I love. I was watching some of the old Kimbo street fights.
Kimbo's nice. Yeah, man.
Those were some of like I mean I wasn't really like of an age to really appreciate those the first time I saw them, because I was like,
bare knuckle boxing.
That and bum fights,
bum fights is great.
There was
I like
the bum fights guy. He went onto the show with
Dr. Phil,
and he dressed up as Dr. Phil. He had like a bald spot over here on his head, and
that was the greatest, because he really pointed out the hypocrisy of Dr. Phil, where he's like, "You exploit people every day." But yeah, Kimbo, he died, didn't he? Isn't he?
Yeah, he he's no longer with us.
Guy was some.
I think it was a heart thing. Yeah, I think it was a heart thing.
Wow.
But yeah, those fights, like you just watch them and they were just so like it's weird to say that they were technical, but I mean, he had some technical not training, but like he had some technical instincts. Like he was doing really well back in those days.
Oh yeah.
Like I love there's a whole treasure trove of those old Florida fights where, because apparently Florida cops like just didn't deal with shit like that. They like couldn't be bothered to deal with fights.
Yeah.
And so there's a bunch of those online, not just the ones he did. There were a bunch more.
Wasn't that the rapper that also filmed himself fighting people? He's dead now.
I don't know if he's dead, but
Tashion? Yeah.
Was it him?
I think so. He used to fight people. Yeah.
What, Tekashi 6ix9ine?
No, XXS Tentacion. No, not Snitch 9. Fuck yeah, not Snitch 9.
Well, people don't care about that shit anymore, apparently. The new generation, I don't know how much of a Goodfellas tier honor system they have. I don't know.
They have none, man. They have none.
No.
Yeah. Well, that is...
Image rules everything.
Yeah, that is kind of the downfall of society right there, I guess, because even with the criminals, if they had a certain sense of honor, then if your criminals don't have a sense of honor anymore, then what sense of honor does society have?
Well, the criminals control everything, so it's kind of like a trickle down from
a
mafia.
Well, to a certain extent, but not really. It depends on what you look. It depends on like relative to what.
Trickle down.
It depends on relative to what, again, because Russia's much worse than this, and I mean, that's a whole other conversation, but I do agree that there are things to... No, I understand. I do agree that there are things to fix here, absolutely, but we've always had criminals in our intelligence agencies that were doing very bad shit, and there's no denying that. The only question is, what is the level of acceptability as far as people can live a decent life? And now I think
the level of acceptability is how popular you are.
Yeah, pretty much.
Have you ever heard the
level of acceptability?
Have you ever heard the comparison between say the CIA and intelligence agencies, like secret intelligence agencies, are the kind of contemporary version of the secret societies of the past, like the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians, insofar as like they're kind of an initiated group that does kind of black ops, like by and large, and kind of controls things behind the scene in a similar way.
I'm not opposed to that, but my only problem is that if I get to a point where there is a dead end of research where it becomes more of a ephemeral thing, you know what I mean? Like when it becomes something like, maybe this happened, maybe it didn't happen, it's so long ago, we don't really know, you know what I mean? Like when it comes to something like that, then there's nothing really I can do there, because I could either say, okay, I am 100% going to be on your side when it comes to these things and just take everything as a given. But if something's not as certain for me as it could be with, let's say, more substantial evidence to back it up, then I can honestly say, like, this is exactly what happened. These are the secret societies. This is what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, there are, of course, so many hints out there.
That's the bloodlines.
Well, it's the internet age. So, I mean, I think that we're all dealing with information overload. And I think a constructive way of dealing with that is like what we do now, where we all come together and we just kind of talk it out.
I would love to do that.
We have like kind of open-minded skepticism about things and kind of appraise every idea. And, it's just really tricky, but I think it's just part of the 21st century.
But not just appraising an idea, though. I want to take it to the next level where I'm totally with what you're saying, but I want to do the following. Like, let's say you make a statement about so-and-so's bloodline is connected to this thing. Okay, where did you hear that? Let's pick up the text. Let's get the source material. Let's just go, page by page and figure out exactly what the origin of this is.
I think that's a waste of time.
Well, see, I disagree.
I think overall, that's a waste of time.
No, well, here's why I disagree, though, because for me, I can't really go with you on this journey unless I can look at something and say, okay, this has been backed up by enough. You know what I mean? Just like have something of some substance. Because if there's no substance there, then what are we talking about?
I wouldn't say it's a waste of time, but I think for a lot of those things, the wires are just like way too tangled to really get to that level that would be like adequate for that.
Okay, but then there's this question.
And there's an inherent mystery to it too. There's
Sure.
a lot we just don't know, and so you kind of just have to use your best logic and ration and maybe intuition as well.
How about this?
Use a lot of different tools.
Are there things within the same conversation that could be right out of the horse's mouth? Absolutely, like if you look into it, like Eddie Bravo likes to say, look into it. If you look into it, then there is absolutely no doubt in your mind.
Eddie Bravo on the stream.
Oh, I would love that. Actually, you know who we are going to have on the stream in a couple of weeks? I've already been talking with him and confirmed it. We're going to be having Tony Henchcliffe on the stream.
No way.
Kill Tony.
Wait,
Yes
really?
way. Yeah.
Holy cow.
I have the text from him
awesome.
right here. So yeah,
Jeez.
he's so that's going to be a very exciting time. Yeah, definitely. But back to this thing. The point that I'm making here is, yes, Info Warlock, you're right that some of these things, they get into a more mystical territory where you can't really say anything. My wish is to find those rare jewels of information that actually are more verifiable, that talk about exactly the same stuff that you're interested in talking about. And I think they're out there. I can't say that everything is going to be a dead end. So what I'm interested in are the actual verified things that would be of the same level when it comes to bloodlines or whatever else you're talking about here.
Right. Well, to your point, and I wasn't talking about anything specifically, it's kind of like a broad thing, and I do agree with you, really. But I think there's a lot of merit, excuse me, in narrative construction, excuse me,
That's okay.
Constructing a narrative, right? Because actually it makes sense that people respond better to stories than they do to just an assortment of facts. And it makes sense from a, evolutionary perspective, because for something like 100,000 years or so, people were oral societies, so they told stories, and that's how they learned, and that's how they built their worldview, through stories. And so a literary society is only about maybe 10,000 years old, so it's relatively like an innovation, and I think that kind of leads to kind of scholastic, archiving, looking about facts and knowledge. What I'm saying is that it's more like instinctual that we respond to stories. So the creation of narrative is very worthy pursuit, because it's powerful, more powerful maybe than facts.
Well, if it's in its power that it's something that I want to be very careful about. Because you're absolutely right. Narrative is a very powerful thing, because of which a lot of people get lumped in together as a certain archetype, while there are people out there who don't fit into that particular archetype who are nonetheless lumped into it. So we've had these conversations before, and this is something that I am very passionate about, making sure that is separate on an individual level. Where you could have somebody who has, let's say somebody is like a Rothschild or Rockefeller or whatever, and they actually want to get out of that zone. They actually want to do, good for the world or whatever. You know what I mean? Like there's somebody, or not even that family, just like any rich or powerful or leader or whatever. And I can't point at them and say that, okay, they're ultimately going to be lumped up with all these other bad things, and there's nothing we can do about it. This is just the narrative. This is the narrative that's been playing out. I don't want to go that direction.
I do agree with you. I do agree with you. Yeah, I'm not really pro any details. That's why I feel like I'm just kind of arguing just in a generalistic sense, not any specific like instance of like, say, bloodlines or whatever. Although I'm cognizant of the conspiracies online, and I think though it might be worth analyzing and saying, why is that? Like, why are these ideas captivating to people?
Definitely.
Maybe there's
I think
there, right?
yeah,
So it's just kind of a broad general, not to get bogged down into specifics.
well, I think it's because it's people trying to break complex issues down into a simple narrative.
Who's that an impression of?
Wait, who was that guy?
People that bash conspiracy theories. I don't know. I forget who said
skeptics, the skeptic community.
Yeah, people like that, or people like Kurzweil. You know that
you should have on here, love.
Wait, isn't he the husband of the shoe on head girl?
No,
not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah, fuck him. Get shoe on head on the stream. How about that?
We would
activate our synth mode.
We would mog the hell out of her, especially we had Sunny on with shoe on head.
Oh my god!
Discord like before the end.
No. Let's not do that. That would be awful. Oh my god.
Wow. We would break her even more. But hey, she's not into vanilla stuff though, so she'd probably.
She used to be known as Boxy back in the old 4chan days.
No,
right? That's not the same.
It's a different person.
Do not soil the name of Boxy.
I thought they were the same person.
No,
they look similar. They have the
actually,
same.
Lev, it's funny you say
same
that.
Phenotype.
That phenotype is funny because when Iron Skeptic and her broke up, apparently he followed like some 18-year-old that looked
Chinese.
Shut up!
No.
Oh my god!
That looked like could be Boxy, like
some 16-year-old thought with like an OnlyFans or something.
What's with all of these former like Gamergate people hooking up with 18, like Ethan Ralph hooked up with an 18-year-old, Armored Skeptic hooked up with an 18-year-old. Sorry, apparently the cat boy that a certain E-celeb hooked up with is also a pedophile.
It's called clout. But you know what? I have to ask then, what is the break the rules? What is the break the rules stream for, if not grooming online internet personalities?
There you go.
Like yourself, Gio.
Oh well. No, what I was going to say is that a certain cat boy is a pedophile, and a certain E-celeb that pretends to be a trad Catholic is also condoning. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm getting into it.
No, dude, bring it up. Yeah. They're fucking leeches. Like
but I'm not joking. Catboy Cammy is a pedophile. But anyways, that's besides the point.
No,
wait. Was he the guy with the black face?
Hold on, Catboy Cammy. Yeah, he's the blackface guy, isn't he?
He's the blackface guy, yes.
Yeah, he's also the black dildo guy.
Fucking way.
Yeah, he's dildo guy, but he was also on stream. Okay, here's the thing. You can use the dildo thing as a joke, whatever.
No, you fucking can't.
No, I can't. It's degenerate. It's terrible.
Stuck a dildo on stream. You don't fucking just look over that.
Yeah, he's with the anime, the lolly. His name was Lolly Socks. Before that, certain E-celeb told him to change his name. He was on stream with little girls on Omegle, naked, asking them about sex and dicks, and he admitted to a certain relationship. Anyways, so that's besides the point.
Are you serious?
I fucking knew a Negro who got harassed by that guy, like at IRL too.
Really?
Yeah, she was at an anime con, and he was fucking walking around like following her, and she was asking her to leave, and he just fucking kept following her. It was all recorded too.
But of course, it's the Red Pill the Zoomers, right?
It was all just trolling. I was all just,
Stop following people unless it's their social media. If you're doing anything to follow someone, and it's not on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, stop.
Wait, Jules. What if you need to take paparazzi photos that you can put on your social media fan page dedicated to that person? What about that?
The only thing I know that you can do is you can hire a private investigator and boast about it and make it socially acceptable.
No, but anyways,
unless you're doing that like a production company, like you have to get ahead of that story.
Are you plugging your private investigator?
No, my friend Costo, he'll just tell me, don't
talk.
He'll just be like, he'll just talk about dozens of private investigators. And I'm like, that's an idea that's been put in my head.
Yeah, okay. Listen, I'm not making this up. I'm not slandering Cammy. Go to the YouTube channel, The Happenings Network. He has a whole 30-minute documentary on it where there's live videos of Catboy Cammy basically having really inappropriate conversations with visibly young that he's, of course, Happenings Network, he censored the children, but they admit on air that they're like 12, 11 years old.
Does Keemstar know about this?
Well, hopefully, who knows, right?
You gotta tell him, Gio.
Does Chris Hansen know about this?
You gotta let him know.
Well, maybe. I mean, well, Chris Hansen, he's too busy with Onision, yeah.
Dude, that's if you ever I tweet about this occasionally, but like I don't feel like people know that like Del Rey Misfits is like Jason Genova is one of the best communities on YouTube. One of the other best ones is the TCAP community. Going back and watching all the old To Catch a Predator videos is like the best.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's the best content. That's the best television. I think without question, that's the best television that's ever aired.
Oh, it's kind of sad. That stuff makes me sad.
No, it's fucking awesome, bro.
Sad.
The teacher one, remember?
It's just everything's so broken. Everything is so broken. I'm just the hopeless romantic that's like, how do we fix the broken things instead of
I like watching these dudes get
I actually agree.
I like watching these guys get their shit.
I think here's the thing, and
it is a source of, you get a lot of energy from knocking down broken things. There's no question that there is actual spiritual uplift you can give yourself from knocking
the thing is like you watch shit like that.
Something that is broken, like you can really siphon a lot of energy from it.
Like a Death Eater.
It's not even. It's just very ritual. It's a group ritual thing even. In some cases, and just a totally unconscious, subconscious inclination.
When's the last time you left New York City? I think you have
a couple months.
I think you have the Empire State of Mind.
Let's change that.
Well, it's been a couple months.
The reason I bring this up is because, again, what did I say earlier in this stream? You have to choose the people you associate with and the people you defend.
Yeah.
If you portray yourself, and again, he blocked me, so I don't fucking care. If you portray yourself in a certain way that you are the leader of the moral majority, then why are you hanging out with very odious, insidious people?
Yeah, Lev.
Yeah. Well, no, but anyways, I don't want to get into it, but whatever.
Well, why are you hanging out with people who are like, they're literally fucking like awful people? Like all those like millennial Matt. All those people.
Didn't he try to dox people and all that?
I always hated that guy.
Yeah.
No, they're all those like trad cath. Like, I mean, obviously, like no hate to that like school of thought or whatever, but like people who are part of that like internet trad cath community, like Beardson, like fucking Millennial Matt, all those guys are absolute fucking shit stains.
I wouldn't say Beardson. No, I don't know. Beardson and Sean. I like Sean. He's a misunderstood dude.
Sean, especially, Beardson too. They tend to distance themselves when they smell some shit. Sean especially, though.
Well, yeah, they've distanced themselves from a certain person, but no, Serban Mountain. I think the problem with that is a lot of them use the Catholicism for just like points, and they are not really entirely serious. There are a lot of serious tradcaths. A lot of
exactly, and that's why I'm not saying I'm not saying like that, like
I know.
Tradcath.
But it's like when you use it as like a cudgel to like mount some type of like clout. I see the thing with Beardson and Sean. I don't really think they've claimed that they're tradcaths, but certainly people like this certain person and Millennial Matt and others. I think I think it's despicable if you're not serious about your convictions and you're portraying yourself something that you're not.
What I think it is, I've talked to friends about this before, and I think that the reason that they even like adopt the like sort of the tradcath moniker is sort of because like they know that the young sort of impressionable like I don't want to say children because it could be people my age, but like younger people, the tradcath being like sort of a logical extension of sort of radical Christianity, which most people are brought up in Christianity. They're looking for something in that more fits how they feel, and the most readily accessible option for most of those people, especially if they're brought up Protestant, they have issues with Protestantism. A lot of the times these people sort of funnel directly into traditional Catholic mindsets. And so that's sort of like the first step that these people take into that school of thought, and then people like who you're referring to sort of grab them by the ankles and yank them down.
And it's a grift.
And then grift them. Yeah.
No, because that's the thing, and you could say this about other certain groups on the right that affiliate with very like destructive or self-destructive people, and they sort of ignore things, and there's a lot of fishy things going. Like for the fact that you hang out with someone like Milo, never mind. I'm getting to.
You've got so much juice on everyone.
I know, man. Like, I mean,
they do it to themselves.
No, they do it to themselves.
They do it to themselves.
You're just this lexicon of dirt. Everything.
Yeah, I know, man.
You lurk online for a few years, you learn a lot.
Well, there are certain people who make a living off of spilling tea, but I think like my point being is that if you know that people are sketch, if you know that possibly the people around them get doxxed and have their lives ruined, then why would you want to hang out with certain people like that? Why? Because he went to universities and he was famous once.
Gio, you're gonna get heat again.
Yeah, I got have a question for
Hopefully. Fuck.
Gio, do you think that it might be possible that the kind of medium of the internet, just its inherent, it's kind of like a blender of media where everything just gets blended together and swirled together in chaos? Do you think that it's something that it favors a kind of detached irony, and it kind of makes it almost impossible to be sincere and have sincere convictions online?
Yes.
Just by the nature of it?
Yes, I think that it's not an impossibility, but certainly an improbability, because you are you're experiencing various different pushes and pulls in terms of motivation and in terms of why people engage in the ways they do on the internet. And that it just seems that the internet is an irony. It's like social media is an irony producing machine. Yeah. And that there's a lot of people who sort of lose themselves and lose their convictions in order to chase that high of what they think is going to benefit them in the long run. But the thing is, it never benefits them, because it seems that we're all in the crab bucket. And yeah, go ahead, InfoWarlock. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, I was just going to comment. Sorry, I guess I lost my train of thought because I was listening to you. So continue. Sorry.
No, but yeah, you're fundamentally right in that. Having observed online ecologies for a huge part of my life, the problem is that a lot of people are not entirely serious about what they're doing, and when they are serious, it's usually just to get a position above other people and to not really sincerely generate content and generate a presence that is ultimately beneficial, but rather it seems that there's hidden forces behind the scenes that are influencing online discourse, and that as much people
glow in the darks.
Well, as much as people talk about glow in the darks, it seems that the glow in the darks really don't have to be as proficient or as widespread as possible as like people like to think.
Right.
Rather that a certain way of engagement on the internet produces certain outcomes that are beneficial to the glow in the darks.
Yeah.
And when you have these e-celebs that are willing, and here's the thing, we're all trying to do it, man. We're all trying to bank. We're all trying to grift. I mean, I'm no different. Nobody is clean. Nobody's innocent. But at the same time, it's still how you put yourself out there. And if I cast shade on people, it's because I believe that you can never have progress with certain people around. You can never fulfill any meaningful material goal out in the world if you hang around with people. And here's the thing, there's a lot of eccentric and even crazy people that have good ideas and who are beneficial. But if you continue to...
Yeah, but they're not immoral.
They're not immoral. If you continue to hang out with people that stab each other in the back regularly... Here's the thing, all these post-Gamergate e-celebs, they all did it to themselves. They all canceled themselves. They all doxed themselves. And this is why I'm passionate. This is why I don't give a fuck, because if I get heat or not, because I believe that there are certain agents within the online right that need to be gone. And there are certain people that have doxed people, that have communicated with the feds, that have done very scummy shit behind the scenes.
Gio.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting really...
No, it's okay. Get heated. But like, say, what would happen if you went viral and all of a sudden you had like 5 million followers? Like, what would you do?
I've contemplated this. I think that I've noticed that there's a certain price you have to pay in a man's soul to get a large following. I believe that everyone likes to say to themselves that if I had clout, then I wouldn't stab people in the back and all of this stuff. But I think like
well,
if I were
especially in this community, I mean, you don't get to a point where people know who you are, and you don't get to a point where certain people that you don't want to know who you are.
Exactly. And I've experienced this as well. There's certain people that like sometimes this is why people, you know, not to bring up Campbot again, but
please do.
In some ways I almost admire his fortitude for someone who does get trolled on a daily basis, and someone who is willing to be hard as nails in some ways. And again, I've made my critiques of him open, and I've said this to him in private, and that I think the antagonism does not help people. But I do believe that there's a certain personality that you have to adopt. Me personally, I know that I'm the type of person where I'm actually somewhat surprised that I don't take things too personally, but I do have a tendency to. So to answer your question is that if I were to garner a huge following, I would try to always remind myself where I came from and the people along the way and the people that have influenced me immensely. And you really, I believe that you have to defend people that you know are good and just.
I think that like I don't want to say that like you're wrong in a certain sense, but I think that in my experience, the people that get to be huge are never the people that have the same background. Like you said, you don't want to forget about your roots. The people that get huge don't have the same roots.
You're right.
People that get huge are transplants. They're normies. The people that really get huge aren't people that were like shit posting.
Like they won a lottery or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
they're not people that were in the trenches. Like they're not, like, I don't know why that is. I guess it's because in order to be popular, you have to have the mainstream appeal, and in order to have the mainstream appeal,
I do have kind of an idea on why, to be honest, if you want me to share.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
I think a lot of that has to do with the larger spheres of influence on places like YouTube. On Twitter, it's a little different because it's just, text posts and things like that. But what seems to be the large driving factor for a lot of these circles seems to be the YouTube communities. And at least on the right, as far as I can tell. Yeah. This is why I love this show, because it's something different from this. But at least on the right, the circles seem to be this like post-Gamergate, Skeptosphere, Sargonite kind of people. And then these kind of like wignatty guys that just keep getting banned because they keep saying really awful unoptical things. And then for the left, you've got BreadTube and then whatever normie stuff is on there and other things that I don't pay attention to. There's not a lot of, these kind of homegrown, like start from shit posting, people with actual values. These aren't the people that are, unfortunately, these are not the people that are putting enough content out there to be noticed by the people that are watching YouTube. People like the people Gio is talking about. I was about to name drop. I'm not going to do that. People like who Gio is talking about. They just happen to hit this market at the right spot,
Yeah, they came in at the right time.
Jordan Peterson blew up because he put all of his content on YouTube. That's almost the primary motivation.
No, he also blew up because he worked the crowd. Yeah, he worked the crowd and became viral because it was totally in the niche of what was becoming viral at the time.
He was
This is a strategy.
At the right place.
He
did that on purpose.
I don't care what you do or what you say. Like, this is my position.
Sure, I'm not.
It wasn't his.
The problem is that a lot of
summoned a huge backlash that was really a flash in the pan, which was his catalyst.
He just leveraged that for his own pseudo.
He didn't even have to leverage it. It was
but then again, the problem becomes
it just happened on its own.
But the problem becomes then good people that should know better, that are intelligent, that have good content, they feel like on YouTube they have to get subsumed into
That's
and
exactly
they
what I
have to
was
become
going to say.
Jannies for people who are very odious.
I almost fell into that, to be honest, with this person that you don't want to mention.
There was
I almost fell into that.
Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
No, not just Fuentes. I mean,
there's other people too, but for Fuentes.
There was a very interesting video I saw today from the distributist talking about the quartering, where there is this situation where
he got totally destroyed quartering because of.
There was that bread tube guy, I don't remember his name, who did a video about...
Vaush.
No, not Vaush, somebody else. But anyway, the idea here is that the quartering and other people who are like within the same sphere, they're catering to people's sense of nostalgia, but also to the sense of this indignation against these companies that created things that they enjoyed playing and are now turning them around into something that they weren't. But it's like at this point, I personally think that there are all kinds of other modes of entertaining oneself, including what we're doing right now, as well as something like, Minecraft or whatever. Like, there are all kinds of ways of entertaining yourself. So, exactly. Well, so it's kind of dumb for me to concentrate. Like, I don't want to concentrate on all these things that we grew up on right now when we can create our own art. We can create our own culture.
Well, and that's what we're seeing.
The problem is that the normies, the people that are not us, the people that don't think about this stuff, they are consumed with all of this stuff. They're not focused on making all of these new things. The general population
when have they? Well, actually, they did maybe when the middle class was more prosperous, let's say, then you would have had people who got educated in a better way than today. They actually had some common sense that they were taught from a young age. So sure, we could say that that was kind of like the golden age of people from the middle class being able to rise up. Now there was a video I saw with this guy who was interviewing these girls who graduated in civics, and they just became civics teachers, and they didn't know certain things about American history that should be every third grader should know. Instead, they were talking about BLM and other activist things.
Wasn't that like a campus reform video or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, so it's like, if this is what we're dealing with right now, then there is a downward spiral that's going on. But like I said before, it's going to be up to the people who are observing it, and not in the sense of being Jannies, but in the sense of actually being people who have something important to offer, and could be people that could be looked up to by others who are going to be surrounded by complete idiots, to be able to actually have enough of the will to power to make a positive change happen.
That's kind of why I love what you guys are doing, because you're bringing to the forefront all of these voices, people like Geo, people like Serpent Mound, people like all of you guys. You're bringing these voices that would not otherwise have this kind of...
Hero, what about your spotlight, dude?
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm a nobody.
No.
Come on, finally.
Yeah, Hero, you had amazing takes today, and I really appreciate you being here.
No.
But
there's no need to be humble, man. You're in the
don't
Hall
be humble.
of Champions here.
Be
you're at the round table here.
Don't be humble. Be noble. Don't be humble. Be noble.
But by the way, there is a Daily Mail article on a certain one who certain streamer that has done the blackface thing. So people don't believe me. I mean, oh boy, this is.
Gio, where'd you get that idea?
If I may, just really quickly, the point of what I'm trying to say is that we were talking about what would happen if you got 5 million followers or whatever it was, Gio, right? And I can tell you what would happen. A lot of these people that have slung all this mud back and forth, that have just tried to explode things as much as they can to gain this power. It's like what we were talking about earlier. They're playing this like a game. They're upset that they're not on the winning team. They want to explode their own takes, make them extreme, do all of these things to win at something. They're not actually trying to improve people's lives, think of ways to improve, other people's lives, improve the situation that we've all found ourselves in. You're not somebody that goes out and just explodes things to get on top of these other people. I think you're on a trend where you will be gaining more notoriety as you go along, because you make a lot of good takes and you make a lot of good content. And I think they're very honest. I think you're on the path that as that happens, people are going to be angry and upset that you did not blow everything up, that you did not, sling all this mud at people, people are going to be really upset and they're just going to like dogpile on you. And that's what's going to happen as you gain in popularity. I hate to say it, but that is what's going to happen. And I think you have enough character to, you know, avoid sinking to their level.
No, but the thing is, no, you're right. You're right. I think when you, there's a point where you have to say something in order to maintain an integrity within yourself and with the community you're in. And the reality is like, who are we compared to these gods of YouTube, right? So
gods of YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, I feel like a lot of that's going to come to an end, and a lot of that generation, they're going to be wiped off the plate either from their own hands, or if like Trump loses and they're going to go just like full mask off, and they're gonna get, you know. So
well, I don't know. They're grifters. They're gonna find their own niche. I think what's really gonna
not them. I mean the tech companies are going to go mask off.
That's true.
We're all grifters.
We're all grifters. Yeah.
That's true.
But no, what I mean is like I think if Trump loses, I think there will be severe consequences for a lot of these people. Because the tech companies themselves are going to be given license to do whatever they want. And that, like, if you think Stefan Molyneux getting banned is the tip of the iceberg, like, oh no, it's gonna, and so yeah, it'll get worse before it gets better.
This brings us to the second.
He sucks. Stefan Molyneux.
Sure. Well,
it's like good riddance.
This brings us to the second thing that we're doing here, which is it's already been done in certain small incremental ways with the streams that we've had before, where I've invited friends of mine who work at like publications like the Washington Post, for instance, you know, like they do work for them, and in other big media publications. I want to bring them on, and I want to create a very interesting situation where we get people who are otherwise not exposed to this kind of dynamic conversation to be
autism
here. Well, yes, that's one way of saying it.
Lev, you should say, do you know the internet autists actually exists? And it's as scary and terrible as you might think.
Well, you remember from the last stream, like my friend Catherine, she stuck around the entire time, and she had a really fun time talking with everybody, because I honestly think that a lot of people in that position, they don't really have that much of an opportunity to have these kinds of conversations. So when it happens, it's like a door opens up. It's like, what the fuck? What have I been missing all this time? So this is something that I'm also doing right now.
Creating an avenue to get people away from those things to places of like us.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
what I want to. That's one of the things that I really love about the stream and the people that we have on or that you guys have on is because, you know, when we talk about people like the streamer that we were mentioning, or we talk about people who are like face fags, name fag. Oh, sorry, face figs. I know we're on
F-Slayer.
Yeah, I know we're on YouTube. I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, I think that those people are implicitly political, and I think coming from things, whether it's from the right or the left or whatever, coming to things from an implicitly spiritual perspective is much more, not only is it much more genuine, but it's much more important, because like that's how actual like human ideas form. You can talk as much as you want about, you know, like, oh, this is like Trump's policy decision, or like even that's my issue that I have with stuff like guys that like fetishize Tucker Carlson. It's like, as much as like as based as he is, like there's not any discussion of like the human spirit. There's not any discussion of the noble way to live your day-to-day life, which is in the end what is really going to change hearts and minds.
Alex Jones comes closest.
Mold, yeah. Alex Jones does come closest.
Closest, yes.
You remember his whole thing with Magellan, talking about Magellan, comparing him to Justin Bieber.
Magellan was cool. He circumnavigated the globe. That's the trailblazing human spirit.
I love it. So good.
Magellan is cool, not Justin Bieber.
That's what I really thought about doing the Alex Jones thing, where when I cut my hair, like if I was just to cut it all off and be like, I'm not gonna let someone grab my hair and put me to the ground like a bitch.
Oh my god,
that's so funny.
So
by the way, real quick,
yes.
Gio, I forgot to mention our good buddy Sean is in chat right now.
Oh really?
Yeah, he just stopped by to say hi. I forgot to mention earlier. Sorry.
Oh.
Anyway, go ahead.
Nice. What's his nickname? Segan?
Yeah.
Shiran? Is that okay? Excellent. And also we have a blue
amazing artist.
I'm gonna check his work out. Where can we find his work?
Jew, you would know better than me.
Twitter follow
works.
him on Twitter.
Because I could put it on the screen here. But also we have a comment from Blue Shoe asking if we are doing a free for all Friday tomorrow. Yes, we are. So tomorrow we are doing another free for all Friday. About what? Like about anything you guys want to talk about, really. But I guess to theme it up, maybe I'll have Kanye West as the theme, since right now we have this.
I thought you were gonna as a guest.
Oh man, one day. Well, I do have a, like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon with Kanye West, because my friend Bill Plimpton did a music video for him. Heard him say, and Bill Plimpton. He was
really?
like a big, yeah. He was
that
like
was a good video too.
It was, yeah. He was.
I like the videos from that period of Kanye were the best, because that was the Touch the Sky video too, which is probably the best one.
Oh, that one, yeah.
With Pamela Anderson.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah, very interesting time, and I also liked his incorporation of the art from Takashi Murakami, that Japanese guy with the all these sharp lines, and also the coom, the flying hentai coom.
The coom.
Dude, if Serpent Mound does like blackface and pretends to be Kanye West, I guarantee that stream will go viral.
You think so?
We should do.
I'll definitely go viral.
We should do a blackface stream 100,000%.
We need
that's episode.
That's prime optics.
In the interest of diversity, we need a black
bring in a bunch of people. We'll bring in a bunch of people. We'll have half of them wear sunblock. We'll have half of them wear sunblock, like Mark Zuckerberg. Then you have a bunch of other ones where just like I'm not talking about minstrel face. I'm talking just like a slather
tasteful blackface,
right?
Like,
not like Sarah
football
Silverman
players
blackface
will wear to keep the sun out of their eyes. And then you just have 8 people on screen, 9 people on screen, and you have a normal conversation as if there's nothing weird.
This sounds like a cool art performance.
You don't address it. You don't go like, this is what we're doing. You just turn on the screen, and half of the people are in whiteface, and half the people are in blackface, and it's just
an ordinary
5-hour conversation, and you never address it. And if people freak out about it, you just let the narrative take its own life. Just do the social experiment. What's going to happen? It's foolproof.
Viral marketing.
It's foolproof. I've been saying this for months.
I got the documents.
That's a perfect idea.
Of course it is. It's like, what are we doing here?
That's fucking brilliant, Jules.
Well, Jules, you need to be the trailblazer, and you need to show up on screen.
Yeah, Jules, start it. I think
just show us how
I feel like we're in a duet.
I just spent condemning.
Lev and I have a very counterintuitive development process. I've also enjoyed not being on streams, because it's kind of like watching what it's like. You know, like how people talk about you differently sometimes when you're not in the room? Like sometimes not being on the stream, I think I've learned a lot just from vibes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You know, and so I like Lev to shine and to really make everything his own. And then I sort of see how he sees me fitting in.
Well, that's your handsome face. That's how you fit in. So I don't know what you're doing right now.
I'm about to start doing like clip art, like Hero.
Clip art.
Clip art.
I've heard that before.
I mean, after being thrown into this Discord culture where I feel like
you feel out of place, huh?
I feel like the new kid in a lunchroom.
No,
everyone
Jules.
in the lunchroom.
You're a model.
No, you're my favorite poster.
No,
you're my favorite poster in Kaliak. I fucking adore your posts. Seriously.
Thank you.
No, everything you post. All right. STDs aren't even a big deal. Quote Jules P. Hamilton. I've got so many in here. I've literally have them saved on my desktop. I think they're so fucking funny. Hold on. Where's my other one? I think this one is just so enamoring to me. This one. Okay. If someone close to me tried to give me CBT while torturing me and never told me that's why they were doing it, and they didn't make me passively rich, in parentheses, like a serf, I'd be beyond disappointed. Lol. I only need to pay to live like a king in New York, and I don't need much. Apparently,
60K. That's all
CIA gig I will never be able to have. 70K. That is just like how do I even what is going on there? I love it. You're a great poster. You're natural.
So good.
Maya studied schizo posters on image boards for 20 years, but really what she should have been studying was Jules.
For real. I
He
fucking love Jules
didn't have
Toasted.
to didn't have to study anything.
Me. It's all gonna come out. It's all gonna come out, dude. When I started, because here's the thing, I remember the moment. I remember the moment when I thought I'm either gonna have to be completely secretive and isolated about everything, like as far as like politics. When you think about, I won the Charles Horman Award at Allen Stevenson for the Independent Student Award. And the story of Charles Horman, which is also told in the film Missing with Jack Lemmon, is about a guy who gets put in front of a firing squad for pursuing his political convictions. And I was like, okay, so that's some potent psychological tulpa to award someone with for independence. And so when it came to Facebook and learning about, oh, they're just selling all your data, you know, what are you going to do when certain political positions become unacceptable if you're approaching a 1984 scenario? Are you going to have to be an Alinskyite? Are you going to have to never say what you believe and like always say other things? Or do you have to be that strong up front, right? As in, do you want to be the person at the door, right, that confronts the unknown? Or do you want to shirk and hide and burrow? And
it's like an optics debate or what?
It's not an optics debate. It becomes about optics when, how do you justify a position? When you start thinking about the reality of arguments and how it has nothing to do with truth. Your ability to win an argument has nothing to do with truth, because you could be speaking the truth, and if a coordinated crowd is against you, like, the truth has no hope.
It's true,
right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So what a lot of people do
like the foundation
is they focus on how do you cultivate a group to back you up, right?
No, it's true. It's largely group dynamics. If you have friends, yeah.
But I've always been fun. But I've always kind of been against that in terms of, like, I am not a crowd pleaser all the time, unless you're
an individual pleaser.
I try to please people on the individual level. Yeah, I think you actually weaken your ability to persuade if you depend on groups to persuade people. If you depend on a group of people vouching for you, and I actually think in the short term is helpful for persuasion, and in the long term is how you lose everything.
I think it's more combative at this point, though, right? Like, it's not like we want to have to depend on groups, but I think in the face of people that would, the larger forces at play that would challenge this overall group that we have, even like right here, I think it becomes necessary, whether you want to or not, to not defend like literally everything ever said, but to generally have the backs of people that are usually on your end. It kind of becomes necessary whether you like it.
But this is when you have people campaigning against people instead of ideas, right? As in, this is the mindset where suddenly you're not interested in ideas as much as, how do we undermine this person's position? How do we strengthen this person's position? You're not thinking about ideas. Your epistemology is broken.
Man. That's always been going on.
That's not real politics. You can circumvent all of that noise while people are stuck in it.
Well, don't you think
that's the ideal situation.
A person that can break bureaucracy, a person that basically knows how to just do without bureaucracy, is the person that knows how to circumvent those kinds of artificial group dynamics. And like, a lot of people feel confined by group dynamics, and they don't even understand they're the ones that are stuck. And so you might look at someone who seems like a hamster spinning his wheel, not realizing the Mega Man charge that might be taking place.
Well, what do you think about this? The idea that the foundation myth of the West was really the story of Socrates as the first martyr, the martyr of the West. It's the story of Socrates, a guy that was trying to tell people the truth, the crowd, but they didn't want to hear it. The sophist won out, and he was martyred for trying to tell the truth because it's always been unpopular. And it's always something that the crowd never really reacts well.
It's the
towards.
ego problem.
So, this is kind of the lineage of the West, and this has been like kind of a foundational dynamic in its development. Is like the few Socratic people who try to tell everyone else the truth and are persecuted for it.
It's not. You're 100% right. I think Socrates, his legacy is a useful reminder to the tragedy of the crowd. But ultimately, if just pay attention to people. If people are thinking about how do we undermine this person, how do we elevate this person, they're not even thinking about ideas.
Like sophistry.
They're so.
That's what you're talking about.
What?
Like sophistry. You know, sophists. Like that's what you're talking about. Like.
Well, no, but that's a foundational myth. But then, like Nietzsche said, it was entirely just.
No, it's just a tragedy it's just a tragic reality. But also, I'd like to say that Socrates as the martyr of the West, it makes a lot more sense than, or even Julius Caesar, it makes more sense than Jesus Christ. But that's an aside. Anyways.
Ooh. Yeah. Oof. I
well,
hope
it's certainly an archetypal path.
I hope that our stream changes the game and that it doesn't.
We just keep viral marketing on
4chan. I really, because ultimately
that's what we got to do.
I would not be surprised, honestly, if people don't know how to generate and ride waves, and instead they just make themselves a crab in a bucket.
We have a comment.
I don't think I'm in a crab in a bucket, but I am not immune from people treating me that way.
Yeah, there is tall poppy syndrome.
We have a comment from Randy Lenz. It's the inverse of how Jules describes it. Individuals are lifted to carry the torch of an idea. I think that individuals, though, are also lifted up not by the masses, but by, let's say, when it comes to carrying the torch of an idea, certain things happen to fall into place. People end up meeting the right people, either online or back then it would have been at their local, some place where Socrates was hanging out. Like I'm not exactly sure how it was that Socrates met Plato, how that whole thing started. I mean, Plato was pretty wealthy.
Oh, he's fictitious. Plato just made him up. He never was real.
Interesting. Okay. Well,
like Jesus.
Okay. Well,
he was real. It's just the most dialogues were made up by Plato.
What about Jesus?
Well, an interesting thing about Jesus and about like people around that time is that was sort of the Renaissance of the day. I mean, not a Renaissance per se, but it was like you had all these different groups, like the Essenes. You had all these different people who were participating in all this mishmash of mystery schools. Because a lot of cultures were clashing at that time. Like you had in
the Hellenic world.
Yeah, exactly. Like you had the Babylonians, the Iranians, the Greeks. So they were all exchanging various ideas of their mystery schools, and I think a lot of that. Yeah,
a lot of syncretism.
Yeah, and I think that's going on today at a very high level with the internet. So we are all kind of participating in this, and these groups are already forming. I think we've created one of them already. In a certain way, you know. So it's definitely, I think that's how these ideas, like Randy was talking about, are lifting some individuals up to carry them through these various interesting dynamics. So yeah, I also want to say, for those who are not aware, we are going to be having another Free-for-All Friday tomorrow. I mentioned it before. I'm going to mention it again. Whoever wants to participate in it, please DM me or Jules or Lemon Jules and let us know. And I look forward to seeing you there. And don't forget to subscribe once again, even though I think all of you guys have already subscribed. But subscribe if you have not, and go to our Patreon, patreon.com/11jules. For $20, you are going to get a beautiful picture from the great Giovanni Pennacchietti. You are going to get a beautiful print of his, and I'm so happy that Gio, that you are doing this, and you are so
Gio the
incredible.
Legend. Gio the Legend.
Yeah, please, $20 tier. It's not that much.
Randy's asking, how big are these wood things? How big are they?
They're small. They're about like 9x5 or.
It's like a sheet of paper.
Good size.
I like that.
Not like kind of like yeah, like not 9x5, like 6x9, something like that. It's not too big. They're like basically a bit bigger than like an iPhone or something like that.
Beautiful to put in a frame.
Definitely.
I like that size for prints.
I glue them on archival. I glue them on a thicker sheet of like watercolor paper, and then I have just like a envelope, like a sealable or acid-free, like those street vendors that sell art prints like that, and you could put them in a frame if you want.
Nice. Gio, can I ask what kind of paper you like to print on?
It depends.
Also, do you hand print?
Yeah, I hand print.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm thinking of buying a press because I'm getting a bit more into lino, like just a small, like baby tabletop.
Yeah.
But no, 90% of them are printed on traditional Japanese shodan paper or Chinese shodan paper or mulberry paper. Yeah.
Beautiful.
So, yeah, basically like I try to keep it traditional. Like I use most of them, unless I'm doing lino cut. They're all basically using nori paste with sumi ink. So traditional style, yeah, and watercolor because I'm getting a bit into the color prints, but yeah, I'm not that. Yeah,
colored prints.
Gio, I can't wait to have you at the National Arts Club, and not just via video.
Hopefully.
No, I would love to do a live stream for the National Arts Club as well coming up, and do it about art. And I would love to have you in there as one of the guests if you're interested.
Watch that.
Yeah, that would be
great. Yeah, it'd be great, man. I'd love to see the perspective of people in the contemporary art world. So, yeah, man.
That was good. So, guys, I think we're gonna be wrapping it up soon. I just wanted to go to everybody, the drill, final words, and before that, before the final words, final shout outs. Randy Lenz, such a one. Shade Slimmy. So I'm not going to say everybody, just the people who I didn't say before. Segan, we talked about him.
John.
Yeah, John. Let's see if there's anybody else. I think everybody... Okay, I'm going to do it again. Why not? Internal Saturnalia, Blue Shoe, Trash Bin Lichman, AIC, Physnemist. That's an interesting name, Physnemist. Vale, Genova Project, Lance Audette, who was one of our great patrons. Thank you so much for being a $20 patron. This guy's a $20 patron, ladies and gentlemen. You got to get in on this deal right now. Okay. All right. And
thank you.
Final words. Let's go. Well, Gio, you're going to have the last word, so let's go from the bottom then. From our favorite blood skeleton. Morse code. Take it away. Hello, Moore. Can you hear us? Okay, let's skip Moore for now. Let's go to Hero, and then we're going to go back to the Red Skeleton.
Oh, geez. Sure. Once again, I'd just like to say thanks for having me on. I always appreciate coming on here and being able to speak my mind on some things. I think I'll say that just kind of to reiterate what I was saying before, I have a deep appreciation for what you and Jules are doing with this show, because I didn't like, a lot of you guys, a lot of Chan culture, a lot of people on Twitter, on all of these other sites. YouTube has always been my thing. I've been, on YouTube basically since I was 13. And that's been my domain. So I've been around these kind of circles. And when I started getting into politics, it was because I was looking around on YouTube and running into all of these ideas. And I've been
radicalization right there.
Yeah, no kidding. I've been around these kind of like, to use what Gio said, ecologies, these spheres that have grown on YouTube, and I've been very annoyed with the state of them for a long time and the corners that they have taken. I think what you guys are doing is something that's like deeply important, especially with having a lot of the great guests that you guys have on. I think it's really important, and I definitely think it's something that can finally break those kind of spheres and get people's attention towards ideas that aren't so what do you call that, like, that aren't so bumper sticker, that aren't so extreme, or aren't so milquetoast. Ideas that really do push your brain, make you think about spirituality or any of the things that we talk about on here. I really appreciate that you guys do that. Also, I want to say, Serpent Mound, I've been having a lot of trouble sleeping lately.
You watch my videos?
I started checking out your fishing videos, and they've been amazing.
Yeah, they've been great, man.
What was your favorite one?
What was my favorite one?
The sketch one. The sketch one.
That one was really funny. You were at I can't remember where it was. You were at an ocean, and you were you said it was like the last day you had for.
Oh yeah, yes, that was Fort Zach.
That's what it was. That one was great. I loved watching that. Something about the atmosphere there was really nice. I grew up near the ocean, so it made me feel kind of at home.
That was a fun time. I'd love to get back and do more videos in the ocean.
I'm back.
Hey,
sorry about that. Yeah, I had to go pick on some pot stickers. Sorry about that.
That's like I think that's my like underrated, because I actually put a lot of work into those because I was there for 3 days and I put out 3 videos, and none of them performed very well. And I don't know.
They're my favorites. I liked them a lot.
I liked them a lot too. They were some of the favorite ones that I put out, but they never did that well. I don't know why. But yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, man, for sure. Anyway, thanks you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, let's go back to Morse code.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I may not be as well read or, as old or as wise as some of the people here, but I really feel like it's just it's nice. It's nice to be here and listen to all you talk and me, mumble a few words every once in a while. It's just an honor to be here, really, love. I mean, thank you.
Thank you
Again,
for
another
coming.
great episode.
And also, what I would love to do a lot more is add in some more book recommendations.
Closing words.
I want to add in more book recommendations to our Discord. For those who don't know, the Discord to our Break the Rules is located in the description of this very video. So if you go to the description, it's like one of the first things there. So go there. I invite all of you to there. We have Sushi Bar, that's the main chat area. We have Library, where we post books, book recommendations. We have Music, where we post music recommendations. A lot of great, Library. A lot of great music's there. And btr-chat, this is where people post whatever it is.
Don't ruin it all. Let's come in and check it out.
Okay, come in and check it out.
btr-chat is where you can have the live chat.
Yeah, you're right. Let's put it in a little bow. Okay, so
this is esoteric deep lore.
Yes, it is. Okay,
do not Google.
Let's go. Info Warlock.
BTR Warlock. Do not Google.
Info Warlock. You got the stage.
Okay, yeah. I would like to say, how when you meet someone for the first time, but they really remind you a lot of somebody that you used to know, like a friend that you used to have. So it's kind of immediate rapport. Well, anyways, assuming that you do know what I'm talking about, like the first time I checked out the BTR stream and I saw Gio, man, you so remind me of one of my best friends in high school that I couldn't help be immediately like,
maybe it was me.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't. I checked, but but yeah. And so that's first why I engaged with this stream, and obviously it's been really good ever since. It's been rewarding, I'd say. So. I don't know. I just want to celebrate Gio just as much as everybody else. I think you're a great presence in social media, and it's great to be here on these streams because we're really we're the cream of the crop with social media. We are the cream of social media.
We are the cream.
That's why
true.
Rise.
On Twitter, the 4chaners, they follow us now. So
yeah,
they do.
Changing things.
Paul is the Twitter clip show.
That's it.
Nice. Serpent Mound.
Yeah, I mean, same as always. Subscribe BTR. Be a patron. It's a great way to support the show. Great way to let them know that you like it. Watch the streams. Get in the Discord, subscribe to my YouTube channel, follow everyone on Twitter. And thanks for having me on always. It's like it's weird, you know, you do so many of these like little final moments. It's like you run out of stuff to say. I feel like you're just reading off a script. But yeah, always a great show, as always.
Thank you, Superman. I really appreciate it. And I guess one way that we can rearrange it in the future is you guys can talk about not even just this, but like any new video you happen to have that you want to promote. That I think would be a great thing to do as well. So or any article that you would write or anything like that. So definitely that would definitely be the great opportunity to do that. So then we have well, Gio and Jules. Do you want to say anything before we get to the main man, Gio?
I love Sowing Discourse. This is the OG brand. It's become the next level here, and I'm just so grateful. We've got Gio here, one of the three musketeers of the BTR syndicate. You know, just changing the game. You know, and I think not only should he become a patron on Patreon to help the arts, but we're trying to change the world here. We're trying to save the world. It's not a small feat here. You know, there's been a lot of dedication and a lot of time, blood, sweat, and tears have been put into Lev and Jules, and it is a humble and noblesse oblige enterprise.
Definitely. And you know that quote, like, before you change the world, change yourself? I really think that thanks to people like Gio, I find that I am also changing myself in certain ways.
I don't know about that.
No, that's definitely true. Because you are someone who is imbued with so much humanity, and that is something that I think the more that I see it, especially on the high seas of the internet, you know, this isn't like a sterile environment that a lot of these journalists are used to, you know, where they're just in a bubble. Like, this is the fucking ocean. And the fact that you have somebody like Gio in the ocean, it's like a ray of light in the midst of a storm just shining down. You're like God's light just shining down. That is who you are, Gio. And you have no choice in the matter. That is exactly who you fucking are. And I love you, man. So, Gio, final words.
Integrity shines through his face.
There's moments where I slip, and there's moments where maybe I get carried away with like the haha funny memes, and I think when I talk about certain internet drama and I mention certain brands, I don't do it like I'm very adverse to like drama. Like, as you noticed during the BAP Campbot thing, love BAP. I love Campbot. I don't like when people go at each other. But at the same time, I feel that above all things, you have to be honest with yourself and with other people. And if you're presenting yourself in such a way that is counterintuitive to what your message is, just to achieve clout, and when you associate with certain people, or rather when you get carried away in a movement that maybe doesn't have your interests in mind, I think that a lot of very good people have been hurt by not being honest and by following people who aren't honest. And I think that perhaps these platforms like BTR is leading a way for a true alternative to approach internet discourse that can have meaningful change. And there is other places too, like the American Sun and so forth, that have very good, very practical advice that ought to offer to people. But I just feel that there is a dirge in people who are willing to be honest and willing to engage within a radical openness to themselves and to others. And this is ultimately the corrosive that has dissolved every single internet movement, is this pervasive dishonesty and willingness to stab people in the back and to cut people down to get ahead, and to be a Janny and to clean it up and do it for free. And I think that these platforms are different because on this stream, we're forced to confront each other with honesty. And even if you're, behind an Anon account or whatever, there's still this sense of authenticity that shines through. And so even though someone is bigger than us or has more clout or has more subscribers, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter, because I think people will follow people who are willing to engage in a higher level than just someone who's doing something for a dopamine high or to play it like a game or to follow whatever's the easiest. Because in reality, this isn't fucking easy. You know what I mean? None of it is, because when you can only have your own you only have your own resources, and you only have your own words, and you only have your own content, then it becomes very difficult. And sometimes you have to sacrifice, and you have to say, I'm not going to follow a crowd, or I'm not going to follow a movement, or I'm not going to follow a particular group, even though it might be easier. But along the way, it gets easier because you find other like-minded people, and you find other people who are willing to have your back and engage in earnestness rather than having strategic alliances with people because it can get you ahead. You know what I mean? Like, of course, like, for example, I know there's certain posters on Twitter who I know that I followed when they were relatively small and that have blown up even with numbers above my own. But I love that because their content is great, and that should be what matters the most, is that, you know, you shouldn't have a resentfulness or a jealousy, even though it's something that I fight every day. It's something in the back of my mind. But you should always carry yourself in such a way where you have to know what's important, and good content is the most important, in my opinion. It's the only thing that's going to get us out of the hell world that we find ourselves in. And if that means that you have to sort of grit your teeth and congratulate people that you know you helped out, and who knows, maybe they may forget you if they get to a certain point. But the fact that maybe you inspired people, even though you're relatively lower on the totem pole, that's a beautiful thing, because it's what you do in this world that may carry on and influence other people. And so when I cast shade on certain people, I believe in my heart that there are very bad and terrible people that have tried to destroy the online right, and that are continuing to be selfish. And there are certain people that I know are agents of chaos, and that you have to weed out, you have to suss out, and you have to call out, because the only way we're going to have any meaningful change is if you have good men, godly men, men of good standing, and women too, of course. I know that I hate to, like, I don't mean that they're an afterthought or whatever, but you have to have good people. And the only way to do that is if you're willing to engage with honesty, and you're willing to call out evil when you see evil. Because that is said, to leave you with a quote from, this is from Psalms 141:11. Let not an evil man speak, nor be established in the earth. Evil shall hunt the violent men to overthrow him. I know the Lord will maintain the cause of the afflicted, and the righteousness of the poor. Sever the righteousness shall give thanks unto thy name. The upright shall dwell in thy presence. So remember,
Amen.
Never let the evil, never let the wicked overcome you, and overcome the things and the ideas and the values that you hold dear. And remember, even if the other man is ahead of you, even if the other man gets above you, when you know that you helped them, then do not let that jealousy hold you back, because you know that the good content, that's what matters, and that's what will get ahead. Even if it's in the mouth of the other, and it's not in your mouth that determines that flow, then if you help that person along the way, then that's what matters, right?
Amen, Gio.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And the thumbnail reaction in the chat is exactly that. This was like the reaction of just all this energy, just those the cat and that girl. I don't know who they are, but that's how they were reacted. And there we go. Yeah, we will leave it with Catboy Jules for everybody. Thank you so much for watching. This has been an incredible stream.
Thank you very much. This has been great, man.
And don't forget, Free for All Friday. Tomorrow, Free for All Friday. Talk about whatever we want. That's coming tomorrow. So let me know who's interested in coming in. Subscribe, and subscribe. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.